Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 105, Appreciation. Just after Spider-Man rescued those people in the elevators, Cindy, Harry, Lily, Liz, Flash, and Gwen were all sitting inside Harry's living room, waiting for Eren to arrive. Eren told them all that he was going to pick up a friend to take to the beach with them since they planned on playing volleyball and needed an extra person. Outside of that, Eren wanted to actually grow closer to this person, as he felt that their friendship seemed one-sided. He only really spoke with them during times of hardship or when he needed advice. Losing them in many timelines made him realize that he took them for granted. It wasn't long before they could hear the door open and close before two pairs of footsteps began making their way into Harry's eccentric, grandiloquent-looking living room. Eren eventually peered around the corner and greeted his friends. "Hey! What's up, everyone?" Eren said excitedly before looking back and gesturing to the person behind him. "Come on, don't tell me that you of all people is suddenly acting shy." Eren teased before this person stepped forward. Everyone's jaws dropped upon seeing the gorgeous, silver-haired Felicia Hardy turning the corner wearing a bikini with a floral skirt covering her lower half, along with floral sleeves on her shoulders. Some of the girls began to feel a bit self-conscious upon seeing Felicia's mature, full body, especially after seeing how hard the guys were looking at her. "This is my coworker, Felicia. Cindy, you've met her before, remember?" When I was on my trip, as Eren said this, Cindy immediately realized that this was the Black Cat. Eren had asked her before if she'd be okay with meeting her face-to-face one day and she agreed, so he knew this would be okay to introduce them like that. "Oh. Felicia, hey!" Cindy exclaimed, bringing a smile to Felicia's face before the two girls hugged each other. Of course, Felicia didn't recognize her immediately, but after what Eren said, it was obvious that Cindy was in fact Silk. "That's Harry, Liz, Lily, Flash, and Gwen," Eren said, pointing to his friends on the couch. "Hey, everyone." Felicia spoke with her alluring-sounding voice as always. Everyone greeted her back, introducing themselves one by one. After a bit of conversation amongst each other, the 8 of them headed to Harry's garage before getting into one of his SUVs that was able to perfectly fit all of them. It wasn't long before the 8 of them were riding through the streets of New York, though at a snail's pace due to the congested New York traffic. However, the 7 college students were all having a blast, cracking jokes, singing along to songs, and making the entire vibe of the commute very lively. However, Felicia was struggling to fit in and Eren took notice. Felicia was sitting to Eren's left and Cindy was sitting to his right. The 3 of them were all the way in the furthest seats in the back of the SUV. Eren looked over at her with a sort of worried expression before speaking to her quietly. "You good, Felicia?" he asked her, seemingly awakening her from a trance. "Yeah, of course." She told him, however, she wasn't entirely being truthful at the moment. "You sure? You seem a bit quiet. Didn't take you for the shy type." Eren smiled as he said this in a somewhat teasing manner, though Felicia didn't really smile back. Isn't it weird? You guys are all college students and I graduated like 5 years ago. I feel like you wouldn't want to hang around someone my age," she admitted. She felt a bit out of place being in a car full of young, energetic 20-year-olds as a 27-year-old. Eren smiled still, chuckling slightly before speaking once more. "We wouldn't care if you were 36 years old. Trust me, no one thinks it's weird. I'm very happy you decided to come, truly." Knowing what could have been of the future, Eren really did want to become closer to everyone. It reminded him that time is never guaranteed, nor was the next day. He just really wanted to appreciate those he had in his life. "Me too," Cindy added with a smile. She didn't say anything until then, but she was listening and felt the same way as Eren. "I'm glad you came." Felicia, hearing the two spiders' words, was able to feel a little bit more comfortable in the situation. She still felt a little out of place, but she knew that she'd feel less so after getting to know everyone a bit more. A few hours later, the group found themselves walking on foot, approaching the mildly populated sands of one of New York's beaches, feeling the warm summer sun hitting their skin. "There's a spot over there," Harry told everyone, pointing to a place on the beach with just enough space for 8 people to put down their towels and belongings. Harry and Flash raced over to it, wanting to secure the spot, while everyone else followed behind them at a leisurely pace. Once everyone's belongings were down, the energetic ones, such as Harry, Flash, Gwen, and Cindy sprinted toward the water while the rest lounged around on the beach. Eren, Lily, Liz, and Felicia sat together and watched as the rest of the group splashed around in the ocean and swam to their heart's content. "I take it you guys aren't too into swimming?" Felicia asked the group, lounging with her arms behind her head with sunglasses on her face. She was sitting under the sun, letting herself tan as the others sat beneath one of the umbrellas. I don't want to mess up my hair. Lily answered, sitting with her knees to her chest with sunglasses also covering her eyes. The ocean is kinda scary. Liz spoke shyly, rubbing her arm as she thought about the many horrifying mysteries inside of the water. I'm not a very strong swimmer, so. Eren spoke quietly, thinking of the one single time he sort of swam to save someone as Spider-Man but ultimately failed. What about you, Felicia? I don't really like water, the feline told him, fitting for her nickname. Makes sense, knowing you. Eren had a small grin on his face as he watched his friends continue to splash about in the ocean in front of them. He watched as Flash lifted Gwen in the air and body slammed her into the water playfully. Harry started to sneak behind Cindy to do the same, however, her silk sense wouldn't let him do anything more than think about it as she immediately grabbed his hand and flipped him into the water. Lily, Felicia, and Eren all giggled at the display, though Liz was astonished. How did she do that? She asked breathlessly. She does taekwondo. Eren told her, which was true but not the real reason she was able to flip Harry so easily. And hockey. And figure skating. Lily added more truths to throw her off Silk's trail. Maybe I should learn a sport or self-defense. Liz said, having a smile on her face as she watched her brother haphazardly try and get back on his feet. Yeah, you should. I learned a bit about self-defense in Africa. You never know when it'll come in handy too. You and Cindy should take taekwondo together. Eren told her. As he said this, his spider sense began to go crazy in his mind. As if it were automatic, Eren's arm reached out and caught a frisbee right before it smacked Liz in the face, startling her. Eep, she squealed, falling backward as if she was actually hit by it. Holy shit, sorry, a jock-looking dude approached the group, apologizing to Liz as she held onto her chest. It slipped, my bad. It's okay, it's fine. Liz was still visibly distraught, though the adrenaline was starting to fade. Eren handed the frisbee back to the jocks, looking over at Liz and checking up on her. Are you good? Yeah. I just was surprised is all. Thank you. Liz moved the hair from her face, placing it behind her ear as she looked at Eren's hands. How did you even do that? Good reflexes. How about we set up for volleyball? Looks like the court opened up. Eren said, changing the subject swiftly and getting up on his feet. The three girls followed him, grabbing the volleyball they brought as Eren called out to the rest of the group. After a few more splashes, Harry, Gwen, Flash, and Cindy got out of the water and ran onto the sand, meeting Eren who was standing at the center of the court spinning the ball in his hand. Alright, let's pick teams. Should we do random teams to make it fair? He asked the group, getting a few nods in response. Yeah, we can't have you and Cindy teaming up. Harry admitted, knowing the two spiders on one team would mean that they would destroy everyone. I can get a random team generator app or something. Harry pulled out his phone and messed with it for a bit until he found a website that could randomly make two separate teams. He inputted everyone's names and pressed random a few times until Eren and Cindy were on separate teams. Alright, got it. Harry said, holding up his phone. It's Felicia, Eren, Flash, and Liz against me, Cindy, Gwen, and Lily. That seems pretty fair to me. Eren told him. Nah, this is a free win, Parker. Flash said confidently, underestimating Harry's abilities and being none the wiser to Cindy's. Yeah, for us. Gwen rebutted, crossing her arms confidently. Let's save the trash talking for after we win. Cindy said to Gwen, grabbing her by the shoulder and looking at Eren with a confident grin. Eren smiled back, feeling the fiery competitiveness within her, in turn, fueling him. The two teams backed off to their respective sides and decided who was going to play what positions. They weren't playing with official rules and such, but they wanted to have some sort of teamwork going on. Okay, so who here has watched Haikyuu? Cindy asked her group, though she soon realized that none of them were into anime in the way that she was. Isn't that like a poem? Harry asked. That's a haiku, dummy. Lily teased. Isn't that the volleyball cartoon? I think my brother watches that. Gwen said with a serious look on her face. It's an anime, but yeah. Listen, just pass the ball to me and I'll score. I'll be the Hinata. Lily, I want you to be my setter, my Kageyama. Cindy saying this did nothing more than confuse everyone. They weren't understanding any of her references. On the other side, Eren also assumed the role of leader, glaring at his teammates with serious eyes. He wanted to destroy the other team. I want everyone to give me a confidence rating. How confident are you guys in volleyball? 10. Flash answered, of course. Maybe a 7 or 8. Felicia said casually. I played in PE once. I served. Liz muttered shyly. That's okay, Liz. Would you say you're quick on your feet? Eren asked her. Yes. I'd say so. Alright, here's the plan. Flash and I will be at the front, I want Felicia in the middle, and Liz, you be our last line of defense in the back. I also want you to serve, you can go underhanded, it's easy. Sounds good to me, said Felicia, followed by Flash. We got this, easy. Alright then. Let's win. Eren and his team got into their positions, as did Cindy's as the match was about to begin. At this very moment, Eren looked around at those around him, smiling at how absurd all of it felt to him. For years, he was a loner who wanted nothing more than to go home and lock himself away in his room for all eternity. He was afraid to make friends. He was scared of relationships. He was fearful of companionship. However, just 2 years after graduating high school, Eren found himself surrounded by friends that he truly cared about, people he would die for. Even Flash Thompson of all people was seen as a friend by Eren at that very moment. He had the memories of hundreds of Eren Parkers in his brain, the many Eren Parkers who had failed to protect them all no matter how hard they desired to do so. He was thankful that he was the Eren Parker that was able to create this new memory. He was thankful to be the Eren Parker that would get to make dozens, hundreds more. At this very moment, he truly understood what it meant to appreciate life, the gift he was given when he was born in this world, and to appreciate his friends who had been there for him at his lowest. Chapter 106, Fly High. Eren's group backed into position, as did Cindy's, as the two teams stared each other down briefly. Since the ball was already on Eren's side, they began to serve first. Eren handed the ball to Liz, and despite her nervousness, she took a deep breath and backed up to prepare herself to serve. Once she was ready, Liz struck the ball using the underhanded method, sending it to the other side of the court. Immediately, there was a friendly competitive tension in the air as the ball soared directly toward Gwen. Using her forearms, she bumped the ball in the air toward Lily, who then used her palms to set the ball, passing it toward Cindy, who was already in the air. Eren and Flash were quick to get into position, standing in front of Cindy on the other side of the net as the two readied themselves to block. Ready? Eren asked, getting a quick response from Flash. Hell yeah, I am. Flash responded before Eren began signaling when to jump with his voice. Set. Go. As those words left Eren's lips, he and Flash jumped in the air. Due to Flash's natural athleticism and Eren's superhuman agility, the two leapt high in the air, matching Cindy's altitude as she slapped the ball. Cindy smacked the ball using great strength, though she held back due to the agreement she and the other superpowered group members made. If they were going to play with their other friends, they'd need to play as if they were still human, so they agreed to adjust their strength to be nothing more than what a human of their physique should be capable of when going against friends, so they didn't hurt them. The ball hit Flash's fingers, causing it to shoot toward the back of the court. Liz froze upon seeing the ball going straight for her, though Felicia was able to notice her hesitation and swiftly jumped in front of her. Using her forearms, Felicia bumped the ball toward Eren, who then set it to Flash Thompson. Flash puffed his cheeks, leaping in the air before using all of his strength to spike the ball toward the other side of the court. At the same time, Cindy and Harry leapt in the air to prepare to block the ball. However, Flash was able to sneak the ball right in between Harry's arms, sending it directly at Gwen, who failed to receive it due to how powerful the spike was. Let's fucking go. Flash celebrated, holding up his fist victoriously before slapping Eren on the back. Good fucking pass, Parker. Eren smiled back at him, hitting him on the back to return the favor. Good spike, Flash. On the other side of the court, Gwen looked disappointed in herself. However, Cindy was quick to show her good sportsmanship. Head up, Gwen. It's okay, it's only 1 point, we got this. Hearing this, Gwen nodded before picking up the ball and throwing it to the other side. Since Eren's team scored, they were allowed to serve once again. Holding the ball in her hands, Liz served once more, aiming it directly at Gwen, who was able to receive it this time. Nice receive, Gwen. Harry told her as the ball went toward Lily. Lily and Harry made eye contact briefly, signaling to each other that the next play was theirs. However, it then appeared that Lily was looking to pass it to Cindy, who was running straight toward the net as if she were ready to tear it down. Still looking at Cindy, Lily set the ball. Despite her eyes looking at Cindy, the ball went in the opposite direction toward Harry, who was already in midair before spiking the ball toward the sand between Eren and Felicia. Like a missile, the ball struck the sand, creating a small divot that the ball rested in before Cindy's team erupted in victory as if they had just won the entire match. Nice one, babe. Lily said to Harry. Couldn't have done it without you. Harry told her, pointing finger guns at her. I can't believe you actually fell for that. Cindy told Eren from behind the net with a cocky, devilish grin as she stood with her arms crossed. Yeah. I'll admit it, you got me. It won't happen again, trust me. Eren meant this, he'd even use what little bit of Godspeed he could next time if it meant winning. Despite being unable to speed up his body with the ability, he could still speed up his brain to process his surroundings faster. We'll see about that. Cindy said as she backed away from the net. Underhanded, Gwen served the ball, which went directly toward Liz, who was able to receive it due to how slow it was coming. Good job, Liz. Eren told her before both he and Flash began sprinting toward the net from opposite directions. Standing in the middle, Felicia waited for the ball to reach her, scanning her eyes between Eren and Flash as both of them were being defended by either Harry or Cindy. Before she could make a choice, Eren shouted at her. Give it to me. As Eren leapt, Felicia passed the ball to him. Eren and Cindy made eye contact in the air as the ball was coming toward both of them. Cindy could see in Eren's eyes that he was not going to hold back this time. Part of their agreement was that if there was a one-on-one scenario in the air, between two superpowered individuals, they could go all out. Eren used so much force, the ball visibly caved in on itself before being shot like a missile at Cindy's fingertips. Without Godspeed, Silk was faster but Spider-Man was far stronger, therefore he was easily able to overpower her at this very moment, causing her arms to swing backward as she fell toward the ground. As soon as Cindy's behind hit the sand, Eren started to laugh hysterically at her, holding his abdomen as he did so. I can't believe you from that. Eren told her, referencing her previous comment. As those words left his lips, Eren could see the fire in his lover's eyes. It was as if she wanted to kill him on the spot. Cindy got back up on her feet, looking at Eren dead in the eyes before announcing her next move to everyone on the court. Pass the ball to me, I'm scoring on his head. Woohoo. Nearly everyone murmured upon hearing her public challenge, though Eren wasn't fazed in the slightest. Try it, see what happens. Eren challenged her, though he received a quick response from his girlfriend. Oh, you'll see. You will see, Parker, she told him with a venomous voice. She was taking this very seriously. I think she's mad. Liz whispered, though Felicia was ready to put more fuel into the fire by parroting Liz's statement even louder. I think she's pissed. Felicia shouted, getting back up from Flash. She's super pissed, watch out, Parker. Yeah. Eren said, taking the ball from Lily before tossing it back to Liz so she could serve. Liz served the ball, sending it straight to Harry, who received it and passed it to Lily. As soon as the ball made contact with Harry's arm, Cindy took off, using her incredible speed to dash from one side of the field to the other like a track star. Holy shit. Flash muttered. Parker, you're fucked. Flash was in disbelief at Cindy's speed. It was the fastest he'd ever seen anyone move, even the running backs he'd played football with didn't even come close. Eren did not let her display of speed bother him as he quickly followed her every movement from the other side of the net. However, her next move was something he wasn't prepared for. As Cindy ran alongside the net, she stopped on a dime and turned in the opposite direction in what felt like an instant. Before Eren could even turn back around, she was already running toward the other end of the court before leaping into the air as Lily set the ball to her. With perfect form, Cindy spiked the ball with incredible force, sending the ball so deep into the sand that it completely disappeared. She forgot to hold back a little bit. Everyone was dead silent. They didn't think she could move that fast, not even Harry, Eren, or Felicia, who knew about her other half, thought she could move like that. The two spiders didn't take notice until later on in the match, but a group of onlookers was beginning to surround the court, wanting to see more of these awesome displays up close. Once again, Gwen served the ball, this time sending it straight to her boyfriend, Flash Thompson. Flash received it with ease, bumping it over to Felicia, who had her knees bent and her hands above her head, taking the perfect form to set the ball. Behind her, Eren was running straight for the net, ready to decimate the ball once she passes it to him. However, both Harry and Cindy were ready to block it, ready to try and stop the cannonball that would soon be fired from Spider-Man's arms. To their surprise, Felicia leapt into the air and used a single hand to lightly tap the ball over the net, a technique known as a dump in the volleyball world. Lily, who was at the center of the field, tried to dive for it, but she was far too late as the ball delicately hit the sand on Team Cindy's side of the court. Felicia said nothing, only letting out a sly chuckle from her lips before turning back to face her team. Good shit, Felicia. Flash said in astonishment. Yeah, nice one. Eren told her. Amazing. Liz whispered as she was absolutely astounded. Everyone there seemed so athletic. She was sort of quick, which was why she was able to be Screwball once upon a time, but everyone there seemed so far ahead of her. The match went on for a while, though the score was ramping up fairly quickly as the game ended up being tied at 20 apiece. They were playing to 21, but in volleyball, a team must win by 2 if both teams make it to 20. The crowd around the field had grown to the point where it was impossible for them not to be noticed. However, this did not bother any of the players besides Liz, who was already shy in the first place. Despite the crowd scaring her, Liz was ready as she was up to serve for her team. Just like before, she sent an underhanded serve to the other end of the court, aiming it directly at Gwen. Gwen received it, sending it straight to Cindy as Lily and Harry sprinted toward the net from opposite sides. Everyone was expecting her to pass it to Harry since he had scored the second most amount of points. However, Lily scored a few points herself, so she was not one to be underestimated. Flash ran up to the net, jumping in front of Lily as Eren did the same in front of Harry. Felicia was ready, standing at the center of the field in case Cindy would try to go for a dump attack. However, none of them were prepared for Gwen to appear from behind everyone as Cindy passed the ball to her. Gwen leapt into the air and reeled her arm back, looking at the open field in front of her. She could see the perfect opening to score. Eren and Flash were in the air, unable to shift their weight, and Felicia was in no position to block this attack as she was too focused on stopping an attack from Cindy. The only one who could stop it was Liz. However, she was at the opposite corner of the court. Gwen was certain that this was her chance to finally score for her team. Gwen spiked the ball, putting everything she had into this attack, sending the bullet toward the open sand. However, Liz wasn't going to let her score so easily. As Liz promised, she was quick on her feet, allowing her to dash across the sand and dive for the ball, barely sliding her hand beneath it before rolling uncontrollably as her body was shrouded in grains of sand. The ball flew upward, gaining everyone's attention as it began flying far out of bounds and toward the crowd surrounding the court. Without any hesitation, Eren ran after the ball using his natural speed at a faster rate than he'd ever done in his life. "Move," he shouted as the crowd broke apart, leaving an open path for him to run through. He eventually caught up to the ball, which was just above his head height. Eren hopped in the air, facing his body toward the net before setting it toward Flash Thompson. Flash was ready. He knew that Eren was going to be able to receive it and he knew that he would be his target. However, Flash wasn't the only one who knew this, as Harry, Cindy, and Lily were all standing right in front of him, forming a wall as they all bent their knees behind the net. "Ready, go," Cindy shouted, prompting her friends to crouch and jump in unison to block Flash's strike. Flash, who was already in the air, reeled his arm back and shot his arm forward, creating a whiffing sound as if cut through the air. However, his arm completely missed the ball, and a smile formed on his face as they all completely fell for his fake attack. Beside him, Felicia leapt in the air and spiked the ball, sending it straight into the sand and scoring her team another point. Everyone on Cindy's team felt as if they had just got shot, as their fighter's spirit was beginning to diminish. As Eren and his team celebrated, Cindy's team stood in place, not saying a word to each other. They couldn't believe it. Their entire plan was executed perfectly, yet they were the ones who were outsmarted in the end. Before their spirits could get too low, Harry picked everyone up with his voice. "It's not over yet. We came back from worse. Heads up." Harry saying this inspired Gwen to speak as well. "Yeah, they got lucky. We can win," she shouted, lifting up Cindy's and Lily's spirits. "Good luck with that," Flash said from the other side of the net. "Just pass the ball already." Gwen grabbed the ball from the sand and approached the net. For a few seconds, she just glared at Flash before throwing the ball at his face and smacking his cheek with it. Hey," Flash muttered as the ball rolled toward the back of the court and Gwen walked away. Gwen, Lily, Cindy, and Harry laughed amongst each other until Liz picked up the ball and walked to the back of the court to serve. The score was 21-20, all she needed to do was get the ball over the net and her team would be on their way to victory. Once again, Liz served underhanded and sent the ball to the other side of the court. Cindy received it, passing it to Liz before she quickly set it to Harry. Harry spiked the ball, though Eren was right there to get in his way and force Harry to spike it directly toward Felicia, who was able to receive it. The ball shot upwards, going toward the back of the field as Liz chased after it and hit it toward Flash. Flash was unable to get into a good position to score, so he hit it over the net and aimed it at Gwen. The rally continued as Gwen hit the ball with her forearms, sending it directly toward Cindy in a similar setup to when Gwen attempted to score during the last rally. Eren's team hesitated, wondering if they were going for the exact same play or if they were going to change it up. It was all one giant mind game. It wouldn't be too smart to do the same play twice, however, it would be too obvious to change it up. As Lily, Harry, and Gwen all ran toward the net, Eren and Flash stood on the other side of it on opposite ends, prepared to block if necessary. Felicia took a step back, gambling on the idea that they were trying the same thing again, ready to receive Gwen's next attack. However, just as Felicia did earlier, Cindy went for a dump attack, jumping in the air while using a single hand to gently tap the ball to the other side of the net. Felicia wasn't prepared for this, all she could do was watch as the ball fell down toward the sand, though she did still try to go for it. Before Felicia could take a step forward, Eren slid across the sand and hit the ball upward with his forearms, saving it from hitting the sand while also passing it to Flash. Seeing an opportunity, Flash leapt into the air and spiked the ball with all of his strength. Despite the remarkable power of Flash's strike, Harry was able to easily bump the ball upward, giving everyone time to breathe as the rally continued. "Give me the ball, Lily," Cindy whispered before taking off toward the net. Harry overheard this, so he passed the ball to Lily as Cindy continued to run at her full speed like a maniac on the court, kicking up sand with each quick, yet thunderous step. Eren tracked her movements on the other side of the court, knowing he'd have to predict her rather than try and keep up with her. All it would take was one quick shift in her movement and Eren would be left in her dust. And so, he relied on using Godspeed in his brain, waiting for the slightest tell on where she was going. As Eren shuffled side to side, Cindy moved from right to left in slow motion. Eren kept his eyes locked on her hips, though he could still see her eyes and legs in his peripheral vision. Cindy stutter-stepped, though Eren saw right through it and continued shuffling in her direction. This time, however, Cindy turned her waist and began sprinting in the opposite direction as she did when she first juked Eren out. Eren was ready this time and began chasing her using his full speed, though she was outrunning him. Lily then set the ball to Cindy as she leapt in the air, still carrying her momentum toward the side of the field. Cindy reeled her arm backward, staring right at a part of the field that was completely open. Everything was perfect. The height of her jump. The arc of the ball. The gap for her to score. She was prepared to tie the game and steal that momentum back for her own team. Ha! Cindy shouted as she slapped the ball, denting it as it hit her hand, forgetting to hold back her strength at that moment to ensure her victory. Cindy's eyes widened upon seeing Eren's outstretched hand blocking her strike. Slowly, the ball fell from between their hands and made its way toward the sand on Cindy's side of the court. Cindy's team tried to run over to it, all three of them diving for the ball, but they weren't fast enough. The ball hit the ground, barely making a dent in the sand as Eren and Cindy both landed at the same time. Cindy was still confused, thinking there was no way that Eren could have caught up to her without using Godspeed. She then looked over at his launch point, seeing a massive dent in the sand from where he took off. "Let's go!" Eren shouted, clenching both fists as Flash came up from behind him and wrapped his arm around Eren's neck to celebrate. "Parker. Good shit!" Flash yelled, shaking Eren side to side as Liz and Felicia watched with smiles on their faces. Liz let out a sigh of relief as this entire match was far too stimulating for her. Being an introvert, this was enough human interaction for the next week and a half for her. Felicia turned around, still smiling, and commended Liz. "You did well. We couldn't have won without your save earlier." "Oh, yeah. You did good too," Liz told her, putting her fists up to her chest. Eren and Flash gloated together as if they were the best of friends as the other team wallowed in their own defeat, though not for long. For the rest of the trip, the 8 of them enjoyed the sun, the ocean, and each other's company as they continuously replayed the many amazing plays in their mind and amongst each other. Felicia was also finally feeling a little less as if she didn't belong. She didn't really have friends, as she was more of a loner herself, but she was glad that she decided to come in the end. Before leaving the beach, all 8 of them lined up to take a picture together. Harry, setting the timer on his phone, sprinted back to the group before wrapping his arm around Lily at the end of the line. At the center, Eren had his arms wrapped around Cindy's waist and his other around Flash's shoulder with a huge smile on his face. Everyone else smiled as well and Harry's phone flashed, signaling that this moment between friends and lovers was cemented in this timeline's history. Chapter 107, The Beginning of the End. It was midday as Spider-Man, Silk, and the new Goblin sat with their legs hanging off of one of New York's tall buildings eating pizza together. They were getting ready to go on a patrol together, however, Harry suggested that they shouldn't do so on an empty stomach. "Have you guys heard from Flash and Gwen?" "Been a couple of days?" Harry asked both spiders with a mouthful of pizza. Spider-Man shook his head while Silk swallowed her bite of food before giving her answer. "Nope, I haven't. I don't really talk to Flash much, but Gwen hasn't said anything in the girls' group chat in a while." "Girls' group chat?" Eren asked, taking another bite from his pizza with an eyebrow raised. "Yeah. Me, Felicia, Liz, Lily, and Gwen are all in a group chat together. You know, girl stuff." "What kind of girl stuff?" Harry asked, feeling a little offended that he was left out of whatever the girls were keeping secret from him and the other 2 guys. "Don't worry about it," Cindy told him, though she couldn't help but notice the glares from her boyfriend and the new Goblin. "What?" "Don't worry, we don't talk shit about you guys, much," she teased. Before either boy could respond, Lily's voice spoke through their comms. "Guys, there's a bank robbery down near Jose's, that restaurant we all went to that one time. Apparently, it's a guy with a white face and his partner has a yellow costume. I'll keep you guys updated." "Thanks, Seer," Spider-Man said before quickly getting up on his feet to take initiative. Silk got up just a second later and both spiders looked down at the new Goblin who was still finishing his slice of pizza. "What?" he asked them both, once again having a mouthful of pizza. "It's not like the money is going anywhere. Come on, I'm starving here." Spider-Man webbed the pizza slice from Harry's hand and threw it onto the roof of the building before webbing the pizza box toward himself. "We can eat later. Let's go." Still holding out his hand as if he were holding the pizza slice, Harry sighed. "Fiend," he groaned as he pressed a couple of buttons on his palm, summoning his glider before stepping onto it. Both Spider-Man and Silk hopped on it as well, since it would be faster than swinging, before the glider took off toward their destination like a rocket. As they flew, Seer called them all once again and gave them even more information. Spider-Man, these guys are familiar to you. The Shocker and the Chameleon. Upon hearing those names, Eren could feel a jolt in his chest. Those were two names that he hadn't thought about in a while. Cindy and Harry both knew about what the Shocker did to Eren's mother. Immediately, they both began to also feel a pit forming in their stomachs. Are you gonna be alright, Eren? Harry asked him, but Spider-Man was quick to respond. I'm good, man. I figured they'd be back at it again. Please continue, Seer. They escaped from prison after the Green Goblin riots. They stayed out of trouble for a while after that, but it seems like they're back. As you know already, the Shocker has the ability to shoot shockwaves from his wrists. I compared the recent footage of him to footage of the past, and it looks like the new versions of his shock gauntlets are way stronger. Seer typed away at her computer as she said this, moving on from what she had on the Shocker to what she was able to compile about the Chameleon. Looks like the Chameleon can just transform his entire body and voice into anyone he wants. He can copy a person's looks all the way down to the most minute details. Creepy. So not much has changed then. These guys are jokes, we'll get this over with easily. Spider-Man told his friends as they continued flying through the air on the new Goblin's glider. Thank you for the intel, Seer. No problem. Good luck guys, I'll let you know if there's anything else worth mentioning. After a few minutes of flying to their destination, all three heroes arrived in front of the bank that Lily mentioned. All three of them hopped off of the glider just in time to see the Shocker and a police officer walking out of the bank together holding bags of cash. Immediately upon seeing Spider-Man, the Shocker froze, remembering him as the Phantom Spider from almost 3 years prior. Hello, Herman. I see you haven't changed. Spider-Man lectured him with his arms crossed. I take it the cop is Chameleon in disguise, right? The Shocker, wearing his bright yellow signature costume, began looking around frantically for an escape route. He wasn't aware that Spider-Man couldn't use Godspeed, so he didn't even bother trying to run as he knew he would catch up to him in a heartbeat. I needed money, okay. After this, I'm done, the Shocker told him. He was being genuine at that moment. Spider-Man sort of changed the way the Shocker viewed the world and he wanted to dedicate himself to becoming a better man for his 2 kids, however, things wouldn't be that simple. He needed to put food on the table, and this was the only way he could think to do so. He struggled to get an honest job as an engineer with his record being tarnished. You have kids, right? Why don't you get a real job, Herman? Spider-Man asked. Because as the Shocker was beginning to explain himself, he could hear the sounds of some strange animals making bizarre noises behind him. Both he and the Chameleon turned around to see dozens of humans crawling on all fours at the top of the bank, sticking to the walls as they defied gravity. Harry, Eren, and Cindy noticed it too, looking up at the deranged citizens with confused glares. Is it just me or are those guys climbing walls like you guys? Harry asked the 2 spiders. No. Eren whispered to himself as visions from the many different timelines began to flood his mind. This was all too familiar to him, this was something that he thought he was able to avoid, but it seemed like that was not the case. Herman. Chameleon. Get out of here. Spider-Man shouted as the deranged citizens leapt from the building like wild beasts while they bellowed at their prey. What the hell are these guys? The Shocker asked as he pointed his gauntlets at the group of crazed citizens before firing them at them. A wave of energy hit them out of the air, compelling them to shriek and squirm on the ground in anguish as a black sludge began expelling from the orifices on their bodies. Despite him having subdued a few of the zombified people, more began to jump down from the building, as well as from around corners and from atop other buildings. Even the 3 heroes were starting to find themselves surrounded by them. Oh my god. Lily spoke through their comms as she began reading through the many posts and emergency messages being spread online. There's been sightings of hundreds of zombies running around the city. They're either eating or kidnapping people. It's like the lizard situation from before but worse. Oh my god, what is that? The 3 heroes could only imagine what it was that she saw to give her such a reaction and it horrified them. Before another word could be spoken by anyone else, the horde of zombies began to attack the 3 heroes, leaping at them like beasts as they showed them their sharp, monstrous teeth. Despite the zombies' numbers, Spider-Man, Silk, and the new Goblin were able to fend them off rather easily. However, the monsters kept getting back up despite the heroes' punches and kicks being strong enough to knock out any normal human. These guys are definitely not human anymore, what are we gonna do? Harry asked, punching a few zombies in the face as he side-eyed Spider-Man. Spider-Man didn't say a word as he too fended off the monsters. His face was hidden beneath his mask, but his expression was truly mortified. He'd seen all of this before hundreds of times, he knew exactly what all of this was. He knew exactly what it would all lead to, he knew exactly how it was all going to end. One of the zombies then shot a web at the new Goblin, however, he was quick to slice it in half with his wrist blade. Seeing this, Silk immediately questioned Spider-Man, Eren. What the hell is happening? "Why are you being so quiet?" she asked, though she received no response. She figured this must have something to do with him, perhaps even the both of them, since it appeared that these guys shared some of their abilities, but she couldn't be certain. Not too far away from them, the Shocker and the Chameleon were fending off the strange creatures. The Shocker used his vibro-shock gauntlets to subdue the monsters. It seemed that the vibrations were their weakness, but they would get back up after a short time of wriggling on the ground. The Chameleon was firing just a normal gun at the civilians, but it was doing seemingly minimal damage to them as they shrugged off each shot. Everything would soon begin to take a turn once one of the zombies shot a web at the Shocker's gauntlets, completely ruining them and disabling them. The deranged people then started to pounce on him. At the same time, the Chameleon was also overrun by zombies as they leapt on him and began devouring his body with their razor-sharp teeth and claws. The three heroes could hear their blood-curdling screams, turning around to see that both the Shocker and the Chameleon were being devoured like cattle. "Help me! Spider-Man, help!" It was ironic that some of the Shocker's last words were him begging for Spider-Man to save his life as he reached out to him, feeling himself being torn limb from limb. Outside of both the Shocker and the Chameleon's screams, the sound of their flesh being pulled from the bone alongside their bones being crunched and chomped made the three heroes feel sick, giving them flashbacks of their prom night 2 years prior. More and more zombies started to appear, from all around them, quickly overwhelming the heroes due to their large numbers. The ones that they'd knocked down were still getting up as if they weren't hit by attacks strong enough to bend steel. In the distance, they could see tens of the creatures hanging onto a helicopter as it began spiraling down to Earth, crashing into a skyscraper and igniting it in flames. The three heroes didn't know what to do. They couldn't sit there and fight forever. There were far too many of these deranged people. They also couldn't save everyone, which would be impossible due to how fast everything was happening. The thing that bothered them the most was the fact that they didn't know what to do about the bloodthirsty civilians. They still looked like people, so they couldn't just kill them. But if they kept pulling their punches, the freaks would just keep getting up and they'll eat others. "We need to get out of here," Spider-Man told his friends with a voice devoid of any real urgency or emotion. "What is happening, Eren?" Silk asked. However, she wasn't prepared for the real answer. "It's the symbiote, Cindy. I didn't finish it, it's still alive and it must have found a new host." Both Silk and the new goblin's eyebrows raised upon hearing those words. They both knew what this meant based on the details that Eren had told them about the future in the hundreds of timelines he had knowledge of. The beginning of the end was upon them. Chapter 108, Hatchlings. A teenage boy, around the age of 17, slowly opened his eyes to find himself inside a dark, dank place that he could not recognize. As he awoke, he could feel his body falling over as some slimy substance that he could not see slowed his descent. Once the boy was horizontal, the slimy tendrils holding him up snapped, causing him to slam face first on the ground. "Ugh!" the boy groaned, rubbing his head as he leaned up from the ground. "Ack!" the boy then wailed in agony as he could feel his own brain beating against the inside of his skull. It felt as if his brain was trying to escape from within, but the walls of his cranium held it in place. He looked back to see that he had just emerged from what looked to be some sort of strange incubator, one that appeared to be made completely out of some strange, black slime. "What the hell?" he thought to himself, peering at the grotesque contraption with his eyebrows bent and his jaw dropped. "Ack! Fuck!" His brain pulsated again, this time more aggressive than the last as he held onto his head with both hands while sitting on his knees. The boy looked around, seeing that he wasn't the only one who was inside an incubator. In fact, there were hundreds of them scattered all around the seemingly abandoned building he was in, though he was the only one to escape. Whether it be the floors, the walls, or the ceilings, they were littered with the slimy, black pods. Each pod had a sort of see-through film on them, showing the person within it. Men. Women. Toddlers. Elderly. Weak. Strong. Anything in between. It didn't matter to whoever or whatever placed them all inside these living coffins. "What? Why did I wake up first?" the boy whispered to himself, continuing to scan the room until he noticed that his incubator was the only one that was directly under the sun's rays that poured in from a window. Like a chick who hatched too early, the boy found himself all alone with no way out. Panicking, the boy frantically searched for an exit. However, they were all completely blocked off with the same black sludge that the incubators were made of. There was nowhere for him to escape. He tried pulling on the mysterious black slime, but he wasn't strong enough. He used whatever tools he could find to try and cut through it, but his tools were far too weak. It was all fruitless. With his head still pulsating, the boy made his way back to his incubator that rested beneath the warm sun and sat on the ground in front of it. He would soon find that his brain wasn't the only organ in his body that felt as if it were trying to withdraw from his body as his stomach began to growl aggressively. He could feel it retracting and extending, growling and moaning as it begged for food. However, to the young man's horror, his brain was only asking that he consume one thing. Humans. Holding his crying stomach, the boy would occasionally glance at the people within the incubators, wondering what they'd taste like before snapping himself out of it. He felt disgusted with himself, he felt like a monster, and he wondered if this had anything to do with the incubator's effect on his body. Oh God! He muttered, realizing that if the incubator was the real reason why he hungered for human flesh so much, the others may also share his same yearning to devour men. What's going to happen? Will it become a battle royale? Will we eat each other? What about everyone in the outside world? Will it be a repeat of the Connors incident? Who put us here? Why me? The boy thought to himself as he stared blankly at the ground, unsure as to what his next plan of action should be. The only thing he knew was that he was starving and there was only one type of food he could consume if he wanted that hunger to go away. He sat in the same spot for hours, occasionally glancing up at a random incubator as the thoughts of filling his stomach began to consume him. No, I can't, he would often think to himself. However, at the same time, he knew that he was capable. By the time it was evening, and the moonlight gently trickled into the abandoned building, the young man felt as if he were about to die of starvation. He couldn't take it anymore. He approached one of the incubators and looked at the person inside through the translucent film at the front of it. The boy licked his lips, knowing that he could easily break through the film as it appeared much softer than the black slime surrounding it. There was a middle-aged man inside, one that looked so average that the boy looking at him felt as if eating him would be the least problematic. The man must have lived a decent life due to his attire and good looks. The boy thought that killing him would be better than harming a lady, a child, or an elderly. Besides, a man as healthy as the one in the incubator probably tasted fantastic. Using his discolored finger, the boy poked at the incubator, rupturing it and causing a pool of clear liquid to spill from the inside of it. Almost immediately, the man inside opened his eyes, only to be met by the hungry boy who set him free. However, the hungry boy did not pounce on the man, he just glared at him, holding back his gluttony. It wasn't that he didn't want to devour the man, it was that he couldn't. Despite having changed due to however long he was inside the incubator, the boy was still mostly human. The man fell to his knees and began breathing sporadically just as the boy was when he first rose from his coffin. Ack, the man bellowed as his brain pulsated, just as the boy's did. It hurts, huh? The boy asked the man, kneeling down in front of him with a pained expression. It'll hurt less in a few hours, or maybe you'll just get so used to it, you start to ignore the pain. The man who just woke up was confused, he couldn't comprehend anything that his eyes were sending to his brain. The incubators, the strange slime, the discolored boy in front of him, it was horrifying. What? Where am I? The man asked the boy, getting a chuckle as a response. Hell if I know. I'm just as lost as you. Are we the only ones that are awake? The man asked, looking around at all of the pods containing a slumbering being within them. Yes. It was just me for pretty much a whole day until I woke you up. Why did you wake me? The man questioned, looking at the boy with a puzzled look on his face. Because I was hungry, the boy answered plainly, causing the man's eyes to widen as he reeled back. Are you gonna eat me? The man was horrified as he asked this, however, the boy eased his worries fairly quickly with his response. Not anymore. Despite how hungry I am, I don't think I could eat a person. Just as those words left the boy's mouth, the man's stomach began to growl. He too could feel the hunger for human flesh. You can eat me if you want, the boy told him, feeling as if he no longer served a purpose. He knew that only human flesh would satiate the new body he found himself in, so there would be no point in living. What? No, I can't eat a person, the man responded, despite his brain and stomach screaming at him to eat the boy in front of him. He could easily overpower and consume him like a lion slaughtering a zebra, but he was against it. I see. Well, I guess we can wait and see what happens when someone is fully cooked in one of those things, huh? I'm sort of curious about it, the boy said with a blank expression on his face. I wonder if since we're underdeveloped, we maintained our humanity or something. I wonder if those guys will come out like mindless monsters. Well, shouldn't we break them free? The man asked him, however, the boy shook his head. I've been up all day thinking about it, feeling the agonizing pain, the fear, and the feelings of hopelessness. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. If they do become mindless, it would be as if they aren't even alive to feel the pain, right? The boy spoke his side of the moral dilemma, however, the man had a different point of view. Well, we can put them all out of their misery. I don't know, stab them in the hearts in their sleep or something. The man saying this triggered the boy to laugh a little. This was something he thought of too. I tried killing myself already. You know, my heart has stopped beating for a while now, a couple of hours. Yet, I'm still here. I can feel my body aching a million times more as time passes. I think maybe now that my heart isn't functioning, whatever happened to me is working overtime to keep me alive. So you're saying we can't die? The man asked the boy. This was all crazy to him, hearing a high schooler talking about such a thing, but it was all too real. Not unless we starve and whatever is keeping us alive no longer has any nutrients to live off of. At least, that's just my theory, the boy said quietly, walking back over to his pod before sitting down. The room was starting to become pitch black, shrouding both men in darkness. So you can eat me if you want to live on. I've decided that I choose death by starvation. The men stared at the boy for a few seconds. He didn't fully understand what the boy was saying. He could tell that he was extremely advanced for his age. It pained him to see such a bright young man in so much agony, a young man with no more will to live. However, he too had made his choice. I'm not interested in eating you for the time being. I hope that doesn't change, the man said, leaning up and sitting with his legs crossed in front of the boy. So what now? We just wait till these eggs hatch and eat us both, the man asked. Yeah, seems so. I see. Yeah. What's your name? Kyle, you. Marcus. Nice to meet you, Marcus. Nice to meet you too, Kyle. How old are you? I'm 17, you. 38. I'd have been 39 next month. I see, well, happy early birthday. Thanks. Did you have any plans for after high school? Yeah, I wanted to go to college and get a doctorate. I wanted to save lives. My dad is a doctor and my mom is a nurse, so I guess it was ingrained in me. You would have been a great doctor, I bet. Yeah, I think so too. What about you? Did you have any future plans? I did. I wanted to take my wife and son to see the world. I was planning a summer trip for all of us. I was going to surprise them this month. Guess those plane seats will be empty, huh? What's your son's name? Brandon. He into any sports or anything like that? Yeah. He loves baseball. He's the starting pitcher for his team. He has quite the arm on him. I used to love baseball, didn't really have the time to join the team though. I was too focused on my studies. I didn't really get to do much because of it, really. Do you regret it? I didn't before, but now I do. I wish I had more of a life. I understand. I regret a lot of things in my past. I was also too caught up with studying back in high school. I lost my best friend at the time. He died in a car accident. He was too drunk to drive. He called me and asked me to come to get him, but I had an exam the next morning. I figured he'd somehow convinced me to drink with him, so I told him no and went back to studying. I regret not picking him up. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. You know, there was this girl I met a few years ago in one of my classes. She was the one, I know it. I still believe it. I was in love with her for so long, but I was too afraid to say anything, and I also knew I didn't have time for a girlfriend. She switched schools and I regretted not telling her how I feel ever since. I tried to find her socials, but I guess she doesn't have any. None that I can find. Maybe in another life. Yeah, maybe. You good over there, man? Haven't really said anything in a while. Kyle. Hey. Kyle. The sun's up, guess I fell asleep. Oh, there you are. Looks like everyone's waking up. I guess I'll be joining you soon. Looks like you were right about what happens when they wake up. Chapter 109, Outbreak. Beneath the beaming, summer sun, thousands of New Yorkers gathered in Times Square for a parade that took place there, celebrating the city's history. People of all ages were welcome. It didn't matter how old or how young, it was a family-friendly event. There were parade floats and balloons the size of buildings floating through the air. There was even one of Spider-Man. Despite his public opinion being lesser than usual, it was at least starting to go back to normal as he continued being the hero they once knew. 3 young preteens, 2 boys, and a girl were walking around the parade together eating ice cream to cool off their bodies. The girl was 11 years old, accompanied by her older brother and cousin, who were both 12. The 2 siblings' mother was in the crowd somewhere, but she let them get ice cream on their own as long as they didn't stray too far. You guys think Spider-Man is gonna show up? The cousin asked before taking a bite from the yellowish ice cream that matched his blonde hair. I hope so. I've only seen him once, the younger sister said, looking up at the sky as if she were going to catch a glimpse of him swinging by, pushing her black hair out of her face. What? No, you haven't. If we haven't seen him, then you haven't seen him, said the older brother, though he too looked to the sky while using his hand to create a visor below his brown hair in hopes to see the real Spider-Man and not just a float. However, he sighed as his doubts increased. Besides, isn't he supposed to be some bad guy now? No. Spider-Man would never be a bad guy, the girl told her brother before their cousin joined in. Yeah. He had a reason to kill the Green Goblin. Well, yeah. But the adults think he's become so crazed killer. Remember that Punisher guy? Whatever happened to him anyways? As the older brother said those words, one of the parade balloons popped as a figure covered in darkness busted through it, leaving a hole as the balloon began to slowly descend down to Earth. The figure left a blue trail behind it, one that looked similar to Spider-Man's. When he was using Godspeed energy to propel himself. Was that Spider-Man? Murmurs began to come from the crowd of people, all wondering why Spider-Man would do such a thing. This mysterious monster landed atop the one-time square tower, looking down at the people below him as white tendrils began pouring out from its back. It had pointed teeth and an unnaturally shaped jaw that was unhinged. Its entire body was covered in a black, sludge-like substance in a similar fashion to Spider-Man when he killed the Green Goblin. However, this was clearly not him. That's not Spider-Man," the young girl whispered to her cousin and brother with a trembling voice upon seeing the monster looking down at the crowd. The monster then reeled back its head and screamed toward the heavens, causing the white tendrils on its back to wriggle around violently. Just a few seconds later, several more monsters that looked exactly like this one zipped onto the building next to it, leaving a blue trail of electricity behind them before perching onto the tower. Just a few seconds later, humans with discolored skin, sharp teeth, and lifeless eyes began to climb over the building as if they had the same wall-crawling abilities as Spider-Man himself. The way they moved wasn't human at all, they looked as if they were possessed and they lacked the weird sludge that the others had covering their bodies. The three kids' eyes widened upon seeing the army of monsters slowly grow in front of them. "What are those things?" the blonde boy whispered, feeling as if the hungry beasts were looking directly at him. The monsters covered in black began zipping down the building and toward the crowd at speeds that were practically unseeable. "Oh, God. Run!" The older brother grabbed his little sister by the arm and began running in the opposite direction. Their cousin was right beside them, sprinting with the crowd in an attempt to get out of there. Just in front of the kids, a man was snatched from in front of them, leaving nothing behind but the phone that was in his hand. "What was that?" The sister's voice was still trembling as she spoke, unable to comprehend the speed at which these monsters were moving. "I don't know. Keep moving, we need to find Mom." The boy dragged his sister through the crowd as people started getting snatched up left and right. The only thing left behind were their belongings and a blue streak of electricity. Suddenly, the girl could no longer feel herself being pulled by her brother as the ice cream he held in his hand dropped to the ground in front of her. Both she and her cousin stopped in place, looking down at the ground with their eyes nearly bulging out from their skulls. "Jason," her voice continued to tremble before she began looking around frantically at the mayhem around her. "Jason," her cousin screamed, he too was looking around frantically for the boy. However, all they could see were others getting snatched up and disappearing instantly while the more human-looking monsters began chowing down on those who were too slow to escape. Realizing that they would be next, the blonde boy grabbed his cousin's arm and the two began to sprint with the crowd in search of the girl's mother. The two kids couldn't even hear their own thoughts over the sounds of people yelling, crying, and calling out for their loved ones as they were being picked apart one by one. Soon enough, the human-looking ones were starting to catch up to the middle and front of the crowd and the two cousins could see people getting tackled and devoured in front of them and beside them. Along with the other sounds overwhelming them, they could hear monsters' teeth tearing through flesh and devouring the insides of people at seemingly random. Every once in a while, the two kids would jolt and change directions upon seeing someone just mere inches from them getting tackled to the ground, some even reaching out to them as if they could help. It was utter chaos as the dark ones continued zipping through the crowd, abducting people at random while the others were continuing to be devoured by the zombified humans without any rhyme or reason as to why they were chosen. Soon enough, the older cousin spotted a place for the two of them to hide, fleeing from the rest of the group and ducking inside a clothing store. The two of them hid between racks of clothing, peering through the hanging shirts and pants to look at the mayhem outside. People were still being either eaten or abducted right outside the door as the two children watched helplessly. The girl tried calling her mother, however, she did not pick up. The girl didn't want to make a sound, so she wept silently with her hand covering her mouth as her cousin hugged her. "We're going to be okay. He'll be here, he always is. I don't care what the adults say," the boy told his cousin, thinking of Spider-Man, "he'll save us." For what felt like an eternity, the two kids hid in the clothing store as the mayhem outside began to die down. They couldn't see much, but what they could see horrified them. Half-eaten corpses. Pools of blood and human remains. Humans walking on all fours like beasts searching for prey. The ones covered in black sludge were zipping around, sniffing the air as if they were searching for more people to kidnap. The kids wondered if their scent would eventually give them away. Wanting to make sure they weren't found, the two kids hid even further inside the rack of clothing, completely concealing themselves in it. They once again waited for an eternity until they heard a familiar voice calling out to them, one that they hadn't heard in person, but on TV and from clips online. "Hello. Is anyone in here?" the voice said. It was Spider-Man's voice. Once again, Spider-Man had arrived to save the day. Though he was seemingly far too late to help anyone as nothing but corpses remained. "It's Spider-Man. He really came for us," the girl whispered, taking a peek outside to see a person standing near the entrance. They could only see his feet, but they matched his iconic red boots. "Over here. Spider-Man," the girl shouted, immediately gaining the hero's attention. His legs turned around and he began jogging over to the sound of the voice. Eventually, Spider-Man's legs stopped in front of the clothing rack before he bent over and peered inside. Both the young girl and her cousin had stone-cold expressions on their faces as the person leering at them wasn't Spider-Man at all. It was another monster, this one copying Spider-Man's color scheme and appearance, though lacking that friendly bug-eyed mask that the hero wore. Instead, it had an elongated tongue drooping out from its disjointed jaw, showing its sharp, animalistic teeth to the two kids. It was seemingly some sort of mimic, using Spider-Man's likeness and Eren Parker's voice to lure out those who sought out his protection. Slowly, the monster reached inside and grabbed the blonde boy, pulling him out of the clothing rack as the girl could do nothing but watch. "No. Please," the boy screamed as he was being taken away from his hiding spot. The girl grabbed her cousin's hand, not saying a word as she was too in shock to speak, as the monster lifted the boy up to its mouth. Its jaw was further unhinged, gaining enough size to slowly place the boy's entire head in its mouth like a burger before chomping down on it, cutting off the boy's screams. Still holding her cousin's hand, the girl could feel the boy's soul leave his body before letting go. His arm dangled as the monster continued chewing on his skull and brain. The sounds of his teeth and tongue mashing together the flesh and bone made the girl nauseous. Slowly, the girl began backing up from the clothing rack, making as little noise as possible before getting ready to try and escape. The monster knew she was in there, but it was too preoccupied with its current meal to care about her just yet. Eventually, the girl was completely out of the rack and began crawling from behind it with tears falling from her face. She crawled for a while until her foot accidentally kicked a coat hanger across the floor, silencing the monster that was chowing down on her cousin. Quickly, the girl ducked into another clothing rack as the monster checked the one that she used to be hiding under, finding that she was gone. It then sniffed around for a few moments before looking around where it had heard the noise. It seemed intelligent, far more intelligent than the wandering human-likes outside and the speedy ones combined. "Hello. Is anyone in here?" the monster spoke again as if it were reciting recorded voice lines of Spider-Man. He then began looking through all of the clothing racks, knowing the little girl must be hiding in one of them. Knowing she had no other choice, the girl slowly and quietly crawled from outside of the clothing rack before reaching over to another hanger on the ground to pick it up. She then threw it across the room into an opposite corner, gaining the attention of the mimic. "Hello. Is anyone in here?" it repeated before walking over toward where the sound came from. Once he was distracted, the girl got up and ran out of the store quietly without being noticed. Once she was out of the building, she immediately turned to her right and began her escape. Though before she could get too far, she disappeared in an instant. The only thing that was left behind was a blue streak of electricity. Chapter 110, Outbreak 2. Officers were firing a barrage of bullets toward the massive army of human-like monsters, though it appeared as if their shots weren't doing any damage unless they were aimed directly at the brain. Even if a creature received a bullet to the head, it'd only be decommissioned for a brief moment before it was back up on its feet. "There's too many of them," one of the officers spoke, firing a rifle over a squad car's hood in an attempt to defend the Midtown Precinct North Station. "Aim for the heads," another officer shouted, landing a headshot on one of them, causing the zombified person to fall down onto their back for a few seconds, only to get up in a slow, contorted manner. Much like a traditional zombie, it began to walk slowly toward the officers, seemingly losing its agile movement abilities upon its brain being injured. However, the monsters that were seemingly using electricity to enhance their speed were picking the officers off one by one, abducting them before anyone could even get a glimpse of them, or attempt to fire a bullet in their brains. "We need to regroup and dash." One of the officers tried to bark orders, only to be snatched away in an instant, leaving his gun and a blue streak of electricity where he once stood. The rest of the officers began running back toward the station, some being picked off by the abducting types while others were being tackled and devoured by the human-likes. After a few officers made it back inside, one of the officers slammed the door shut, locking out a few of his comrades behind him. "Help me. Please, open the door," one of the officers begged for his life, banging on the metal door of the police station. However, he was ultimately ignored. "Help," he screamed one last time before the banging and his pleas ended for good. Breathing heavily, the officer that shut the door could do nothing more but stare at it, thinking about what he had just done and feeling disgusted with himself. "You killed them," another officer whispered, looking at his comrade with wide eyes. The officer who shut the door turned around to see his co-workers all looking at him as if he too were a monster. "What? Why are you all looking at me like that? I don't see you guys helping them." "I wanted to live." As those words left the officer's mouth, a loud banging sound could be heard on the massive metal door that was protecting them. Not only was the attack heard, but it was seen as there was a massive dent coming toward them. Again, the monsters outside banged on the door, prompting the police officers to begin sprinting deeper into the facility, as they knew that the door wouldn't hold much longer. "Run," one of the officers shouted, as they all ran together until they reached the stairs leading to the basement level. One of the officers waved everyone over, waiting for them all to pass and go down the steps before he shut the door and locked it behind him. All 20 or so officers sprinted down the steps and down toward the armory, hoping to gear themselves up some more to defend themselves from the oncoming doom. As they ran down the steps, they could hear the front door finally breaking, followed by the sounds of creatures running on all fours above them. It wasn't long before the freaks found out that the officers were downstairs, using their strength to then attack the door that protected the stairwell. Go. Go. Move it, one of the officers spoke as they all hustled down the steps sporadically. It wasn't long before they were finally at the bottom of the steps, running past another door before an officer shut it and locked it behind them all. Inside the armory, there were rifles and ammunition to last them weeks, along with grenades and other weapons to defend themselves with. Finally, some ammo, one of the officers said before approaching one of the sniper rifles. His personal handgun had been out of ammo for the longest, so he was without any form of weaponry. The rest of them looked at the guy with disheveled glares, confused as to why he planned on using a sniper rifle in such close quarters. Aren't we a little too close range for that? One of the officers spoke, though he was ignored. The excited officer loaded the sniper rifle with a single bullet before pulling the bolt on the sniper rifle. Quickly, the officer put the gun up to the bottom of his chin and pulled the trigger. His entire head exploded, sending bits and pieces of his brain and skull to scatter around the room, completely shocking the entire room. His body in the gun was the only thing that was heard as everyone else was dead silent. He didn't want to be eaten alive, and he knew this whole plan of having one last line of defense in the basement against the endless horde was pointless. A few other officers looked at their own guns briefly, looking at each other and wondering if they too should do the same. One officer dropped. Then another. A third officer hit the ground. A fourth. A fifth. This repeated until 11 officers took their own lives, leaving only about a dozen officers left. These officers chose not to end their lives, not because they were brave or because of some valiant reasoning, it was because they were too afraid to even move a muscle. They were so afraid of death, they couldn't even bring themselves to end their own lives. "We're gonna die in here," one of the officers muttered. They could hear the door at the top of the stairs being broken from its hinges, followed by the sounds of footsteps rapidly making their way down the concrete steps. At this point, the officers knew it was over. Based on the number of footsteps they could hear, they knew there was no way that just a few handfuls of them could defend themselves, not without help. However, the officers would soon have their hearts filled with hope upon hearing a familiar voice. "Hello. Is anyone in here?" They heard from the vents. It was Spider-Man's voice. He must have crawled through the vents to get to them before the monster could. "In here." "Spider-Man. In here," one of the officers shouted before the rest of the officers joined in. "In here. Spider-Man. Help us. Spider-Man. We're in the armory." After several seconds, they could hear slamming on the door behind them, as the monsters finally arrived at the final barrier that had been placed between them. "Hurry, Spider-Man," an officer cried out before the ventilation shaft was blasted off of its hinges, sending it flying across the room. "Thank God," one of the officers said before running off toward the vent. She jumped up, grabbing the inside of the vent to begin pulling herself up. However, in an instant, two red hands grabbed her by the arms and dragged her inside. She released a blood-curdling scream as she was yanked into the vent, one that sent a shiver down the spines of her comrades. Again, they could hear the monsters piling up and slamming on the door behind them, but none of the officers even dared to move. Slowly, two red arms gripped the sides of the entrance to the vent, bending themselves in a way that was not natural. "Spider-Man," one of the officers whispered, praying that this was all just one of Spider-Man's poorly timed jokes. However, the real answer would astound them all once a grotesque version of Spider-Man slowly began crawling its way out of the vent as if it were possessed. Its jaw looked as if it were broken and its foot-long tongue dragged from its mouth as it looked at the officers with bloodthirsty eyes. This wasn't Spider-Man at all, but one of those creatures that pretend to be him, in order to lure its victims. One of the officers drew his weapon, only to be immediately pounced on by the fake Spider-Man before the monster began chowing down on his face aggressively, causing the man's body to bob and convulse as the life escaped his body. The other officers began firing bullets at the beast, however, they weren't doing any sort of damage to it, and not even headshots were enough to stop it. A couple more false Spider-Men began crawling out of the vents, pouncing on police officers before doing the same as the other mimic, gnawing on the officers' faces with their razor-sharp teeth, swaling their tongues and eyeballs as if they were consuming human stew. The officers that weren't being used as a meal could do nothing more than watch as their friends were being devoured in front of them. Just a few moments later, the door protecting them was finally busted down, and the very last human sound that could be heard from that room was the horrifying bellows of the officers' fates being sealed for good. Chapter 111, Outbreak 3. Many civilians were holed up in buildings or their vehicles that littered the now mostly empty streets of Midtown, while very few were running the streets in hopes of being able to escape the unknown threat before them. Most of the time, however, if anyone was spotted in the middle of a street, they would immediately be abducted by a bolter, the name given to the ones that could seemingly use Spider-Man's Godspeed energy. If they weren't abducted, they would simply become food for the deranged, the name given to the human-like zombies roaming the streets. Those in buildings were also victims of the deranged, however, the mimics would be the most common thing found near residential areas or inside buildings. the mimics were the ones capable of appearing just like Spider-Man and also imitating his voice, luring hundreds of New Yorkers in just the short amount of time they'd been active. In just an hour, the word was spread through social media and news outlets to those in New York who had access to the internet. They knew that it wasn't safe outside, they knew to not trust the mimics, and they knew that Oscorp was the only place that would supposedly be safe, as Harry Osborn had already established that it would be used as a safe haven whenever a catastrophe would strike the city or the world. So far, symbiotes were only running rampant in Midtown. Those outside of Midtown were ordered to stay indoors at all times. For the time being, Liz, Felicia, and Cindy's parents were safe, though they still hadn't heard from Flash or Gwen. The three heroes thought about bringing them to Oscorp. However, preparations to make the building safe were not fully realized. Bringing them from a safe part of the city to the trenches didn't seem like a good idea. Inside an apartment complex that was crawling with deranged, people were hiding beneath beds, inside closets, or wherever else they could stay concealed in order to avoid being eaten by the monsters. Occasionally, they'd hear, "Hello. Is anyone in here?" signaling that a mimic was nearby and was searching for them. However, those that were aware did not come out, despite wishing that it was really him. A woman and her daughter both found themselves hiding in the girl's closet, trembling and trying their hardest not to make a single sound. Through the walls, they could hear the deranged stomping around looking for anyone else to eat in their neighbors' apartments. Sometimes they'd even hear the mimics repeating the same voice line over and over like an action figure. "Hello. Is anyone in here?" With each time Spider-Man's voice was heard, they wanted more than anything to believe that it was really him. However, they knew that it wasn't. It didn't matter how badly they wanted it to be him, it wasn't possible for it to be him. They knew that Spider-Man likely wasn't coming for them. "Hello. Is anyone in here?" Once again, they could hear Spider-Man's voice coming through the wall. However, what they heard next would induce a pit to form in their stomachs. "I'm in here," a voice shouted out, a voice from someone who must have not been in the know, the voice of a victim giving away his location to his butcher. "Spider-Man, I'm in here," the same voice called out to his hero. Then there was a long, drawn-out silence. Spider-Man didn't confirm or deny that he had heard the voice, he was just completely silent. A few moments later, the voice of the person begging for help was heard again. However, it was the sounds of their horrified shrieks, as the person who was looking for them wasn't really Spider-Man, as those who were in the know deduced. Once again, a person fell victim to a mimic's mimicry. The mother and daughter held each other tighter as they could hear the mimic and the man chasing each other around right next door through the thin walls until there was one final shout. Then there was nothing but silence. They could only imagine what was going on in the other room, but they didn't even want to know what exactly happened to him. A few minutes passed and the mother and daughter could hear the sounds of someone walking into their apartment. "Hello," the voice, Spider-Man's voice, said as footsteps quickly moving on broken glass could be heard. "Is anyone in here?" Upon hearing that same voice line again, the girl and the mother began to weep silently inside the closet. They knew that voice line, it was a mimic, and it knew that they were in the building, it just didn't know exactly where. The footsteps continued until they were right outside the girl's bedroom door. Slowly, they could hear the sound of the door creaking open, followed by more footsteps making their way into the room. Through the slits of the closet door, they could see Spider-Man, or whatever it was, walking into the room before looking around with urgency. Just as it looked as if he were about to leave, Spider-Man locked eyes with the closet. Immediately, the mom leaned away from the closet before Spider-Man quickly walked up to it and opened the door. Just before the woman could let out a scream, Spider-Man covered her mouth. Hey. Calm down, it's really me." Spider-Man retracted part of his mask to show his mouth, opening it to show the woman and the little girl his teeth. "No fangs," he told them quietly. "I'm going to get you two out of here, okay? Come on." Spider-Man extended his hand to the mother and child, but they were still hesitant. Not much was known about the mimics, so they weren't sure if this was all part of their routine. "I'd have eaten you already, those things attack on sight. Please, just come with me." Hearing his words, the mother grabbed her daughter by the arm and took Spider-Man's hand before he led them both to the girl's bedroom window. Spider-Man opened it up and helped the girls out of the building before scanning the area to be sure that it was safe to proceed. There were bolters zipping around beneath them and a few deranged, but they weren't paying them any mind. "Climb on my back, ma'am. I got your daughter." Spider-Man picked up the girl with one arm and lowered himself so that the woman could climb on. The second the woman was on his back, Spider-Man shot out a web at a nearby building and began swinging away with the two of them. Beneath them, deranged began following them on foot for a few seconds before giving up. The bolters would zip up buildings using Godspeed and try to leap at them, but Spider-Man was sure to not let any of them touch the mother and her daughter by keeping a safe distance from them, despite him only being able to swing with a single hand. It wasn't long before Spider-Man reached Oscorp with the mother and daughter, swinging over the walls protecting the building before delivering them to the drop-off destination, which was getting filled to the brim with hundreds of citizens. Since there was no way of telling who was infected and who was safe, no one was allowed in until the scientists hard at work inside were able to develop the means to detect the symbiote. They were also working with Quentin Beck, who Harry had released from prison and immediately transported to Oscorp. They wanted to borrow and modify his technology to create a barrier around the city to keep the symbiotes inside, while also creating better defenses for Oscorp's building. Immediately upon landing, the Sable forces wearing their white battle armor pointed their flamethrowers at him, mistaking him for a mimic. Can y'all relax? You don't need to point those things at me every time I land. Osborn's guns for hire lowered their weapons before looking back toward the walls of the facility. Eren glanced up to see dozens of soldiers using their flamethrowers to ward off the few symbiotes that made it this far outward already, most of which were backing off due to fire being their one weakness. However, many of them were beginning to become daring enough to challenge the flames. This tactic wouldn't hold them all back for much longer, especially when their numbers grew large enough to overwhelm the Sable army. Spider-Man, we need you inside. They said there was something important that we needed to go over and you needed to be there for it. Harry said from behind, having a look of distress on his face. Just for a few minutes, then you can get back to patrolling. Eren knew that whatever Harry needed was likely very important, so he nodded and followed him into the facility. As they walked, Harry gave him the rundown of what was happening inside. While you were gone, Beck arrived and he's working with the guys upstairs to create a barrier. Currently, they're designing a barrier that is capable of locking molecules in place, creating a physical barrier while also emitting itself at such a frequency, a symbiote would fry itself if it were to attempt to pass through it. If a human were to pass through, they'd be completely fine. So you're thinking about evacuating people through this barrier? Eren asked, hiding his uncertain expression under his mask. Well, that's my issue. I don't think it's a good idea. In case the barrier malfunctions or something, we shouldn't let anyone leave. What do you think? I was thinking the same thing. We need to keep everyone holed up in here until we can figure out a way to stop this mess. We need to find Venom. Has there been any word on the Prime Symbiote's location? Eren knew that if he could defeat Venom, it would help stop the spread of the disease. However, he also knew that he may not be strong enough to fight him. I don't think so. Cindy has been using her silk sense to look for it, but as you know it's useless against symbiotes. Can't you search your memories for a place he might appear? Harry didn't understand how the whole memory thing worked. To him, going through the hundreds of memories must have been as easy as remembering any other memory, but that was far from the case. No, my memories won't help. Everything is too different now. Venom could be anywhere right now. Spider-Man and the new Goblin took the elevator upstairs, eventually finding themselves in a room filled with dozens of scientists, a woman with silver hair, and a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, along with a hologram of Nick Fury. Lily was also in the background, being the eyes and ears for Silk, who was still out patrolling. Immediately upon seeing Spider-Man, Nick Fury confronted them. I heard that you saw this coming from a mile away, Mr. Parker. I heard you spoke to a future version of yourself who warned you that this was about to happen, and yet you kept that valuable information a secret. Nick Fury was pissed. While he was protecting the Earth off-world, the planet was endangered and he felt that he could have done something to prevent that. I didn't tell you because my future self told your future self. Wanna know what happened? Thanos, yeah, I know about Thanos, doesn't get defeated by whoever you guys have out there in space fighting him. Guess where he goes? Straight down to Earth and gets a hold of the Prime Symbiote himself. Wanna know what he does with that? He killed me and all my friends and all your heroes. So yeah, I didn't tell you because this whole situation would have been fucked from the start. I thought I had it all handled. I was wrong. Spider-Man going off on Fury silenced the room, even Nick Fury himself was silenced for a moment. Do you have any idea how to beat this so-called Prime Symbiote and fix this mess, Mr. Parker? Fury asked. I thought I did, but I'm running out of ideas now. I thought I destroyed it, burned it to a crisp, but Eren felt an insurmountable amount of guilt overflow his body. He did everything perfectly. Created a machine to destroy the symbiote, burned every single last bit of it off of his body, and even triple-checked to make sure it was all gone. I do have one last plan. Spider-Man couldn't bring himself to even say what it was that he had planned as a failsafe. It was a backup plan that he had created by combining all of the knowledge of how the invasion went in every other timeline. Let's focus on creating this barrier, and then we can worry about what happens next. If scolding me was all you had planned, I'm going to go out and help more people. Hold it, Parker. We do have something else. We believe we may know the location of a hive. As Fury said this, Spider-Man's lenses frowned slightly. A hive. Like, where these guys are being made, right? It was obvious that this is what Fury meant, but Eren wanted to be sure. Precisely. We want you and Harry to go and investigate, take this bag with you. We will allow Silk to continue helping survivors since the mimics seem to only be capable of copying you. We'll release a statement saying that only Silk will be rescuing people for the time being. Before Spider-Man could give a response, Harry jumped into the conversation. What about Oscorp? He asked. Silver Sable. Nick Fury pointed to the silver-haired lady, who was the leader of the Sable private military group as he spoke. And her army will protect Oscorp while you're gone. Along with S.H.I.E.L.D. What about all the people outside? Spider-Man asked. Who's going to protect them? No offense, but we need someone strong here with them. I'll go on my own. Harry wanted to go to the hive as well, but he knew that it would be best for him to stay put for now. Yeah, he's right. He can handle himself. All right then, Parker. You're on your own. Keep us updated. Nick Fury didn't trust Eren on his own, that's why he planned on sending Harry with him. The supposed hive was also likely far too dangerous to send one of his agents, so he reluctantly let Spider-Man go on his own. Send me the location, I'll be getting going. Spider-Man walked over to Nick Fury and grabbed the bag from his hand before immediately leaving the room and making his way out of the building in search of the so-called hive. However, what he didn't know is that the hive wouldn't be the only thing waiting for him at that exact location. Chapter 112, We Are. Spider-Man perched himself on a building, looking down at the streets that were crawling with symbiotes of all types. This place had a considerable amount of symbiotes running around it, far more than any area Spider-Man had seen in this timeline. Pressing his finger against his mask, Eren spoke to Lily and Harry, who were watching from Oscorp through his eyes. Y'all seeing this, right? It's crawling with these guys. Literally. Spider-Man scanned the area, glaring at the bolters zipping around, along with the deranged crawling around on all fours, searching around for victims. It appeared that they were all coming out of an abandoned factory, which had black web-like sludge hanging off the sides of it. Holy shit, dude. Harry whispered. None of them had seen so many of them lurking around in one spot before. Is that one over there a mimic? Lily asked, pointing at the screen. I think so. Harry whispered. Eren, you see that one by the black car? Looks just like you but with fucked up teeth. Eren nodded his head. Yeah. Those are them. Just as Eren spotted him, the mimic flung itself in the air and began swinging through the city using webs that shot from its wrists just like Spider-Man. From a distance, it looked no different than Spider-Man himself. Parker. Fury's voice spoke through Eren's ear loudly. You still have the charges I handed you, right? Is that what's in the bag? Eren asked, removing the backpack from his back and looking inside. There were multiple bombs that looked similar to the ones that Harry would use as the new goblin, though with subtle differences. Yup, designed by me. These guys can take down entire buildings. Harry sounded a little too proud as he said this, as this was something he'd been working on for a long time, even before the invasion. So, how long have you had these lying around? Eren asked, pulling one out to get a good look at them. They looked almost identical to the goblin's other grenades. It was the size of a baseball, using Harry's green and black color scheme. Couple months. Just in case. Just a few of them would light the whole building up. Their weakness is fire, right? It'll do big damage. As Harry said this, Spider-Man felt a bit uneasy having had such powerful weapons on his back unbeknownst to him. Okay, I'll place them in the hive. I'll try not to be spotted. Spider-Man placed the bomb back in his backpack before web-zipping over toward the factory, landing on the roof with quiet feet. He looked around, seeing that none of the symbiotes seemed to have noticed him before crawling in through a hole in the roof. Once he was inside, his lenses widened upon seeing the operation inside. People were being shoved into these black pods that looked to be made of that same black sludge that the Prime symbiote was made of, the one that bonded with Eren, by bolters. Meanwhile, other pods would open up, releasing a deranged from the inside of them. So they start off as the deranged ones. Then what? Do they transform into mimics or bolters? Spider-Man thought to himself before crawling to the ceiling and webbing a bomb onto it quietly. Lily, Harry, and Fury looked on with horrified expressions as Eren continued to investigate the symbiote hive. It was far more organized than they'd imagined. It was as if they were workers in the very factory they found themselves in. A bolter would sprint inside, place someone in a pod, and immediately zip back outside as if they were working for a delivery service. People being shoved into the pods would scream, for a few seconds, however, tendrils from inside the pods would subdue them rather quickly. Eren knew that if he blew the place up, those people would die, but it was a sacrifice he was willing to make at this point. He wanted more than anything to jump down there and open every single pod to release them, but he knew that it would be impossible. Spider-Man continued to place the new goblin's bombs, despite knowing that he would be sacrificing innocent people, making sure not to be spotted. There were a total of 5 bombs placed by Spider-Man before he climbed back through the hole that he came from. As he stood on the roof, Spider-Man whispered into his comms. All the bombs are dash. Before he could even finish his sentence, Spider-Man was struck in the face by a massive black fist, one shrouded in Eren's very own Godspeed energy. Spider-Man's body soared through the air before coming to a rolling stop at the center of the street. His body bounced like a ball upon making an impact with the hard pavement. This punch hurt worse than any attack that he'd ever been hit by in his life, giving himself a taste of what he'd given the Green Goblin not too long prior. The symbiotes on the ground didn't move a muscle, all they could do was watch as Spider-Man tried to push himself off of the ground with his two hands. Again, that same fist rocked the hero, slamming his face into the pavement below him. Still, the symbiotes watching did not move in the slightest, they all just stood in place as if they were malfunctioning machines. The same hand that punched Spider-Man lifted him up in the air, grabbing him by his skull before Spider-Man found himself face to face with his one and only arch-nemesis, the one that had been haunting him for decades through time. It was Venom. It found a new host. Venom was enormous, being around 8 feet tall himself. His muscles were incredibly large, bulging out of the black sludge that covered the host's body. His eyes were massive and white, just like Spider-Man's, and he had a gigantic mouth with dozens of sharp teeth and a long tongue. Saliva was dripping from his disfigured mouth as Spider-Man repeatedly kicked the spider symbol on Venom's chest in an attempt to break free from his grasp. However, the Prime symbiote had the ability to absorb its host's abilities, carrying them forward even if a new host was found. Therefore, Venom was just as strong as Spider-Man when Spider-Man was attached to the symbiote. Without it, Spider-Man was far weaker. Perkiar. Venom spoke, sticking his tongue out with a gross smile on his face. Long time no see. His voice was deep, sounding like gravel as he continued to grin grotesquely. Suddenly, he threw Spider-Man into a vehicle, breaking it into pieces before zipping over to him using Godspeed and grabbing him by the leg. Spider-Man couldn't even react to this speed, allowing Venom to slam him into the pavement a handful of times. With each slam, Eren could feel himself drifting out of consciousness as he was completely outmatched. Eren. Harry and Lily watched from their monitor as their friend was getting outclassed in front of them and there was nothing they could do about it. I'm going. Harry said, getting up out of the chair beside Lily before pressing a button on his glove, summoning his glider. Lily then spoke to Silk through her comms. We need you in Midtown. Eren is dash before she could finish her sentence, Silk responded. I know. I'm already on my way, she spoke with a determined voice, swinging straight to where she was able to sense Eren being injured due to their connection. Back in front of the factory, Spider-Man, trying to pry Venom's grip from his throat, spoke to the monster. Who are you? Spider-Man asked, getting a quick reply from the beast. We are Venom. Venom replied, slamming Spider-Man into the ground and creating a massive crater beneath him. Venom then formed a spear with his arm, placing his foot on Spider-Man's throat as he stabbed the spear downward, penetrating Spider-Man's Spider Matter costume. Beneath his mask, Spider-Man coughed up blood as he grabbed onto the spear while attempting to pull it out. I mean, who is underneath? Spider-Man clarified, barely being able to speak due to the amount of pain he was in. Venom pulled the symbiote back to reveal the men underneath. As Eren had suspected, the men beneath it all was none other than Flash Thompson. Eren could tell that Flash was not in control of the situation. It took dozens and dozens of hours of practice for Eren to be able to gain control of the symbiote, so he knew that there was no possible way that Flash could have learned to control it so fast. Even if Flash somehow could practice, he didn't have Spider-Man's strength to handle it. He was merely a puppet. Flash. Eren asked the young man beneath the black monster. Venom lifted Spider-Man up in the air using his spear-formed hand, reforming his own face over Flash's, though Flash's face could be seen behind Venom's almost endless rows of teeth. Spider-Man continued trying to break free, but the spear would not budge. Flash is gone. Only Venom remains. Behind the rows of teeth, Flash's body spoke with Venom's voice. It was similar to what was happening with Dr. Octavius, but Flash was still alive. It was as if he were in a deep, perpetual slumber. Venom then flung his arm, sending Spider-Man crashing through a traffic light and into a wall, completely breaking it and causing him to come to a rolling stop inside of some sort of bar. As Spider-Man lay there, he could barely move a muscle. Just as he began pushing his body upward, Venom Flash stepped over and grabbed him by the back of the head. Venom then threw Spider-Man behind the long bar table, slamming him into the many alcoholic drinks that stung his wounds. Venom, with a grin still on his face, slowly walked up to the bar, knowing that Spider-Man was practically finished. However, Spider-Man wasn't done yet, shooting a web from his wrists toward his contrary. Venom, being leagues faster than Spider-Man, caught the web in his hand with ease. Spider-Man expected this and used the web to yank himself forward, reeling back his fist to throw a punch filled with everything he had at Venom. Using a Godspeed-infused punch, Venom socked Spider-Man directly in the chest, somehow having enough strength to rupture a hole through the bar in the Spider Matter suit itself. Considering the fact that Spider Matter could withstand the heat of the sun or stretch with Reed Richards, this was a ridiculous feat. Again, Spider-Man found himself clinging to consciousness in the street, barely able to move. Venom, walking normally and with confidence, grabbed Spider-Man by the top of the skull and forced him to look at him in the soulless eyes. As he began to speak to him, Eren could still see Flash behind Venom's rows of teeth. And now, just like in every other timeline, we will kill Spider-Man. Venom opened his mouth wide enough to consume Spider-Man's entire head whole. However, just as his mouth opened, so did Flash Thompson's eyes. Eren Parker and Flash locked eyes, and in that same instance, the symbiote began to crawl onto Eren Parker's body once again. However, things were different this time around. The symbiote that bonded itself to Eren did not appear black as it once did. This time, it was all white, while also giving Spider-Man a more armored look to his costume. He grew white talons on his fingertips and a black spider symbol began to form on his chest. What? Venom was shocked. This was something that hadn't happened in any other timeline before. What did you do, you imbecile? Venom said, speaking to his host, Flash Thompson. Now that Eren had a symbiote of his own once again, he could finally use Godspeed to its fullest. Spider-Man then charged both of his legs with his Cobalt Godspeed energy before kicking Venom in the chest with both legs, using his energy to springboard off of the monster and release himself from his grasp. Spider-Man landed a few dozen feet away, posing with his legs spread and his hand on the ground. His skull-like mask looked as if he were frowning at Venom. Where his lenses used to be were nothing more than soulless, black holes with white pupils. I'm sorry, Flash. Spider-Man said quietly, gaining Flash's memories and understanding everything that had happened to him within the last few days. What Eren saw was truly horrifying and heartbreaking. Though it saddened him, he transformed that sadness into anger, prepared to destroy Venom where it stands once and for all. Chapter 113, Uber Eats. Spider-Man and Cindy Moon stood face to face in their apartment. After he told her vaguely what he was planning to do next, the symbiote began detaching a small portion of itself from Eren Parker's body. It knew all along that Eren was planning something. It was connecting to one of the smartest people it could have ever bonded to. It knew exactly what he was capable of. Similarly to how the symbiote was able to absorb his physical abilities, it found itself also growing more intelligent with each passing day it was attached to Eren. Before it attached to the young hero, Venom was nothing more than a mindless parasite that wanted nothing more than to devour humans and take over the planet as it was programmed to do. However, its intelligence multiplied due to Eren Parker's. Finally being capable of planning like a truly intelligent being, the Prime Symbiote foresaw Eren's plan and came up with its own Plan B, despite Eren attempting to foresee this Plan B himself. You're changing, Eren. Cindy told Spider-Man, failing to notice the minuscule piece of the symbiote seeping from his spider matter. This isn't you. At Connors's funeral, you dash. That was just me playing the role I placed myself in. Those were just words, Eren said, interrupting her, he too failing to notice the symbiote planning anything. Cindy shook her head in disbelief. I find that hard to believe. You know how I said earlier that I can feel something crying for help? At first, I thought it was that thing inside. Now I realize who it really is. Eren's eyebrows furrowed, he didn't really understand what she was getting at. And who would that be? It's you. Cindy told him. It's Eren Parker. Eren paused for a second, not saying a word. It seemed as if Cindy's words struck something within him. After a few moments, Eren grabbed Cindy's hand and spoke gently to her. You might be right, he said before grabbing her other hand and holding them together. It was at this moment that the Venom, the Prime Symbiote, used this chance to crawl onto Cindy Moon's body, going unnoticed by either of the two spiders. They were far too busy looking into each other's pained eyes to notice, and the symbiote had the ability to bypass their special sense. Slowly, the symbiote crawled from Spider-Man's gloved hand onto Cindy Moon's before letting itself become absorbed into her skin as Spider-Man spoke his next words. Don't worry, I'll get rid of this thing soon. Until then. Spider-Man started expelling webs from his wrists, locking her hands together. You're staying here. This action was enough of a distraction to where Cindy Moon didn't even feel the symbiote, just the webs covering her hands. Spider-Man then left the building and killed the Green Goblin. Shortly after that, he destroyed the symbiote, or at least, he thought he did. What he didn't know was that the smallest piece of it still existed inside his own girlfriend's body, remaining undetected and remaining dormant. Even if just a single cell remained, the symbiote could live on, though it would have to stay in its minuscule size and feed off of the current host's nutrients ever so slightly, so much so that it was unnoticed until it could find its desired host to take over. Cindy Moon was compatible in every single way imaginable, her body was perfect for Venom. The many timelines where it took control of her body were proof of that. However, trying to take control of her while sleeping next to Eren Parker every night would be too dangerous, it needed to transfer itself to someone else. That wasn't the only reason why Venom didn't choose her. Venom wanted to kill Cindy Moon in front of Eren Parker. It wanted him to once again have to watch her get torn to shreds by Venom's hand. If she was the host, that wouldn't have been possible. This was the same reason why Eren's closest friend Harry Osborn wasn't chosen. And so, the Prime Symbiote simply waited for the right moment to transfer itself to someone who was compatible, someone whom it knew it could control. Once the symbiote overheard from within Cindy's body that Eren and his friends would be going on a beach trip, it knew that there would be plenty of bodies to search for a new host through. Looking through Cindy's eyes, the symbiote scanned through hundreds of beachgoers until it decided on the perfect target. Flash Thompson. His body was compatible. He was weak-minded. And his body was at peak performance for a human. He was perfect. So Venom waited. It waited until the end of the day when the group of friends took that photo with each other. Slowly, the symbiote transferred itself from Cindy Moon back to Eren Parker before making its way through Eren's arm and onto Flash Thompson. Once the transfer was complete, the symbiote knew that it had bested Eren Parker. Hours later, when Flash Thompson and Gwen Stacy found themselves alone in Flash's car parked in front of her home, Flash could feel a pang of hunger begin to overwhelm him. It was the symbiote controlling his brain, convincing him that he needed sustenance to survive through words that seemed to be entering his brain at random. Flash's body began to tremble as he was holding back that fixation, and Gwen took notice. "Flash," she asked, looking over at him as he was pulling at his own hair, staring blankly in front of him as his body trembled ever so slightly. "No." Flash yelled, hearing the voices in his head telling him to do something that he would rather die than let happen. However, despite not wanting to do it, Flash succumbed to the symbiote and lunged over at Gwen, pinning her by the arms as he hovered over her. "Flash." Gwen once again muttered, having a look of absolute horror on her face. Is this some kind of joke? You're scaring me." Flash's expression was that of nothing less than pure horror. Never in her life had Gwen seen such an expression. His eyebrows were raised and scrunching toward each other, and his eyes were wide, almost popping out of their sockets. His teeth were grinding against each other, his nose was scrunched, and tears were falling from his face. He looked as if he'd completely lost it. He looked as if a demon was trying to take control of his body, but Flash Thompson was holding it back to the best of his ability. I can't stop myself, Gwen. I'm so sorry." Flash could barely speak as his voice trembled along with his entire mouth. Gwen didn't know what to do or say. She couldn't move or anything due to Flash's strength. A parasite taking over his brain was the furthest from being a thought in her mind. "Stop yourself from what?" Gwen was afraid that he was going to force himself on her with the way he was saying things and the position they were in, though this was not the case. Flash's jaw unhinged itself before he slowly lowered himself down onto Gwen's face, still holding her in place by her wrists. All Gwen could do was shriek in fear as Flash's jaws slowly made their way toward her left eyeball, exposing his new sharp teeth to her for the first time. Her cries grew louder as Flash Thompson began to suck her eyeball out of its socket, chewing on it as if it were a boiled egg, her cornea popping his mouth like the yolk. As if he were consuming spaghetti, Flash's lips wrapped around the optic nerve of her eyeball as it hung from his mouth before slurping it into his mouth and chewing down on it, creating a surprising crunch. Gwen was screaming so loudly due to the agonizing pain and the fear overwhelming her body that her throat began to give out. Even if she could continue to scream, it wouldn't have mattered as Flash Thompson targeted her tongue next, grabbing it with his mouth before pulling it out of her mouth like taffy. Her tongue stretched outward a few inches before it could be heard snapping out from her mouth, causing Flash's head to reel back as he lost his balance. He only took a few bites of the tongue, which tasted and felt as if it was melting in his mouth before swallowing and going straight for her face once again, gnawing at her nose as the sound of teeth chewing through the cartilage reverberated through the walls of the automobile. Gwen was still alive at this point, however, she was barely even conscious. Her arms and legs would twitch every once in a while as she felt her face slowly being devoured by who was once her boyfriend. She was in so much pain that if her tongue was still in one piece, she would have been begging to be killed. Flash then made his way to her neck, chewing and suckling around the bones inside until he found the thyroid and began pulling it from within her throat, the thyroid sharing a texture similar to chicken feet. He then hastily ripped her clothes apart and began chewing into her chest, removing the skin and prying her ribs apart to reveal her heart, which was still moving ever so slightly, though it was slowed to the point where she was clearly no longer among the living. Using his new elongated tongue, Flash sucked her gamey textured heart out from behind her rib cage, biting down on it simultaneously with an imaginary heartbeat before swallowing it whole. Its taste reminded him of venison, reminding him of the time he and his father went hunting for deer for sport. Using his hand that was beginning to form talons, Flash began digging into her chest and abdomen while pulling out different internal organs to dine on, one by one. He started with her left lung, pulling it out with his right hand before taking a bite out of it as if it were an oversized slice of New York pizza. The taste was metallic, tasting like pennies as the slimy meat slid down the back of his throat. That overwhelming craving of needing to devour human flesh or else he'd die was beginning to fade. However, he was still hungry. He then went for her right lung, yanking it out of her chest as a piece of mystery meat dangled between his fingers. Flash then held the lung up high and caught the dangling bits with his lips and tongue before sucking the iron-like meat into his mouth and taking a bite from the bottom of the lung. Like the other lung, it didn't take long before he consumed it whole. Using two hands, Flash dug his hands into opposite sides of Gwen's corpse, pulling out her kidneys and holding them in front of his face, staring at them like a miner who found gold. In single bites, Flash devoured each kidney, only taking a few chews before practically swallowing them whole. Like the lungs, they tasted like bitter coins as the smell of waste started to fill his nose, though that didn't stop him. Flash's talon-filled hand then grabbed her stomach, puncturing it and causing stomach acid to begin pouring out of it. Not wanting any of that cherished nectar to go to waste, Flash scooped the stomach up with both hands, along with her stomach's liquids, and began consuming it all. The taste was putrid, but at the same time, that bitter yet sour taste of bile was checking all of his boxes. He began chewing on the balloon-like textured organ. It was rubbery, but it tasted amazing to him. The smell of bile began to take over any other smell, which was horrid yet pleasant at the same time. Realizing he skipped the liver, Flash scooped it out and ate it all in one bite. This part of the body had an interesting taste to it, being somewhat sweet, but at the same time, it was bitter and acidic. The jelly-like texture made it feel as if the organ was dissipating on his tongue, almost like jelly candy. Next was the pancreas. Flash didn't use his hands, just his tongue to scoop the somewhat nutty-tasting organ from the inside of her body. It was surprising. It was sort of bread-like in texture to him, sort of sweet with a smooth texture. Then Flash began to consume her intestines, which had a similar texture and flavor to the stomach, minus the taste of bile. It was bitter and rubbery, and Flash loved every last bit of it. He realized that he hadn't tried her brain yet. Gwen was smart, so he knew her genius would probably have made it taste even better, and he was excited to try it out for himself. Using 2 hands, Flash crushed her skull with his newfound superhuman strength, causing a bit of brain to splatter on the seat and windows, and even a little bit hit him in the face. Using a single finger, Flash wiped his face and gave the piece of the brain a taste. It was glorious. It was savory and somewhat fishy. Sort of like sushi. Quickly, Flash pulled her head closer and began eating out of it like a dog eating its wet food from a bowl, using his long tongue to thoroughly clean out the inside of her skull until there was nothing left. As if he had awoken from a trance, Flash Thompson looked down at both hands, which were covered in blood, mystery meat, and mystery liquids, before looking down at what was left of his girlfriend. Her chest and head were completely open, showing her insides and her skull as she lay there lifeless. Flash began to tremble, unable to comprehend what kind of monster he had become. Memories of Eren Parker, every Eren Parker, began to flash through his brain due to the symbiote passing them on to him. He understood everything. He understood all of Eren's pain. He understood what being a hero meant to him and what it made him do. He saw the future that Earth would become. He understood that he would be the reason the world would end. Chapter 114, The Void of the Mind, Flash Thompson. As I walk past the gallery of humans whose scents entrance me as if I were walking past a bakery window filled with fresh loaves of bread and hot coffee, I can feel the hunger inside me grow exponentially greater with every waking moment. As I walk, I find that I am not truly the one piloting my flesh and bones through these claustrophobic streets. I am simply watching through my own eyes as someone marionettes me around like some puppet. A monster disguised as me. I keep telling myself that I am in a dream. Perhaps, maybe this is some sort of combination of a lucid dream and sleep paralysis. One where it all feels so real, but I cannot move my body. Just my eyes. When I ate Gwen, I felt as if I were watching a horror movie in first person. I wanted to stop, I wanted it to end, but those actions and those movements did not stop no matter how hard I tried. God, I tried. I could feel. I could taste. I could smell. I could hear, all of it. Her soft skin being pulled apart by my hands. Her metallic blood dripping onto my tongue as I devoured her. That sour scent of her insides filling the air. Her ear-splitting screams. And now I walk. Walks. I am just the vessel. I want to wake up so badly. I want to open my eyes and find myself in my bedroom like I used to. Feeling my soft sheets. Taking a refreshing sip of water from my bedside. Smelling the breakfast that my mom would make for us every weekend. Hearing my family's laughter and the music that we'd play downstairs. We didn't get along much, but God, do I miss those weekends when we would forget our differences and be a real family because no one was too busy to speak to each other on those days. I took it for granted. Eren, I can see your memories now, and I really am sorry. I wish I could tell you that I'm sorry a million times. I wish I could tell you how cool I always thought you were, how smart you were, and how that used to piss me off. I just wanted to be like that. I figured your mom must have been proud of you. I remember seeing her at all of our performances and award ceremonies when we were kids. She was always there for you, my parents were too busy for that. I could see in her eyes that it really made her happy to see your achievements, and I wanted my parents to be proud of me too. I wanted them to notice me. I just wanted attention. I wish I could have apologized honestly, you know, without being a drunken mess, but it's too late now. I cannot speak. I cannot scream. It's as if I have no mouth. It's been a couple of hours since I killed Gwen. She'll probably be found eventually, but from what I can see from those memories of these other futures or timelines, it won't matter. I don't know where we're walking. I can't really see much, my vision is sort of blurry. It's getting blurred by the second as I feel myself growing weaker from the parasite feeding off of me. I can see people, I can smell them, I can hear them. I want to ask them for help, but my body keeps walking forward, hiding the fact that a vile monster is hiding within my body. I can feel the symbiote, venom is what it calls itself, draining my body. It's getting hungry again. My skin feels like there are a million leeches covering it, all suckling on my body to fill their bellies. My bones feel as if I'm having all of the nutrients sucked out of them, it hurts so bad with every step. I think they might be broken, but the symbiote is simply filling in the gaps so my body can keep moving. I'm so tired. But I know that if I were to fall asleep, the symbiote would just keep marching. I have to stay awake, I need to. Maybe I can take back control of my own body. I want to be a hero too, like Eren. I want to be a hero like Spider-Man. Maybe I can get the strength to move if I keep trying. No, I can't. I can feel my brain starting to fade, my thoughts I mean. I can hear my own voice in my head, but it feels as if it's far away from me inside of an infinite and empty space, bouncing off of the non-existent walls in an attempt to break free. The voice keeps getting further and further away from me with each step I take in the real world. Each step expands this never-ending void inside of me. Maybe this parasite that is now controlling my body is doing this on purpose, maybe it's hurting my brain with a plan. Maybe it wants to make it easier to control me. Am I going insane? Why does my inner voice keep straying further away from me? It's so quiet now, it's like a whisper from 1,000 miles away, yet I can still hear it echoing toward me as if it were just a few feet in front of me. Everything is starting to become dark now. My vision is nothing but a small circular cone looking forward, letting in light without any real image. Someone, please help me. Anyone. Parker. Please. I don't want to live like this anymore. What? Where am I? How much time has passed? Why is everything so dark? Am I inside of a mouth? It's dark, but I can see rows of teeth just inches from my face. There's a light. I can see my hands, covered in darkness, holding someone up by their head. I feel as if my body is inside of someone else's, like I'm wearing someone else's skin over my own. I guess the roles have been reversed. It hurts. It hurts so badly. It hurts even worse than it did when I was last awake. My body isn't healthy anymore. I feel cold, I can't feel my own heartbeat, and my entire body aches. My skin feels as if it's tearing apart and my bones feel even more brittle than before. Why can't I move? Why can't I speak? Why can't I scream? Is that Parker? It is Parker. Is he trying to save me? What are all these monsters behind him? Why are they just watching us? Why are some of them covered in the same stuff I am? That's right. I did this. Venom did this. We did this. Parker. Please wake up, man. Please, keep fighting. And now, just like in every other timeline, we will kill Spider-Man. Venom is speaking to him. He's taunting him, using my body to speak as if I were a puppet. I can feel the overwhelming amount of joy that Venom feels as he speaks to him. I used to feel this way too. It's that same feeling I'd have when I'd beat him up in the school hallways, watching him writhing in pain on the ground because he wasn't strong enough to fight back. Then he became Spider-Man and I couldn't touch him anymore. But Venom. He's far stronger than him now, just like I was back then. I'm sorry, Parker. This is all my fault. I can feel myself fading once again, I can see Venom bringing you closer, trying to consume you as he consumed me. I guess this is it for both of us. I'm sorry. But we, Venom and I, turned those people into these monsters. We gave them symbiotes of their own, a piece of Venom, and a piece of Eren Parker. That means we can return that piece of Parker back to him, right? But Venom is in control, I can't. No. This is body. Even if it's for just 1 second, I can take my body back. When Spider-Man came to be, I wanted to be a hero just like him. Just like you, Parker. Well, now's my chance. Parker. Please, take this part of me, along with the piece of yourself that you left within the symbiote. This is your power, and it's about time you take it back. Please, save everyone like you always do. Please, save me. Please, wake me from this dream. And if you can't do that, please, kill me. Chapter 115, Undefeatable. Eren, are you still, you? Lily asked, having seen the entire thing happen right in front of her screen. I'm still me. Eren spoke with malice in his voice as he still posed his three-pointed stance on the ground. He could still feel the symbiote ramping up his belligerence and power, but he was 100% in control. In fact, he couldn't feel the symbiote trying to fight back in the slightest. It was as if the part of the prime symbiote on his body was dormant. Spider-Man was furious. He heard Flash's final words, they were attached to the suit he was given. Flash's memories, all of them, echoed through Eren's mind. Despite the two somewhat becoming friends, Eren never truly forgave Flash for everything he'd done to him all those years prior. However, that all changed at this very moment. Flash. I don't know if you can hear me under there, but if you are, I forgive you and I'm going to get you out of there. Spider-Man's voice was still filled with aggression, yet there were still some traces of sympathy within it. He then stood up straight, and slowly, began entering his ultimate Godspeed form, allowing that blue aura to spiral up his limbs before the aura covered his entire body. Venom's eyes widened to see that this aura had a very subtle difference to it. Every once in a while, black lightning would cackle within the aura, but Spider-Man failed to take notice himself. That feeling inside of Spider-Man, that feeling of being invincible, was just as strong as ever. Once again, he felt like he was an unstoppable force, he felt like the most powerful being on the planet. He felt undefeatable. As the audience of symbiote slaves watched from the sidelines, Spider-Man clenched his fist, expelling out even more Godspeed energy with such force, the leaves of nearby trees began to rustle due to his pressure. Spider-Man, covered in his white symbiote, zipped forward using Godspeed energy as that famous blue aura surrounded his body in his ultimate state. Venom, as if they shared the same brain, dashed forward as well, leaving behind a blue streak and sporting a blue aura of his own. The two warriors clashed, generating a massive spark of electricity that could be seen by both the New Goblin and Silk, who were still traveling toward them, despite being a few miles off. Lily, what's happening? Harry asked, figuring Eren was far too busy to explain it himself. Spider-Man is using the symbiote again, but it's white. Lily didn't even understand what she was seeing. Not only was the concept itself confusing, but she couldn't even see what Spider-Man or Venom was doing as things were moving far too fast on her screen due to their speed. A white symbiote. Silk muttered, picking up the speed of her swing so she could see this for herself. She didn't want Eren to lose himself again, though this would be far from the case as he was fully himself at that moment. I can't see a thing, it's all just a blur. Spider-Man is using Godspeed again, that's all I know. And that he was. Spider-Man and Venom were moving so fast, to the untrained eye, they were nothing more than two blurry, blue flashes of light. However, for them, it was as if they were moving normally. In terms of strength and speed, they were perfectly matched, however, there was one key difference between the two of them. Venom was nothing more than an alien puppeteering another man's body, practically marionetting a corpse around. It didn't have the one thing that Eren Parker had over it, the one thing that made him better than it in every single way, years of fighting experience. Venom did have Eren Parker's memories, it could remember Eren's many fights and even his training with the Black Panther. However, only Eren's body was there to truly experience them. Spider-Man sent a powerful punch to the side of Venom's body, one aimed directly at the liver as if it mattered. The punch was so powerful, it created a ripple through Venom's body, showing Flash Thompson beneath it. Eren wasn't holding back. He knew Flash Thompson was underneath it all and he knew Flash's final wish. He wasn't going to hold back. As Spider-Man's fist dug deeply into the side of Venom's body, Venom let out an earth-shattering bellow, one that seemingly awoken the entranced symbiotes that were just standing there watching them. He wanted to kill Spider-Man himself, which is why he ordered them to stay in place, but he knew that was no longer possible. In an instant, bolters began attacking Spider-Man using his own Godspeed energy against him, though he was still far faster than them. As Spider-Man fended off the bolters with punches and kicks, Venom cackled before forming an axe with his arm and swinging it directly towards Spider-Man's neck. Spider-Man dodged backward, forming a white scythe with his hand before slicing the axe off of Venom's arm. It's going to take more than a couple of your minions for you to even lay a scratch on me. Spider-Man roared, landing a sweep kick under Venom's feet during the same move, forming a trail of blue Godspeed energy behind his leg. Swiftly, Spider-Man found himself back on his feet as Venom lay on the ground, lifting his sludgy scythe in the air as deranged and bolters began leaping toward him. Quickly, Spider-Man extended his arm into a single long, white tendril with a hammer at the end of it before knocking away a group of symbiotes in one swift motion. He had a visible grimace on his face, seen by his white mask stretching at the brows and at the mouth. He wasn't sure what to do. He wondered if these people went through the same things as Flash did. Were they too trapped inside the symbiote, still having their human consciousness and being forced to watch themselves commit these heinous acts? He wondered why he didn't feel that way when the symbiote bonded with his body, he figured it must have been because of his powers. Regardless, he didn't know what would be the right call. Would killing them here and now be the best move? What if a cure could be found, should he then spare them? If they would be cured, would these people even be able to continue living? These thoughts all poured into his mind for only a millisecond before Eren returned his attention back to Venom. There wasn't time to think about any sort of moral dilemma, what mattered was defeating Venom, even if it killed the men underneath and those around him. Transforming the tendril back into a sharp weapon, Spider-Man slammed it down toward Venom, who was able to dodge it at the last minute. This attack was so powerful, it left a massive cut into the pavement beneath them, showing just how powerful Spider-Man had grown to become when he wasn't holding back alongside the power of this new symbiote. Spider-Man clicked his tongue in frustration, seeing that his attack missed. Before he could send another attack, more symbiotes started to attack him, including a few mimics who looked just like him aside from their disfigured faces. "So you're the bastards parading around as me." Spider-Man started sending full-powered punches and kicks to the mimics, letting out his frustration with each electric hit. As he fended them off, he noticed Venom grabbing a truck and lifting it over his head before throwing it at him as if it were as light as a paper ball. Spider-Man, using Godspeed, zipped away, leaving a few symbiotes behind who were then crushed by the truck. Vehicles were then continuously thrown as Spider-Man dashed around in a zigzagging formation before he inevitably caught up to Venom, leaping onto his body and tackling him to the ground. Like an MMA fighter, Spider-Man started punching Venom in the face with strikes so powerful, they were leaving craters in the pavement beneath them. Venom tried to defend himself, but Eren's strength and speed were far too great. In fact, he could feel Eren getting faster and stronger as his anger continued to build up. That black electricity that seemingly only appeared every few seconds was starting to appear more often, covering Spider-Man's fists as his fury grew. Again, Spider-Man was too furious to even notice the change. "Who has the detonator?" Spider-Man shouted into his comms as he continued to punch Venom in the face. However, it wasn't long before a mimic shot a web at his arm, holding it in the air. Like a wild beast, Spider-Man turned around to look at the mimic that was trying with all of its strength to pull Spider-Man off of its father, but Spider-Man simply stared at it with his angry, lifeless, black eyes filled with black lightning. With a quick motion, Spider-Man yanked the mimic forward and punched it in the face, sending it flying backward and crashing into a car, obliterating it. "I have it," Harry told him. "I'm about a minute away, but I'm in range. Just say the word and I'll detonate it." Harry was flying with his board at full thrust, leaning forward to cut through the air as fast as possible. During this moment of distraction, Venom punched Spider-Man in the chest, sending him flying backward. Spider-Man's limbs flailed in the air until he caught himself on a traffic light, spinning 3 times like a gymnast before flinging himself back toward Venom. Venom, infusing a car with Godspeed energy, threw it at Spider-Man like an electric bullet. Again, this was all happening so fast, all Lily could see through Spider-Man's eyes were flashes of light, and even the car was unseeable to her. She felt frustrated that she couldn't help from behind the screen as she often did, but she could tell that Eren was winning and that was all that mattered. Spider-Man was quick to react to the speeding vehicle, grabbing it in midair and spinning with it in his hands as his muscles bulged out from his white suit. Like a massive hammer, Spider-Man slammed the car toward Venom as if it were weightless. However, Venom was able to flash step out of the way. Meanwhile, symbiotes began trying to dogpile Spider-Man, though he simply used the car to fend them off, spinning with it in his hands and defeating every symbiote that came near. He eventually spotted Venom in his vision and threw the car at him like a speeding missile. Venom reacted by slicing the car in half with a tendril-formed axe using his right hand. However, between the two halves of the car, Spider-Man appeared and kicked Venom in the face, sending him spiraling backward. To his right, Spider-Man could see the factory with the bombs inside of it. He knew that punching the symbiote would be useless, that wouldn't kill it. He needed to bring Venom into the oncoming explosion and hope that it will be enough. Looking to his right, he noticed a police truck, one that looked to have suffered minimal damage, which gave him an idea. He zipped toward it. Meanwhile, Venom was already back on his feet and began throwing a fire hydrant at Spider-Man. Spider-Man hopped over it before crashing into the police truck and concealing the symbiote inside of his own body. Venom saw what Spider-Man was planning, as did the many symbiotes as they all began making a break for Spider-Man, who was now seen with his red and blue costume as the symbiote hid underneath it. Using Godspeed in just his hands, Spider-Man hotwired the truck and turned on the sirens, immediately causing all of the symbiotes, including Venom, to stop in their tracks as the ear-blistering sound took advantage of their weakness. Since the symbiote was hiding beneath Spider-Man's skin and spider matter, the pain he felt was nothing more than a slight inconvenience. "Harry! On my signal!" Spider-Man shouted into his comms before jumping out of the truck and grabbing it with both hands. He strained slightly, but it was nothing he couldn't handle as he walked with it in his hands, lining up the perfect throw. "On your signal." "I'm ready," Harry confirmed, holding the detonator in his hand while waiting for the word. Venom and his symbiote stood in place, squirming in pain while holding their ears before Spider-Man spoke to Venom for hopefully one last time. "Get out of my fucking timeline," Spider-Man bellowed as he threw the truck directly at Venom, causing both it and the villain to go soaring toward the factory. As soon as the truck crashed through the factory wall, Spider-Man shouted into his comms once more. "Now, Harry! Now!" A massive explosion, one far larger than Spider-Man expected, blew up the entire factory alongside parts of some of the buildings beside it. Calling it nuclear would be an over-exaggeration, but it was unbelievable just how powerful just several of those bombs proved to be. "Jesus Christ, Harry! What the fuck?" Spider-Man couldn't believe such tiny bombs were capable of such a feat. Impressed, huh? Harry was proud, seeing the explosion from where he was while also spotting Spider-Man in his red and blue costume. Behind you. Spider-Man turned around to see Harry jumping from his glider and landing right next to him. Just a few seconds later, Silk conveniently was seen swinging toward them, having a clearly worried expression visible on the upper half of her face. As soon as she landed, she hugged Eren tightly. Thank God, she whispered before looking over at what was left of the factory. I assume Venom was in that. They all looked at the factory, which was now crumbling apart as the fire roared from the openings that were created from the many explosions that happened inside. They could hear the harrowing cries of symbiotes and humans coming from the inside, those human screams giving all three of them a sick feeling in their stomachs. Yeah, let's take a look. Spider-Man said before covering himself with his white symbiote and using Godspeed to take his friends to the site of the explosion. The charred factory was still on fire and falling apart, prompting Spider-Man to once again pull back the symbiote to protect it from the flames. The smoke was far too much for them to handle, however, Spider-Man was quick to come up with an idea. He covered Cindy's and Harry's mouths with his hands, confusing both of them. Hey, what the dash? Harry's muffled voice was soon contained inside a breathing mask made of Spider-Man's spider matter. Cindy's face was also covered with a mask formed by his hand. Spider-Man's own mask was then transformed into his own breathing mask, revealing his face and tied-up dreadlocks that were hidden beneath it. Let's go, he told them both before all three of them stepped inside the fiery mess in front of them. Once they were inside, they could see charred human corpses everywhere and no traces of any sort of symbiote, as they were all burned to nothingness during the explosion. Cindy had this sympathetic look on her face, feeling sorry for the people who Eren had to sacrifice to make this happen, but she understood it was the only way. However, she knew that she wouldn't have been able to make that choice herself. She looked up at Harry and Eren, the two who were actually responsible for their deaths. Both of them had this unfazed look on their faces as if they didn't care about the people they killed. However, she could sense the feeling of guilt and grief building inside of Eren, despite his blank expression. She figured it must have been the same for Harry, and she'd be right. Harry felt like his father, though he understood that it had to happen like this. Occasionally, they'd spot a charred human crawling, trying to get out of the flames before finally passing on. There were even children. Sights like this would only further increase those feelings of guilt, but there were zero feelings of regret inside of them. The pods all seemed to have burned away as well, there was absolutely nothing left of the hive. Eventually, they found the truck that Eren threw, along with a charred body that was pinned up against it. It was unrecognizable, but it was a male's body with a similar build to Flash. Is that dash? Cindy felt even more nauseous upon possibly seeing a person she knew dead in front of them. We don't know that yet. We need to identify the corpse. Let's bring it back to Oscorp. Spider-Man, without any hesitation, picked the body up off the ground before looking around at the others nearby. The rest of them were either not Flash's body type, female, or children, so they couldn't be Flash Thompson. I'll let the scientists know so they can prepare. Lily said through their comms before doing as she said. Both Harry and Cindy remained silent as Eren started walking toward the exit with the body in his hands. I'll see you guys at Oscorp, I'll bring it to the lab. It might not be over yet, so don't treat it like we've won yet. I've seen it too many times. With those words said, Spider-Man left the building and used his speed to zip back to Oscorp with the body in hand. As he ran, all he could do was pray that the body he was holding was in fact Flash Thompson's and that the symbiote was gone for good. Chapter 116, Madness. By the 6th-hour mark of the symbiote invasion, many news stories began to cover the situation and numerous theories began to appear discussing how exactly the symbiotes came to be. Very few theories had merit, while most were just plain crazy. Regardless, even those out of reach were filled with fear upon hearing about the craziness happening in New York through news outlets and podcasts. An unknown virus of some sort has taken over New York City. Experts say that this unknown disease may eventually make its way out of the city, causing a global pandemic. As of now, the United States military is closing off all entrances and exits to the city, blowing up bridges, and blocking off tunnels to keep those who are infected at bay. Many are calling for the U.S. military to take nuclear action to wipe out the threat that is now rapidly making its way throughout the city, starting from Midtown and crossing into adjacent districts. However, taking nuclear action would result in the deaths of millions of innocent lives. Harry Osborn, the young CEO of Oscorp, along with S.H.I.E.L.D., are doing their best to find a cure and a way to keep those who are infected from leaving the city. Currently, a protective barrier has been placed around Oscorp, one that repels those who are infected by these so-called symbiotes. As of now, Osborn and his team, along with Dr. Quentin Beck, are working on a way to use the technology to create a barrier around the entire city. You want to know what I believe? No, you want to know what I know. That menace Spider-Man has something to do with this. These guys are climbing walls, slinging webs, and they even mimic his voice and appearance to lure people in. You know what I think? I think Spider-Man has finally gone rogue. This was his plan all along. He waited to gain our trust before he started laying eggs and hatching these guys while spreading them throughout my city. The government is lying, people. These supposed symbiotes are nothing more than a military weapon being tested on us. Now that the world is watching, the US is going to sell this stuff to the highest bidder. My guess is China. Wait, what if China is the one who sent this shit here? This is a goddamn Chinese virus. All you dajum sheeple, gettin' them vaccines must feel silly now. I have been tellin' ya that these vaccines do nothing more than cause even more diseases. I know y'all heard all about them city folk up there in New York being turned into the Walking Dead and such. It's cause of those vaccines, I'm tellin' ya. The government gone lie and say it ain't that and it's something else, but when the truth comes out don't say I ain't tell ya. Jesus is coming for us all. The Bible speaks of this. For the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel and with the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. For just as the lightning comes from the east and flashes even to the west, so will the coming of the Son of Man be. And in those days men will seek death and will not find it, they will long to die, and death flees from them. The start G is in the phones and it's in the air. Every time you talk on your cell phone, the waves enter your brain and you get one step closer to becoming one of those zombie spiders. Now the government is saying we have to wear muzzles on our faces just to go to the store because this disease might be airborne. I'll be damned if they think I'm going to wear a mask over my face. It looks silly and it's hard to breathe. Besides, if masks helped, why is New York a hellscape now? Spider-Man got his powers from a spider or something, right? What if patient 0 ate a spider? They ate a spider and that's how all this virus stuff started. I heard they were eating spider soup in Chinatown. Population control. This disease was engineered to lower the population, starting with old people. Think about it, old people can't outrun these freaks. They're easy targets. This is an anti-boomer virus made to weed out the old folks so the woke can take over. I heard the virus was spread through anal sex, that's why only a certain community is getting turned into those freaks. People are saying that if it was spread through sex, then children wouldn't be getting turned, but the answer is simple. That community is a danger to our children, we've been saying this for the longest of times. This is the result of them forcing all their mumbo-jumbo on our children. Throughout New York City, even outside of Midtown, most people were hunkered down in their homes, jobs, or wherever they found themselves when this whole thing started, afraid to even attempt to go outside. By this point, all of Midtown was completely taken over by symbiotes. Nearly 60% of the population had already been eaten or transformed, and those numbers of those being eaten were doing nothing more than increasing, despite one of the hives being destroyed. Symbiotes weren't even the only issue as people began to turn on each other. Humans were stealing from each other, killing each other, and much, much worse. Just outside Midtown's borders, there were riots by those who chose not to stay indoors and buildings were being engulfed in flames as arson rates skyrocketed upon hearing that the symbiotes were weak to fire. Perhaps people lost their minds and burned themselves and wanted to take everyone down with them, or perhaps people were so afraid of their neighbors, they burned the whole neighborhood down. After some time had passed, a new sort of symbiote seemed to have come to be. People were calling them walkers, as they did just that, they walked. Walkers were what deranged became once the symbiote turned on the host and began consuming the nutrients from their still-living body, or even their corpse. It was rare, but bolters and mimics could also devolve into a walker, but due to their abilities and speed, they'd be able to find victims for sustenance before the transformation took place. Once the process of decaying the person beneath began, a grayish symbiote enveloped their body, forcing them to mindlessly and slowly scour the streets for someone or something to eat. Much like Flash Thompson, the people beneath the symbiote could do nothing but watch as their body was being dragged around slowly. The symbiotes generally preferred humans, however, walkers didn't care what they ate. Dogs, cats, birds, rats, it didn't matter to them. They were desperate. Though they were incredibly slow, they were still capable of using their tendrils to quickly snatch something or someone close enough. Usually, walkers were in packs. Dealing with one walker was no problem, however, once they reached the double digits, that's when they became a threat. Throughout Midtown, one could spot groups of walkers chowing down and sharing their prey as they surrounded their corpses on their hands and knees. Due to the fact that symbiotes were starting to outnumber humans in Midtown, walkers were starting to be the only thing littering the streets. Above the streets, black symbiote-like sludge covered the buildings in a similar fashion to a house spider covering the corners of one's walls. Slowly, Midtown was becoming unrecognizable and the rest of New York would soon follow. Occasionally, the military would be spotted, especially near the borders as they started to block them off. Not wanting to risk this pandemic from spreading even further, the military destroyed every bridge to the mainland. They also did their best to contain whatever riots they came across, but there were just so many. Along with having the task of defending the borders, the military was given one single order. Kill anything or anyone that moves. Without even being able to trust their own military, all anyone could do was wait for Spider-Man and those at Oscorp to figure out a solution, which was exactly what was going on at that point. Inside Oscorp, biologists were hard at work trying to identify the charred corpse that Spider-Man brought in, comparing it to Flash Thompson's records. At the same time, Eren, Harry, and Cindy were with scientists in front of Oscorp, along with Dr. Beck. Just in front of them, there was a barrier surrounding the entire building. It was a translucent blue bubble, covering Oscorp from top to bottom. Once near it, one could hear the sound of it humming, as the molecules it controlled were vibrating at a very high frequency. If all is correct, Spider-Man should be unable to pass through it. Dr. Beck said, looking directly at the hero who was covered in his white symbiote. Eren chose to wear it at all times, making most people, Cindy included, feel uncomfortable around him. I guess we'll see. Spider-Man stepped forward, reaching his hand outward as he approached the barrier. Slowly, his hand inched closer before it was just a few inches away. He stopped for a second, hesitating as he could feel the symbiote begin to reel back from his fingertips. It's definitely doing something, he told the scientists and his friends behind him before attempting to force his hand through. Instantly, his entire arm recoiled back as the frequency interacted with his body. Despite his hand only moving, he could feel his entire body feeling as if it were about to burst. Jesus! Spider-Man shouted, flicking the pain away from his hand before looking back at the barrier with wide eyes beneath his masked face. Amazing. Of course, his nerd brain couldn't help but marvel at what was in front of him. It wasn't something outside of the realm of possibility to him. In fact, he was certain he could have made something similar if he wasn't out doing the fighting. However, it was nonetheless amazing to see right in front of him. Spider-Man then retracted the symbiote from his body and forced his hand through it. It still hurt, but his spider matter combined with the symbiote being under his skin allowed him to quickly move his hand through in the same way that one could move their hand inside a flame without being harmed if they did it fast enough. Deranged might be able to pass through since the symbiotes are inside of them, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue if we guard the perimeter. Dr. Beck. Thank you. Spider-Man told the scientist without looking back. What you did in the past isn't very forgivable, but I am grateful for your help. Oscorp is safe now because of you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Spider-Man. For giving me a chance. Dr. Beck bowed his head slightly as he spoke. Thank Osborn and Silk. They're the ones that gave it to you. I was dead when you did what you did after all. Right. Thank you, MS. Silk. Mr. Osborn, thank you. Dr. Beck was sincere, he was truly grateful for getting the chance to right his past wrong. He just wanted to help people, that's why he did what he did. He realized he was wrong after the fact, and he was glad to serve the time that he felt he deserved. However, this second shot at helping everyone allowed him to begin forgiving himself. Well, we should get to work on the complete version, right? The one that covers the city. Yes. Silk, bring our friends and family here now that it's safe. I'll work on bringing in civilians. As Spider-Man spoke, Lily chimed in through his earpiece with news about the corpse. They've identified the corpse. Lily's tone told everyone all they needed to know. Nonetheless, she continued. It's not him. Flash is still out there. Chapter 117, All Me. Upon hearing the news that Venom was still out there, Eren stood in place silently before speaking in a cold, low voice. I don't know what to do anymore. No one else said a word to him, just watching silently from afar. Every time I think that I've won, it gets one step ahead of me. Every timeline. Every version of myself. I always lose. I know all the answers, but how can I outsmart someone who has the same answers as I do? Again, no one said a word. There was nothing to be said that hadn't already been said to him time and time again, and they knew that. It'll be all right. We'll beat him. It's okay, Eren. Don't give up. It's what they were all thinking, but they knew saying it out loud would only make him spiral further into the madness of his own mind. He hid it well, pretending that madness had gone away when the symbiote did, but this wasn't true in the slightest. Having the symbiote again, a version he was fully in control of while nonetheless still being under its influence, made that rage and bitterness inside of him boil. He no longer lusted for human flesh, but he did feel all of his negative emotions ramping up greatly within him. I was taking everything inside of him not to erupt at that moment. Godspeed energy began to crackle at his palms, once again flickering between blue and black, though he failed to notice the change in color. I always lose. Eren repeated. Eren. Cindy, from behind, grabbed Eren's hand, prompting him to turn around and face her. Hey, look at me. Eren retracted his mask, showing his face to everyone around them. The world was ending soon, and identities no longer mattered. Once Eren's face was shown, Cindy placed her hand on his cheek and caressed his face with her soft, warm hand. Stop pretending like you're alone, she spoke to him softly, but her words were still meaningless. Cindy. Thank you. Eren spoke with a raspy, soft voice, grabbing her hand that rested on his cheek. I always lose, every single time. But you're always there for me. Every single time. Thank you. We'll save everyone. Together. Cindy whispered, getting a soft smile as a response from Eren. No. It's just me. I need to come up with a new plan. I need to be alone. What? What do you mean you need to be alone? Cindy. I probably won't be seeing you for a while. If that's the case, just know I love you more than anything else in this world. Know that I'm sorry for everything I've done to you, all the hurt I've caused you. I want to say so much more, but if I do, you'll try to stop me. Harry stepped forward, frowning at his best friend's confusing words. What about the civilians? You're just gonna let them die? Spider-Man didn't even look at him. Yes. With Venom alive, he'll keep making hives and more people will need help. Let's be realistic, Harry. We can't bring everyone here. It's already getting really full in there. We'll run out of resources. Just worry about bringing those who matter. The Moons, Felicia, and Liz. Other than that, we'd have to start making some tough choices on who eats and who starves. So you're going to pin that decision on us? Harry asked him. I'm making the decision of closing the doors to Oscorp for you. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Eren spoke with a cold, monotone voice. It was shocking to hear him speak this way, especially since he'd do whatever it took to save people. However, the situation was dire. That symbiote is Dash. Harry tried to speak, but Eren already knew where he was going and cut him off. Don't even say it. This isn't the symbiote talking. This is all me, Harry. The symbiote is only giving me the guts to speak my mind. I told you, I'm the one in control. Eren's words muted both of his friends, creating silence for a few seconds. I need you two to keep everyone inside safe, okay? Spider-Man stepped away from Cindy and Harry, turning his back on them before stepping through the anti-symbiote barrier. It hurt, but he passed through with ease. Once I figure out what to do on my own, I'll come back to you guys. Hold it down while I'm gone. Eren dash, Cindy called out, following him through the barrier before he covered his body with the symbiote and blasted away, leaving a blue and black trail of energy behind him. That color. Cindy whispered, seeing the difference in the color of his trail. New York City had completely fallen. Though Dr. Beck was able to finish creating the barrier that covered the entire city before getting sent back to prison by his own choice, the city itself was completely in ruin. The streets were filled with nothing more than walkers and corpses. The buildings all over the city were covered in black sludge, causing the city to look as if it were an alien planet. Flames spewed from many buildings that weren't covered in symbiotic tendrils and there was no fire department to put them out. No one knew for sure, but it was estimated that at least 70% of the city's entire population was either dead or infected. Harry did what he could, letting in refugees to stay at Oscorp, the only place that was safe in the city. Food and water were running low and people were starting to get hungry, people were starting to get violent. There wasn't enough for everyone. People were turning on each other, getting physically violent with each other, turning Oscorp itself into its own little bubble of chaos. It was just as Eren predicted. Harry sat alone on the top floor of the building in his father's office, trying to figure out what his next plan of action would be. Cindy was elsewhere, looking for Eren and checking the places he might be. Eren was nowhere to be found. It had been a week since anyone had last heard from him. Not even the civilians had seen Spider-Man running around the city, it was as if he was erased from the face of the planet. Eren was actually hiding out at the Baxter building, finding himself in a dark room surrounded by papers and dry erase boards with equations written all over them. He'd been in this room for almost the entire week, only leaving to use the bathroom or eat. Even though only a week had passed, it was about 2 years in Eren's mind. Each day, he spent months inside of his own mind, going through formulas and scenarios. Like a movie, these scenarios would play in his head over and over, all ending in the exact same way. However, by the 7th day, he discovered an alternate ending. He discovered the potential rare reality where the coin toss caused the coin to land on its edge. He stood in front of a glass dry erase board, looking at the drawing he created and the formula beneath it. What he drew could not be described in words. It was a unique shape, one that only existed in 2 places, his mind and the board. It was somehow an endless shape, one with no beginning or end. I figured it out. He whispered, looking at the board with his blank, tired eyes. It all makes sense. How we're all connected. Godspeed isn't energy, not entirely. It's an essence, it's its own microcosm, like Hank Pym's quantum realm. I can access a part of this microcosm, but I need to figure out how to access it as a whole. Eren hummed to himself before he started writing more things down on one of the dry erase boards. Equivalent exchange. That's why I couldn't use it with my normal body. The symbiote gives me access to latent energy within myself and its own energy. But my first theory deduced that it was a neurological type of energy, right? Eren started jotting more things down. Emotion. Yes, that makes sense. When I thought about Dad or Cindy or Mom, I'd get those visions. I awakened Godspeed because of emotion. But if emotion is the key, if it really is a neurological ability like I originally deduced, how does Venom use my power? How do bolters use my power? Eren's marker stopped on the board. He was stuck in his own mind until he figured out the next step. Symbiotes are alive, so they obviously have a brain. I tried looking at its anatomy, but Earth technology is too far behind for me to even attempt to figure it out. But if they do have their own brain, that explains why it was able to speak to me. It explains why it can use a neuron-based ability. Eren looked at an equation on the board, one that was calculating how much energy his body would need to do whatever he was planning. He needed more energy, but the amount of it that was needed was far beyond anything he could create himself. I need to access the microcosm. The Godspeed realm, I'll call it. But if it requires equivalent exchange, what could I possibly give it in order to draw out enough energy? So this is where you've been. Cindy's voice startled Eren, prompting him to jolt and turn around to see Silk standing right behind him. You've done all of this in just a week, she asked him, looking at the mountains of papers and dozens of dry erase boards scattered around the room. Has it really only been a week? I see, for me it's been a few years, I think. I don't know, it's sort of a blur at this point. Eren walked over to Cindy and hugged her tightly. I missed you so much. Eren, unlike a week ago, was speaking in a soft voice. It was as if throughout the years in his mind, he mellowed out once again. What do you mean by years? Cindy was confused. She couldn't tell if he was exaggerating or if he literally meant years somehow passed for him. When I'm in my ultimate Godspeed state, time slows down for me. I've been in the form for a week straight if what you told me is true. What's a few minutes for you is an hour for me. Cindy's eyes were wide as she rested her chin on her lover's shoulder. How could anyone do such a thing to themselves, she thought. Eren, are you okay? Being isolated for years isn't healthy. How are you still functioning? I just played scenarios in my head using Godspeed with you in them. Remember how I showed you a memory that one time? I did the same thing for myself when I could feel my sanity drifting. Eren spoke as if this was something completely normal. The only downside was that I knew it was fake deep inside of me. I longed for your touch again. Your real touch. Harry, still sitting at his desk, glanced out of his office window. However, he noticed something rather peculiar. He saw people, regular humans, walking mindlessly through the barrier of Oscorp and out into the outside world. What? Harry muttered before standing up and walking closer to the glass wall to get a better look. Lily sprinted into the room, looking at Harry with wide eyes as she too noticed the strange phenomena happening outside. Harry, the two looked at each other as she spoke Harry's name, compelling him to nod before looking back outside of the window. The people were walking as if they were being lured in by something. Harry continued to scan the area until he noticed a symbiote standing on top of a bus with its mouth open. It had the figure of a woman, an alluring one, as it sang loudly for all to hear. Due to being so high up and inside the building, Lily and Harry couldn't hear anything, but they could tell it was singing. Is that a siren? Harry whispered to Lily before immediately rummaging through the room for something he could use to plug his own ears. It wasn't long before he stumbled across a pair of earplugs on his desk, shoving them in his ears before he quickly geared up. Lily ran out of the room and grabbed her laptop, ready to take the role of seer once again. Outside, the siren continued to call to the people, entrancing them with her voice as they began getting picked off by bolters and walkers using their quick tendrils. This was a siren's one and only goal, to attract humans with their voice so they could be consumed or kidnapped. As the siren continued to sing, a bomb could be seen hitting her body, stopping her in her tracks and prompting her to look down at it. The bomb chimed a few times before blowing up inside her body. The symbiote and the woman underneath were blown to smithereens and the citizens were released from her trance. Immediately, they started to panic before the new goblin flew downward on his glider, stopping right in front of where the siren once stood. Everyone get back. Get back inside. Meanwhile, Lily was trying her best to get a hold of Eren and Cindy, but neither of them was responding to her comms. It was as if their comms were being completely jammed. Even her computer wasn't able to see through Harry's visor as the feed was completely jammed. All she could do was watch from the window. Harry then ran toward the crowd and began cutting through the symbiotes using his spear, doing his best to dodge any bolters that tried to zip toward him. After a few seconds of fighting, Harry could hear the sound of an ear-splitting, monstrous scream behind him. He turned around to face what was causing the noise, only to be shocked to find that Venom itself was standing right behind him. Slowly, all of the symbiote pawns backed off and gave the two enough space just as Venom ordered with his scream. Harry! Get out of there! Lily screamed through the glass at the top of Oscorp as if Harry could hear her. There was nothing she could do at that point. She was just a woman without any type of power or fighting ability. Felicia and Liz, hearing the commotion, ran into the room beside Liz and looked out of the window with her. This was their first time seeing venom, causing them to feel an emptiness in their lower bodies. They too could do nothing but watch as they were also nothing more than mere humans. Osborn. Venom's dark voice teased the new goblin by speaking his last name. Harry's eyebrows furrowed beneath his high-tech snowboarding goggles as he gripped his spear tightly. Venom. Harry said confidently. You finally decided to show your ugly face again. Harry's hoverboard started to float toward him before parking right beside him. Harry placed a single foot on it, remaining unmoved as he looked directly at the monster in front of him. How'd you do it? How'd you get out of that explosion? Venom laughed before peeling itself back to show Flash Thompson's unrecognizable, charred body. He was still alive, suffering for every single moment he was alive. Harry winced under his mask, though he couldn't even find the words to react with. I simply hid inside the imbecile's body the second the explosion went off. I must say, he took it like a champ. He almost died on me, but I've been keeping his organs going manually to keep him alive. See. Venom then retracted more of itself, showing that Flash's body was open at the chest. Venom was using its own tendrils to pump Flash's heart manually, basically acting as his living life support. Jesus. Harry was speechless. This Lovecraftian sight in front of him was something he could have never even imagined no matter how hard he tried. I needed time to prepare, so I grabbed the body of some human who looked close enough like the idiot and left him under the vehicle Parker struck me with. Venom covered Flash's body with itself before smiling at Harry once more with its almost endless rows of teeth. Prepare? Prepare for what? Harry asked, trying to buy time for Cindy or Eren to get there. He was merely a human with enhanced strength. He knew this was a fight he likely could not win on his own. However, he wasn't aware that their communications devices were jammed. He assumed Lily was quiet because she was speaking to Cindy or hopefully both Cindy and Eren. Parker gaining a piece of us wasn't something I was expecting. He was powerful. Too powerful. I needed to get stronger. Venom sounded genuinely worried about Spider-Man's strength as he spoke. And you've done that now? Harry asked him, still holding onto his spear tightly. I have. And I plan on testing my new strength on you, Osborn. You'll be my new and improved self's first kill. Harry was terrified at this point. His heart was pounding and his body was trembling. However, despite his fear, he continued on with a brave face. Harry took a deep breath and his body stopped shaking. He thought about the past when Cindy and Eren talked about the feeling of being a hero. That moment when you aren't scared anymore and the only thing left in your mind was to protect everyone. You know, Venom, I'm just some guy. No superpowers, no webs, no parasite. But I do have something of my own. As Harry spoke, he removed his mask and goggles, showing his bare face to Venom. He no longer looked scared, he actually looked confident. Whether or not this confidence was real would only be known by him. Slowly, Harry's body started to become covered in white nanotech, something similar to Spider-Man's spider matter. However, it was much different in the way that it interacted with his body. You weren't the only one who was busy for the last week, Venom. I created something to make myself stronger, something that could allow me to keep up with my best friends. I call it anti-venom. Harry's body was eventually completely covered in this anti-venom invention. It looked similar to Eren's white symbiote, having a white mask with massive black lenses. This anti-venom around his body appeared as an all-white battle armor with a black spider at the center of it. His utility belt, along with his weapons, were all still visible as the anti-venom assembled itself beneath them. When I saw that Eren was able to take a piece of the symbiote away from you, it gave me an idea. What if I made my own symbiote using a piece of you myself? Of course, I know my way around tech, but not enough to make this independently, but I guess it's a good thing I'm filthy rich with some of the most intelligent scientists in the world working for me. You have Eren's memories. You know of his spider matter. Well, I thought, what if I were to combine spider matter and a symbiote together to create a new substance? For days, we tested on your offspring until we came up with this. Now, I have the strength of a symbiote without any of the downsides. No heightened aggressiveness. No cannibalistic tendencies. No heightened metabolism. All me. Chapter 118, The New Goblin. Shrouded in his artificial symbiote, Harry stood in place, staring directly at the monstrosity in front of him. All around them and just behind them, the symbiote pawns alongside the soldiers working for Harry, the government, and S.H.I.E.L.D. fought each other, giving Venom and the new Goblin a chance for a one-on-one fight. For now. Venom, seeing how serious Harry appeared, despite being unable to see his face beneath his mask, chuckled darkly before shrouding his body in the blue Godspeed aura. Harry could feel the heat resonating off Venom's body, though he remained calm. Go ahead. Attack me, the new Goblin taunted his adversary. His voice was confident, which was surprising to Venom as through Eren's memories, Harry was a coward for the most part. Of course, both Eren and Venom missed Harry's grueling training to become the man he was at that point. From inside Oscorp, Felicia, Liz, and Lily watched from the top floor with worried eyes. They weren't entirely sure what Harry literally had up his sleeve, nor did the hundreds of citizens within the building who were also watching from the other floors or from behind the barrier in front of the building. He's going to fight him. Even Spider-Man couldn't beat him. Where's Spider-Man? We're doomed. The people within the building were feeling doubtful, many not understanding just how combat-ready Harry Osborn was. Even after all he'd done, he could shake off that stigma of being nothing more than the spoiled son of a billionaire. Why isn't anything working? Lily was speaking in a panicked voice as she typed away at her computer while trying to connect to Harry's feed. Nothing was working, all she could see was static and a blurred version of what he was seeing. Oscorp was pretty much the only place in New York with power, but it seemed as if the power was suddenly jammed. Air. Harry could hear Lily's voice cutting in and out inside his ear. He ignored her, being able to piece together what she was trying to tell him, and there was no way in hell he could back out at that point. He wasn't sure what Venom was capable of, and if Eren could get through the barrier by hiding the symbiote inside of him, Venom could possibly do something similar. Running away and hiding behind the barrier wouldn't be an option. It was far too risky, and he knew that. He couldn't risk the lives of everyone inside to test his theory. He was going to protect them for as long as he could. Even if it killed him. Spider-Man and Silk stood in front of one of Eren's many dry erase boards inside one of the Baxter Building's labs that showcased his theories about Godspeed. Cindy was struggling to understand much of it, despite being incredibly intelligent herself. Basically, Godspeed isn't just some sort of energy. That's oversimplifying it. Godspeed is its own microcosm. It's like, you've seen Star Wars, right? Eren was talking incredibly fast, making it harder for Cindy to keep up. She nodded and his mouth continued to speedily spew out words. The Force in Star Wars is all around them at all times, right? The Force is connected to all things that live, it's always around everyone at all times, right? I believe Godspeed is the same. It's always around me, around everyone, but somehow only I can access it, but I must give the microcosm energy of my own in exchange in order to borrow its power. Godspeed also transcends time itself. It's why I am able to see memories of my past and future selves so clearly. Cindy stared at him blankly, still unable to understand what he was trying to get at. Despite her blank stare, Eren continued. That means that Godspeed energy is essentially infinite. If my calculations are correct, if I were to pour enough of it into Beck's machine, it will allow me to create a sort of Godspeed implosion. If I were to implode Beck's bubble, I could cause it to destroy every last symbiote, including my own. I just need to figure out how to access all of Godspeed, or at least enough to do what I need to do. So you're saying we can win? Cindy didn't understand much of it, but that part was clear. We can win, but as I said, I don't know how to generate that much power. I'd need to create some sort of Godspeed battery or something. Eren's voice trailed off before he noticed that a monitor to his side was suddenly covered in static. What? He muttered before approaching the monitor and looking closely. What is it? Cindy asked, looking at the monitor with her eyebrows furrowed. She had no clue what the monitor was supposed to have on the screen, but based on Eren's face and demeanor, this was for sure a bad sign. I was keeping an eye on Oscorp from here, just in case anything were to happen so I could instantly zip over there. But the feed is gone, we need to dash. Simultaneously, as if they all shared a hive mind, dozens of symbiotes crashed through the windows of the Baxter Building and began attacking Spider-Man and Silk. Immediately, the two spiders could see that many of these symbiotes were different than any they had seen before. Surrounding and rushing them were countless symbiotes, all taking the appearance of 4 new variants alongside variants they'd seen before like bolters, which were attacking Spider-Man first due to being the only ones able to keep up with him. The first new variant had triangular heads and long, devil's tails with pointed tips. They were black, though there was a sort of green tint gleaming off of them. Their teeth and talons were long, looking as if they were ready to rip the spiders apart. Their hands and mouths expelled fire in a similar fashion to one of Spider-Man's past villains, the Green Goblin. These goblins began throwing fireballs at the two spiders, overwhelming them along with the bolters bolting at them. They were attacking as if this were all planned or calculated, something that was a horrifying thought for both spiders. The mimics and the bolters were the only truly intelligent symbiotes for the longest, but at that point, it seemed that even more were appearing. The second new variant had a basic appearance, appearing black with regular human proportions. However, on their backs were 4 tentacles, some being planted in the ground to hold up their host's body. They used these tentacles to throw out attacks at both spiders, extending them almost endlessly throughout the room they were in, destroying all of Eren's standing dry erase boards. The third variant also had normal proportions and a basic appearance, however, they had yellow electricity flowing through their bodies like blood going through veins. Their hands crackled with electricity, as did their eyes that shone yellow. They had this strange shape on their face, looking almost like a star that extended past their heads like a mask. The fourth variant had a more reptilian appearance, having scales covered in black sludge as they watched on all fours. They had tails waving side to side behind them and their mouths were long like a raptor's. They moved like the deranged, but these lizards were far faster than them and seemingly had the ability to blend into their surroundings for a sneak attack like chameleons. Spider-Man and Silk fought off the massive wave of symbiotes, but they just kept coming. Spider-Man could easily flee the scene himself, but he couldn't just leave Silk there by herself. Every time he tried to reach her, a bolter would use its speed to match his and interrupt him. This alone proved that this wasn't just some random occurrence. This was all orchestrated by Venom itself to keep them there for as long as possible while he enacted whatever plan he had next. Venom, in his ultimate Godspeed state, zipped at Harry with speed unseeable to the human eye. However, before he could even get within arm's reach of the new goblin, Venom was stopped in his tracks as high-frequency waves began resonating off of the new goblin's fists that were pointing right at it. Venom let out an ear-splitting screech before dashing to the side to avoid the waves. Venom paused for a second, giving Harry enough time to shit-talk the alien. "Did you think I was stupid enough to not come prepared for your ass?" Harry spoke with a menacing growl as he stepped forward, continuing to release high-frequency waves from his arms in a similar fashion to one of Spider-Man's old enemies, tracking Venom as it zipped away from him. "We happened to run into the Shocker just before your little invasion. I saw that his vibroshock gauntlets seemed to hurt your little offspring. It wasn't hard to get information about what exactly his weapons were made of. The police keep tabs on this stuff after they arrest these guys." Venom once again dashed toward the new goblin. Harry couldn't see where Venom was going due to how fast it was, but that didn't matter as Harry simply aimed his wrists in the general direction. The waves once again hit Venom, causing it to reel back due to the pain as it started peeling away from Flash's body, showing the charred corpse underneath before sticking itself back to him. Venom's lenses squinted before he kicked it up a notch and began running in a circle around the new goblin, running so fast that there was nothing more than a blue circle surrounding him. "Damn it," Harry whispered, understanding the exact strategy that Venom was likely going for. It was just out of range for any of Harry's attacks to reach, but close enough to where it would be impossible to react to Venom's speed. Venom dashed forward, grabbing the new goblin by the face and dashing toward a building at least 30 yards away, slamming him into it. Due to the uncertainty of where Venom would attack, Harry failed to react. Venom bashed the new goblin into the building so hard, a crater formed behind him, though his artificial symbiote protected his body from taking any serious damage. Harry attempted to aim the waves at Venom, only for Venom to use his tendrils to grab them and hold them in place. "You know what, Osborn? I think you'd make a perfect new host. I know Parker isn't here, so I was coming for the girl, but you'll do just fine." Venom spoke with its deep monstrous voice before its chest began to open up like the mouth of a starving beast. It was prepared to absorb Harry completely and use him as its new vessel since Flash was broken goods at that point. "I'd rather not." Harry mumbled through his teeth while grimacing before pressing a button on his glove, causing flames to begin spewing from his wrists, burning the tendrils that were wrapping around them. Venom recoiled slightly due to its weakness being exploited as Harry reached for his utility belt and pulled out a grenade. He then stuck the grenade into Venom's body and kicked the monstrosity away from him. Manually, as Venom flew backward, Harry blew up the grenade, causing a crater to form in Venom's chest to reveal Flash Thompson beneath it once again, though the smoke from the explosion kept it hidden from Harry. Despite Harry not seeing Flash, Venom's words gave him a hint on how to win. If he needs a new host, that means Flash is no good to him when he's dead, right? If I kill Flash, something good has to come of that. Harry thought to himself before pulling out his retractable spear and chucking it across the street like a bullet through the bomb's smoke with such force, it created a hole in the smoke cloud. The spear sunk into Venom's chest, impaling Flash in the heart perfectly due to Harry's training with the greatest hunter in the world. Venom then let out an ear-splitting cry, letting Harry know that his attack must have been a direct hit. Using his left hand, Harry fired his vibroshock gauntlets toward Venom, compelling it to once again scream through the smoke. Clicking the button to summon his glider through his glove, the new goblin sprinted toward Venom and hopped on his glider. Still pointing his gauntlet at Venom, he could see the monstrosity wriggling in agony as the smoke cleared. All Venom could do was watch as Harry boosted toward it on his glider and stabbed it in the chest with the blade attachments on the front of his board. Having his vibroshock gauntlets at point blank, Harry rode his gilder forward, still impaling Venom before skewering him into a tree. Harry, using all of his strength, punched Venom in the face, breaking the tree in half as Venom still wriggled in pain due to the high frequency, pulling itself away from its host's body. "What's wrong? Are you trying to run?" the new goblin asked darkly before grabbing his spear that still impaled Venom and drove it in deeper. By this point, all of the soldiers were either dead or retreating behind the barrier. However, due to Harry's arms constantly expelling high-frequency waves, none of the symbiotes stepped in to help their father. Venom squealed in torment as Harry continued to blast vibrations toward it, digging his spear deeper and deeper inside the host's body. Venom attempted to fight through the pain, grabbing Harry's spear and pulling it away as the rest of it still instinctively peeled off of Flash's body. As it pulled away from Flash's face, Harry could see Flash looking right back up at him with wide eyes. Flash was crying, but his tears were not the tears of someone in pain, but of someone finally being released from their torment. For once, the agony was starting to die down for him. For once, his mind was starting to clear up and he could feel himself being released from Venom's clutches. He was also being released from the realm of the living as his heart began to cease its rapid-fire beating due to it being impaled by Harry's pike. The new goblin looked down at Flash with an anguished countenance. They weren't very close, but seeing him like that hurt nonetheless. Despite Flash being unable to speak, Harry could tell that his eyes were telling him, "Thank you." Slowly, Flash's eyes began to close. His torture had finally ended and he finally was granted the death he was seeking after over a week of non-stop torture. The new goblin then clicked a part of his glove, causing one of his gauntlets to rotate before flames began spewing out of it. Venom's screams grew louder as its mass began to shrink down due to the flames killing it. Harry was winning, finally proving himself to be the hero he had sought to be for the longest. This was the final step in atoning for what his father did, something that was unnecessary to do since he wasn't the one who did all of the atrocities that his father had done, but it was something he felt he needed to undo nonetheless. All he had to do was finish the job and destroy the monster his father helped grow in his lab. He's doing it. The new goblin is beating Venom. The crowd was finally fully on his side, believing that the hero had saved them all as they watched him burn Venom to a crisp. "Get his ass, Harry!" Lily shouted with tears in her eyes as if he could hear her. Liz was also teary-eyed, seeing her brother be the one to save everyone. "He's really doing it," she whispered. Felicia Hardy, standing next to her, nodded. "He really is. My friend said it best when you last fought, but this time, I'll make sure you're gone for good." "Get out of my fucking timeline," the new goblin said coldly as Venom was continuing to become reduced to nearly nothing. However, before Harry could finish the job, a bolt of electricity fell from the sky as if divine lightning struck the hero, sending him flying backward and disabling the technological aspects of his costume. His body eventually came to a stop when he was grabbed from the ground by a tail of some sort from behind. Using his hands, he attempted to pry himself free only for his limbs to be pulled back by 4 tentacles. Venom then reattached itself to Flash's body and began piloting it like the corpse it was. He let out a shout and a few symbiotes detached themselves from their hosts' bodies and integrated themselves with Venom until he was completely covering Flash's corpse once again. The tentacles then slammed Harry to the ground, creating a massive crater in it before the tentacled creature showed itself to him. At first, Harry couldn't recognize the humanoid symbiote until it retracted itself from its host to reveal a familiar face. It was Dr. Otto Octavius, under the influence of his arms and the symbiote simultaneously. Next to Otto, a lizard covered in a symbiote stood next to him. If the tentacled one was Otto, Harry was able to piece together who the other person was. It was Dr. Connors, covered completely from head to toe in a black symbiote in his lizard form. Descending from the air was a venomized version of both Mysterio, wearing his fishbowl helmet and costume covered in black, and Electro, having that grotesque smile on his face as the symbiote attached to his body retracted to show his face. "Harry, Harry, Harry." A familiar voice spoke his name before descending on a glider to reveal himself to his son. It was the Green Goblin, covered in a symbiote of his own. "What did I tell you about playing the hero, son?" The Green Goblin's disgusting smile was shown beneath the symbiote, bringing a horrified expression to Harry's face. "What? Most of you are dead already. How is this possible?" Harry shouted, though he only received a laugh as a response from the few who still had their free will intact. Mysterio and the lizard were both pawns being controlled directly by their symbiotes as Dr. Beck had no interest in fighting on their side and the lizard was basically a wild animal that needed to be controlled. Otto was also being controlled, but the arms were the ones who were in control of the symbiote and his body. "Did you think I was stupid enough to not come prepared?" Venom asked Harry just as Harry asked just moments prior. "Don't worry, Osborn. This will be very slow and very painful. Now hold still." Venom released Flash's corpse from its hold, allowing the body to drop like a bag of rocks before Venom lunged onto Harry's body. Harry yelled in anguish as the symbiote began to consume him. "No. Wait. Harry tried begging for his life, only for the symbiote to break through his mask and shove itself into his mouth to silence him. Harry's arms and legs flailed in what little ways they could due to being held onto by Dr. Octopus. Eventually, Dr. Octopus let go and Harry's body was free to convulse and contort on the ground as he felt his body being completely taken over by Venom. "No." Lily screamed, placing her hands and her face on the glass as she watched her lover being consumed by Venom. "Harry," her voice was hysterical. Those who weren't even on the same floor as she could hear it as she fell to her knees and continued to scream hysterically. "Harry, please. Please get up. Harry." Liz was completely stunned. She couldn't even speak as she watched the only family she had left get turned into a monster right in front of her. Felicia said nothing, she just looked on in horror until his body was completely covered. The civilians in the building were completely dead silent, in disbelief that the villains they all saw get defeated on the news were back and stronger than ever. A freezing chill flowed down their bodies as they saw the Green Goblin staring right back at them, smiling sinisterly at the building he was ready to take back. From inside the symbiote, Harry could feel his entire body feeling as if his nutrients were being sucked out of him by a million leeches, along with the feeling of infinite pressure crushing him. Almost immediately, his mind was being overflowed by the memories of every single Eren Parker and Venom to exist in the many timelines that came before them. He saw flashes as well, having all of that anguish transferred to him. This drove Harry to start having a panic attack from within the symbiote, but he could not scream or cry despite feeling the need to. It was as if his mouth was sewn shut, all he could do was look forward as his body was now no longer in his control. All he could do was think to himself. He soon realized the ultimatum that awaited his best friends. If they wanted to save the world, they would likely have to take his life. Even then, knowing what this team of villains was capable of, he knew that Spider-Man could not win. Not on his own. Even with Silk, it would be impossible. He realized at that moment that he would then live out eternity from within the symbiote as its host. Symbiotes never die unless they have no host or are destroyed. The host never dies unless their body is destroyed. Once Earth was taken over completely, Harry would have to watch as Venom takes over other civilizations until the end of time. He also saw just how Venom was able to gather this team of villains together through the monster's memories. Venom even had a name for this team. He called them the Sinister Six. Chapter 119, Sinister. After defeating the Horde at the Baxter Building, Silk and Spider-Man began making their way toward Oscorp hastily. Wanting to get there quickly, Spider-Man held Silk in his arms as he sped through the city in seconds, arriving before they could even spell Godspeed. By the time he arrived, he could see the Sinister Six standing together, the 5 other members surrounding Venom as he stood in place with his new host fully consumed. Spider-Man set Silk down, stood in place, and looked on with wide eyes beneath his white mask. He noticed Flash's corpse on the ground, yet Venom was still walking on 2 feet, meaning he had to have found another host. Eren knew who was under the monstrosity at that point, but he still lied to himself, thinking of who it could possibly be. However, seeing Harry's board on the ground, he couldn't lie to himself anymore. Cindy fell to her knees and held Harry's glider in both hands, looking down at it with wide eyes. Harry must have tried to fight them, he made a synthetic symbiote. He called it anti-venom. She told Eren as she began to weep and choke up. He told me to wear it, but I was afraid. He said it wouldn't control me, but I was still too scared to wear it myself. I shouldn't have left him here alone. I should have been the one. Don't blame yourself. They would have killed you. Eren told her coldly. She looked up at him with tears still streaming down her face to see that the aura around him had completely changed. No longer was it that friendly blue color. No, that color was long gone. His lightning was now blacker than any black she'd ever seen, crackling loudly as if Zeus himself was about to descend from the heavens. Despite his calm demeanor on the outside, Eren was filled with nothing more than pure anguish as he looked at his friend being used like a toy right in front of him. His body was shaking, not due to fear, but due to pure anger. He still hadn't realized it yet, but this black lighting around his body was the product of centuries of pain building up inside him through the memories of his past. This was eclipsed Godspeed. Cindy. You can't fight these guys. I'm going to be honest, I don't think I can fight them either. Go say goodbye to your family. Spider-Man's words were icy and monotonous, it was the voice of someone who had accepted defeat. Silk knew that he was right. Even if she were to fight side by side with him, she knew she would be deadweight at this point, not without a symbiote of her own. However, despite it all, part of her still believed that he could win. That could win. With a plan of her own, Silk got up and quickly ran toward Oscorp to find her family and say her goodbyes. With thunderous steps, Spider-Man stepped toward the Sinister Six and they watched with sick grins on their venomous faces. They were all completely under Venom's control, even the Green Goblin wasn't fully in control of his own actions despite him likely being fine with going along with Venom's plans. Spider-Man dashed forward, leaving a black trail of electricity as thunder clapped behind him before cracking Dr. Octavius in the face and sending them spiraling back into a building. Even Venom was shook to see Spider-Man moving that fast, as eclipsed Godspeed was far beyond anything it had ever seen before. Again, Spider-Man took off before zigzagging around his enemies like a flash of black light. Stop him! Venom shouted before he too started zipping around using ultimate Godspeed to try and catch the spider. Electro began firing bolts of lightning at the hero, but he was able to easily dodge them due to his speed. The Green Goblin also began throwing his own attacks at Spider-Man, sending balls of fire at the hero that were also nowhere near fast enough to hit him when he was moving in such a way. With Venom hot on his trail, Spider-Man ran up the wall of a nearby building. Using his webs, Spider-Man grabbed Electro by the neck and yanked him toward him, catching him by surprise. Spider-Man then kicked off of the building and grabbed Electro by the chest to get a hold of his vest to once again overcharge it and this time kill him once and for all. However, one of the Green Goblin's fireballs was able to hit Eren's body due to his predictable trajectory, sending him flying in the opposite direction and releasing Electro from his grasp. Meanwhile, Venom zipped over toward Spider-Man and grabbed him by the leg as he flailed around in the air. Once he had a hold of Spider-Man's leg, the hero aimed a kick at Venom's face with his free leg using all of his strength. However, Venom just barely missed getting its head chopped off by the attack. Venom then threw Spider-Man back at his wolves, allowing the lizard to grab Spider-Man by the arm and slam him into the ground on repeat. Forming a sword with his hand, Spider-Man sliced the lizard's tail off, compelling him to scream in pain and release his hold. Spider-Man quickly got back up on his feet. However, Mysterio finally attacked Spider-Man with a cloud of his atom gas, immediately causing the hero to start to gasp for air. He retraced his symbiote from his face and created a mask using his spider matter. However, the atom gas was acting fast and Eren could feel himself starting to feel his mind growing a bit weaker. He could feel the world around him spinning. This was exactly why Venom chose Mysterio. He wasn't a villain of Spider-Man directly, but his power would prove useful in stopping Eren from being too powerful. Despite seeing and hearing things, Spider-Man continued to defend himself from the Sinister Six, delivering a speedy punch to the chest of the lizard and sending it flying and crashing into a parked vehicle. Eren. Spider-Man could hear Cindy speaking to him in his mind, but he knew that it wasn't real, it was all an illusion created by Mysterio's atom gas. Without a second thought, he dashed over to Dr. Octopus and grabbed two of their tentacles, and began pulling on them with all of his strength. Eren, again he could hear a voice, this time the voice of his mother was speaking to him. It didn't take much to completely rip the tentacles off of Octavius's body, prompting them to scream in anger more than anything else. Venom tried to zip toward Eren, but the hero used Dr. Octopus's tentacles to bash Venom's face in, sending him rolling away from him. Spider-Man then looked up to see Electro and Mysterio flying above him, both throwing attacks at him. Spider-Man quickly zipped to the left, dodging a lightning bolt from Electro before throwing one of the tentacles at him and impaling him in the lower abdomen, sending him spiraling down toward the earth. Spider-Man then instantly zipped to the right, dodging one of Mysterio's atom gas attacks. Spider-Man reeled back his arm to throw the second tentacle at Dr. Beck, only to be hit in the face by another fireball from the Green Goblin, this one sending Spider-Man barreling into a tree. There were just far too many of them for him to keep up with them all, even with his new speed. Spider-Man pushed himself off of the ground and began scanning the area intensely with his eyes, counting the enemies all around him. 2, 4, 5, where dash, before he could figure out where the last person was coming from, Spider-Man was hit by an electric bolt from above, one that even was able to overwhelm him despite his resistance to electricity. This was a testament to just how strong Electro had become. Looks like the spider bit off more than he can chew. Electro gloated as he watched the Green Goblin walk up to the hero and pick him up by the face to get a good look at him. As he always does. The so-called hero couldn't even defeat me with his three friends helping him. The Green Goblin crushed Spider-Man's skull with his hand before slamming his face into the pavement repeatedly and tossing him at Dr. Octavius, who regrew their lost limbs. Dr. Octavius caught the boy and held him up to their face before mocking him. I find it hard to believe that he could beat any of us, they said before taking one of their tentacles and stabbing Spider-Man in the chest, compelling him to scream in despair. I've already beaten all of you. Spider-Man grimaced as he spoke, feeling lost as to what the hell any of them were talking about. The only one he didn't beat was Mysterio, but even he was beaten by Silk. That atom gas of yours really has done a number on him, Dr. Beck. Dr. Octopus said as he inspected Eren's eyes. I say we make him watch as we kill the people who he wanted to protect, yes. Yeah, then we feed him to the lizard. Electro added before sending another bolt of electricity at Eren. Don't worry kiddo, it won't take much time. Electro's words inadvertently gave Eren the answer he had been seeking during that entire fight. He wanted to know just how these guys were all back and in full health, but at this moment, he had the answer. Time. No. Venom spoke before zipping over to Dr. Octopus and grabbing Spider-Man from his grasp. I need him alive so he too can become one of my pawns. Venom held Spider-Man high in the air by the throat. Though Spider-Man was much faster now, Venom had grown more powerful, especially due to having Harry's synthetic symbiote combined with itself. I'll let him suffer while also being under my control. Spider-Man tried to break free from its grasp, but it was of no use. He had lost, the timeline was doomed, and he once again could not defeat Venom. Knowing what must be done, Spider-Man created an afterimage of himself and sent it back in time to the night when the next Eren in line would visit his family, the one where the current Eren met his future self for the first time. Can't forget to keep the silly cycle going, can we, Parker? Venom teased, knowing exactly what sending an afterimage back in time meant. However, Spider-Man's laughter was telling a different story. The Sinister Six thought the atom gas was making him lose his mind, however, this was far from the case. Not this time. Spider-Man whispered before a blue streak of electricity flashed by Venom's face and led up to a nearby building. The Sinister Six looked up to see 6 familiar silhouettes standing high above them, looking down at them as their bodies all shone brightly with blue electricity, all but one who was surrounded by an aura of pure darkness. Spider-Man, wearing his white and black symbiote, stood with his arms crackling in black energy as he looked on with determined eyes. Just next to and slightly behind him, a Spider-Man, wearing his all-black symbiote with the white symbol on his chest, posed right next to him with his arms crossed. His eyes were squinted and his brows were visibly scowling beneath the black suit. On the other side of the Spider-Man in all white, a Spider-Man stood wearing his red and blue costume, posing in a 3-pointed stance with his legs spread in an iconic Spider-Man pose. Just behind the all-black hero, a Spider-Man, wearing his black and gold Wakandan costume, stood in an animalistic stance in a similar fashion to the Wakandan king himself, claws and all. Next to the red and blue hero, a Spider-Man was seen wearing his blue and black Fantastic Four costume, standing tall with his fists clenched as he looked forward from beneath his black mask and white lenses. Lastly, right next to the hero covered in the black symbiote, the Phantom Spider, wearing his black mask, goggles, black pants, and trench coat, walked forward, being the only one not surrounded by a Godspeed aura due to being the youngest and least experienced. However, his limbs were still coated in Godspeed energy. Each version of the hero stood side by side, representing the hero in a different stage of his life in a different costume. Once Eren realized that the Sinister Six were not made up of villains he'd beaten, but of villains who must have failed to be beaten in other timelines, he sent his afterimage to the timelines where these villains were taken from, starting with the Spider-Man in the black suit. Once this Eren agreed to help, the two of them traveled through time together and brought the rest of them there to fight the villains that they were destined to defeat. However, there was an exception. The Spider-Man wearing red and blue wasn't in his timeline to fight Mysterio as he was considered dead. However, this was the Mysterio from his timeline nonetheless. The Eren of this timeline knew it would alter their timelines, but Venom had already crossed that line. He gave each spider a choice after telling them exactly what was happening and they all agreed. Even his youngest self that was unsure about being a hero eventually agreed to come back with him. No more games, Venom. This time, I will kill you. All 6 of us will win. Spider-Man shouted from the top of the building. 7 of us. Silk added before web-zipping and landing right next to her lover wearing the synthetic symbiote that Harry made for her. He didn't just create one, he made one for both of them. She looked nearly identical to how she usually did, however, her color scheme was swapped. Her chest was now all black while her limbs were white. The symbol on her chest was now a tiny white spider and her red mask was covered with what looked like black veins. Took you long enough, the Spider-Man of this timeline said sarcastically. I had to make sure the odds were in our favor before I got myself killed. Silk spoke sarcastically back. Of course, this wasn't true. She said her goodbyes to her family and went to receive the symbiote that Harry made for her. Everything happened so fast, by the time she was ready to fight, all of the other Erens were already there. This was it. The final battle between the Sinister Six and the 7 Spiders was about to commence. Chapter 120, Self-Help, Part 1. The Green Goblin's eyes widened at the display of Spider-Man's speed as the once hero, wearing his all-black symbiote, reeled his fist back and punched the Green Goblin in his spine, causing him to bend backward as his spine broke in half. Aya, ah. The Green Goblin groaned in agony. He couldn't believe it, he suddenly was unable to move anything below his waist due to the tremendous strength of the attack. You probably lost all feeling in your legs, right? Can't have you running off on me. Spider-Man said as the goblin slumped over onto the ground like an empty mascot suit. Spider-Man walked around the now paralyzed Green Goblin, looking down at the filth with hateful eyes. I've seen you kill my girlfriend and my best friend hundreds of times over. Spider-Man socked the Green Goblin in the chin, causing the monster to fall over on his side, still unable to move anything below the waist. The I feel when I look at your pathetic face is far beyond any type of fury I have ever felt. The Green Goblin began forming fire around his fist to retaliate, only for Spider-Man to continue to attack. Spider-Man stomped on the Green Goblin's head with such force, it would have burst like a melon if the goblin were still human. The I feel knowing that I've had to reduce myself to is something I can't even comprehend. Pive. All because you wanted to prove a point to me. By this point, the Green Goblin's fiery aura was flickering and nearly depleted. Spider-Man knelt down and grabbed the Green Goblin by one of his horns and forcing him to look up at him. Well, I have a point that I want to prove to you. I'll show you what happens when the boy who plays the hero. Before Spider-Man could snap the horn off, the Green Goblin disappeared with a flash, and a blue streak of Godspeed energy was left behind him. What? Spider-Man shouted in shock and began looking around frantically until this time, a black streak of electricity appeared in front of him, revealing the afterimage of himself from a future timeline, wearing a white symbiote. Where's the Green Goblin? The Spider-Man in white asked, getting straight to the point. I don't know. He was here and then he was gone the next moment. I finally had him. I was dash before the Spider-Man in black could go on a tangent, his future self interrupted him. He's in my timeline. I knew it. The future Spider-Man seemed relieved that his theory was correct, meaning his new plan was sure to work. Listen, I have a plan and I need you to be on board with me. You're the only one who can make it possible. You want me to come to your timeline? The past Spider-Man asked. Not just you, but 4 others. Right now, there are 4 more guys that don't belong in my timeline. We need the 4 other Eren Parkers from their timelines to help us fight. As you can see, I have no physical form here. That's because my real body is moments from death, but we can prevent it if we return with all 6 of us. The Spider-Man in black didn't say a word in reaction to this news. At this point, he was willing to do anything to save his own timeline, and the future Spider-Man knew this. Before the Eren of the past could decline, the future Eren added to the deal. You're probably thinking, who cares about this guy's timeline? It's not my problem, but that's where you're wrong. These guys might come to your timeline next. If I can't beat him, then you sure as hell can't by yourself. The Spider-Man in black exhaled. Damn it, he thought to himself, realizing there was no way out of this. Okay. What do you want me to do? The Spider-Man in black asked. We're going to go visit the others. We need to go back to Dad's hospital. The exact moment we visited after traveling through time for the first time. We need to make sure that the us from that time hears what Dad needs to tell him before we appear. Okay, but wouldn't that ruin that timeline? The Spider in black asked cautiously. Yes, but the timelines are already ruined. I have no idea the ramifications, but it has to be far worse than a few altered timelines. It's just 5 ruined timelines out of infinite. I can't argue with that, I guess. You're not really giving me a choice, so let's go. Both Spider-Men took off, leaving a blue and black trail behind them before going back in time together. Wearing his red and blue costume, Spider-Man knelt beside his father's deathbed, speaking to him with tears in his eyes. His father was holding onto his hand, giving his son some final words before moving on to the other side. Promise me, please, Eren. Give me this one final wish. Tears began falling from his father's face. He was so proud of his son, knowing that he was passing on the torch after his death. All he wanted was for that torch to continue to be passed. Okay, Dad. I'll keep being Spider-Man. Eren told him, choking up with each word. Eren, if there's one thing that you'll remember out of all the things I've ever told you, remember this next thing well: with great power comes great responsibility. I love you, son. With those final words leaving his mouth, Richard Parker leaned back in his deathbed and began to finally let go. He was holding on for so long, almost as if something was telling him to. He realized that this was why, this was his fate, to be there for his son when he needed him the most. Eren could feel his father's grip loosen, as his heart rate monitor began to decline. His father had a smile on his face, one that remained up until his heartbeat ceased. Eren stood up on his own 2 feet, looking down at his father with a solemn smile one last time. I love you too, Dad. Thank you. Hey, the Spider-Man in white said from behind, leaning up against the door frame with his other self standing beside him. The Spider-Man in red and blue wiped his tears and looked at both the black and white spiders in front of him. Immediately, Spider-Man knew what the 2 versions of himself being there meant. You're from the future, aren't you? He asked them both. Yeah, we are. We need your help. We're putting together a team of Spider-Men from different timelines. The Mysterio from your timeline is in my timeline with 5 more of our villains of the past and future. He's a villain you haven't faced, he's actually one of Cindy's. I thought about bringing her here instead of you, but I think bringing you would be best. We don't know what time travel may do to her body. If you don't help us, who knows what they'll do to countless timelines. I'll go. Let's save everyone, the hero in red and blue answered quickly. Both the white-suited Spider-Man and black-suited Spider-Man looked at each other, surprised at the heroism on display. It was sad to see how much they'd changed in such a short amount of time. They both knew that neither of them would be so willing to help so quickly. Perhaps it was due to being fresh off of his father's speech to him. The Spider-Man in black grabbed the red and blue hero's arm and the 3 of them blasted off out of the hospital and through time together. Spider-Man, wearing his black and gold Wakandan costume, fought alongside Silk against Dr. Octavius inside a hospital. Spider-Man wanted to get a closer look at Dr. Octavius's tentacles, so he entered his ultimate Godspeed form again so he could quickly get behind the doctor. Due to his processing speed, usually, things around him would seem as if they were moving slower than usual. However, Spider-Man's lenses widened upon seeing that Otto's mechanical limbs were moving as if they were breaking the rules of the illusion of slowed time. They were tracking his eye movements, repositioning accordingly. This was Eren's first time studying the nuances of each tentacle's design, his first time really looking at all 4 of them. They all looked similar, having 3 claws that could open and close, but they all seemed unique at the same time. They seemed alive. Each tentacle had a red, glowing light at the center of them, staring at Eren as if they were eyes. Eren was frozen in the same spot, completely unmoving, confusing both Cindy and Dr. Octavius. Spider-Man? Silk asked, watching the boy standing in place, stunned. This doesn't make any sense. How, he thought, unable to comprehend how Otto's mechanical limbs were moving in the way that they were. Is this all in my head? Am I just afraid? Spider-Man's lenses furrowed as he came to one last conclusion. No, it must be because of the AI. It's reading my every move. Otto, how much control do you have over the arms? Can you hold them still? Just for a few seconds. Spider-Man stepped forward slowly in his normal state, watching the tentacles closely. It hurts. I can do it, but it hurts. Okay, that's good. That's great. Just hold them steady for me, okay? We're gonna take a look back there. Octavius nodded, allowing Spider-Man and Silk to slowly approach and walk around Dr. Octavius and his mechanical limbs. As they walked by, the tentacles were trying to break through Otto's control, making similar movements to a dog being pulled by its leash and held back by its owner. Once Spider-Man and Silk were behind Otto, they took a look at the inhibitor chip on the doctor's nape, causing Silk to cover her mouth with her hand as she felt like she wanted to vomit. Oh my god. She whispered shakily, looking at the blood and pus covering the inhibitor chip. The skin around it was completely fried, having scabs and peeling skin all around it. The chip itself was extremely damaged, it was far beyond repair, not without any tools. As Eren continued to observe, he noticed that Dr. Octavius was begging to tremble, he was begging to lose control. I can't hold. Octavius spoke with a strained voice. In an instant, Dr. Octavius disappeared with a blue streak of electricity left where he once stood. Both Silk and Spider-Man were confused, only to grow more confused when 3 more Spider-Man appeared near the same spot. There's 4 of you right now. Silk whispered, looking at all 4 of the heroes standing around and looking at each other. Eren, I know this is going to be very confusing, but we are you from the future. Very soon, you will learn how to time travel. That's how we got here, we time traveled to the exact moment before Dr. Octavius died. A villain of mine, from the future, is gathering a team of villains from your past and future. There are 6 of them and we need 6 of us. No way, both Silk and the Wakandan spider looked at each other with wide eyes. You figured out time travel. I figured out time travel. As the 2 spiders geeked out with each other, the other 3 looked at each other before the all-white Spider-Man cleared his throat loudly. Oh, sorry, the Wakandan spider apologized before looking at Cindy. She grabbed his hand and looked him in the eyes with a soft grin hidden under her mask. You should help them. The black and gold wearing hero looked at his future selves and nodded. Yeah, all right. Let's go. Once again, a Spider-Man was quick to agree. It really showed the 2 oldest spiders just how much they changed over time. Spider-Man, wearing his black symbiote, grabbed both Spider-Man from his past and blasted out of the hospital, leaving Cindy by herself. Please come back safely, she whispered to herself, understanding that if a battle required that much firepower, it must be something far beyond anything she could imagine. Chapter 121, Self-Help, Part 2. Connors is down, guys. Spider-Man, wearing his blue and black Fantastic Four costume, said into his comms before receiving praise from the rest of the team. Good work, kid. Good shit, Spidey. I'm glad you're safe. Just as the boy began receiving his praise, the debris of what was once a building began to rumble. Fuck, already. Spider-Man thought to himself, pressing his finger against his earpiece once more. Johnny, Ben, I need your help over here. The rumbling continued and both the Human Torch and the Thing arrived by Spider-Man's side. So much for Connors being taken care of. Ben said sarcastically as the rubble began being tossed around by a powerful force beneath it. Yeah. Spider-Man said, looking on with his lenses drooping slightly. In the nick of time, Reed arrived with a device in his hand, the neogenic decombinator. It was now a gun of some sort, having the appearance of some sort of sci-fi energy launcher. Reed handed it to Spider-Man, allowing him to deliver the final blow to his teacher. He's your responsibility, right? Reed told him. Spider-Man nodded before slowly walking toward the rubble with the weapon in hand. The lizard screamed as he finally broke free from his concrete prison, sending pieces of debris flying as he ran toward Spider-Man like a crazed beast on all 4s. He was ready to devour the hero, though Spider-Man wouldn't let that happen. With his feet planted, the hero aimed the neogenic decombinator at his teacher as the beast leapt into the air with his talons poised to kill. However, just like Spider-Man's other villains, a blue streak flashed by and the lizard disappeared. In almost the same second, 4 Spider-Man appeared, surprising the Fantastic Four and the Spider-Man wearing their costume. Eren, I know this is going to be very confusing, but we are you from the future. Down the line, you will learn how to time travel. That's how we got here, we time traveled to the exact moment before you defeated Dr. Connors. A villain of mine, from the future, is gathering a team of villains from your past and future. There are 6 of them and we need 6 of us. All of our timelines may be in danger if you don't help us. As the eldest Spider-Man said this, the rest of the Fantastic Four approached, glaring at all of the spiders with confused expressions. I didn't know you had brothers. Johnny Storm said. It was unclear if this was a joke or if he was serious. Can they come with us? I'd assume we could use the help, the Fantastic Spider asked. They can't. We have no idea what time traveling may do to their bodies, the eldest Spider-Man told him. He knew that even his own body was affected by it, so there was no telling what would become of non-Godspeed users. Even the Sinister Six might have some sort of side effects that they aren't aware of. Did you say time traveling? Reed Richards asked, though he went ignored. We need to go if you're coming. We're changing too many things here as we speak. Don't worry about the lizards here, we'll return you back at this exact moment and it'll be as if you never left, the eldest Spider-Man told the youngest of the current bunch. Alright, I'll fight. How do we do the thing, the Fantastic Spider asked. Just grab my shoulder, the one in the black symbiote told him. The Fantastic Spider grabbed his shoulder, along with the Wakandan and the red and blue hero before all 5 of them zipped away in an instant, leaving the Fantastic Four behind. The Phantom Spider, his limbs glowing with his blue Godspeed energy, faced the Electric Man as he hovered above the hero with his body glowing brightly due to the electricity coursing through him. Electro was growing aggravated at the child beneath him, the bug kept ruining his display of godhood and his journey to becoming pure energy. The Phantom Spider, however, was furious. The man who proclaimed himself as a god was hovering above him, looking down at the hero as the bodies of those who he could not save before his arrival and destruction surrounded him. Though he'd lost to Electro before, he was confident. His new power was going to be the key to ending the Electric Man. Electro. The Phantom Spider, filled with fury, screamed at the god who floated above him. This ends here. The boy was certain that those confident words were true. He noticed that his brain seemed to be moving faster than it usually did, allowing him to come up with a plan in only just a couple of seconds. That vest, it must be some sort of inhibitor. If I can get it off of him, perhaps he'll overcharge himself. Before that, I need to find a way to short-circuit him so I can get a hold of him for long enough to pry it off. The water, yes, there's gotta be more water somewhere. His eyes scanned the area for another water truck or any source of water that he could use to momentarily slow the Electric Man down. His eyes nearly locked onto a fire hydrant, though he made sure to not make it obvious in an attempt to hide his plan from Electro. That's the key. Alright, Parker. Let's kill this god. With haste, the hero of the Night Flash stepped forward, dodging Electro's lightning bolts with even more speed than before. He was untouchable as he zipped from side to side as if he were dodging the blast from the toy gun of a child. Who's a god now? He thought to himself as he began Flash stepping up a nearby building. With each step, one of the screens on the building would shut off due to his power interacting with them. No, I'm no god. His inner voice declared as he continued up the building, dodging the lightning strikes that trailed behind him until reaching the height at which Electro was hovering. Using a Godspeed-infused jump, the hero leapt backward, jumping so high that he even surpassed the so-called and self-proclaimed god's altitude. I have no need to see myself as such. I am but a man, a mortal who will stand up to these so-called gods for those who cannot. Using his webs, the young hero webbed Electro's electric bolt-slinging right arm. Just before Electro could throw another bolt, the Phantom Spider yanked the villain's arm to the side, causing the bolt to fly in the wrong direction and disappear into the clouds above. I may be a man with weaknesses. Using his other hand, the boy webbed Electro's left hand. With both hands in his control, the trenchcoat-wearing hero yanked his webs forward, causing Electro to fly upward uncontrollably as the boy's body was flung downward toward the earth and the villain. But that weakness made me stronger. Strong enough to defeat gods like you. That's why I will call this power of mine Godspeed, the power that allows me to be fast enough to keep up with supposed gods like you. Just as those words left his brain, the hero used both legs to kick Electro in the chest, sending them both hurtling toward the earth with great velocity. However, before Electro could hit the ground, he disappeared with a blue streak of electricity being left behind where he should have landed. The Phantom Spider landed on the ground, looking at the ground in front of him with his eyebrows furrowed beneath his goggles. What? He whispered before the 5 Spider-Men from the future arrived right in front of him. What's with the stupid costumes? The Phantom Spider mocked his future selves as he stood in a ready stance with his hands glowing with Godspeed energy. The other spiders all looked at each other, remembering their old, edgy self. It was nostalgic, seeing how much they'd changed over time. Starting from a kid who made his own costume out of things from his closet, wanting revenge for his mother's killer but discovering a desire to help people in the process. Then becoming a kid haunted by the ghost of his past mistakes, wanting to make things right by becoming a hero using a hand-me-down costume from the Fantastic Four. He learned that you couldn't save everyone, but you could for damn sure try. Soon after he was a young man worried about being accepted, worrying whether or not his past mistakes would ever be forgiven despite his efforts. After speaking to his mother one last time, he was finally able to accept who he once was and move past it. He wore a costume that represented his homeland, one that reminded him of who he was and who he fought for. That boy seeking acceptance one day found himself questioning everything he told himself that he stood for. Fighting a man who wanted to do nothing more than prove a point to him. He learned that this idea of being a symbol of hope would be far more complicated than the fairy tale story he had hoped for. He wore that symbol on his body, he wore that bright red and blue suit to inspire those who looked up to him. He wanted to continue to be that symbol until the end. Until the end came sooner than the boy expected. He became a liar. He became a killer. He became hopeless. His dark costume covering his body may as well have been a representation of his psyche, returning to how he once was when he was fueled by hatred and the desire to find his mother's killer. At the very end, he was a man overwhelmed by numbness. He wasn't hopeful, but at the same time, he wouldn't call himself hopeless. Just numb. His costume lacking any color matched that sentiment. Despite that numbness, he would never give up until he took his last breath. You made them. Were you? The red and blue hero told him. The Phantom Spider didn't understand how six of himself could possibly exist in one place, especially wearing those silly hero costumes. However, once every single Eren removed their masks, he knew that they weren't lying. Dad was right, time travel is real. Why is that one clear? What's with the white hair? Is this like a Goku thing? Where your hair changes color when you transform or something? Yeah, something like that. Listen, Electro is in my timeline with 5 other villains of the future. We need your help to face him. We need your help to save time itself. If my enemy takes over my timeline, every timeline in existence is fucked, the leader said. Immediately, they could all see those feelings of self-doubt flooding the Phantom Spider. It was written in his eyes that were visible through his goggles. I don't think I'd be very useful to you guys. I mean, look at you guys, and look at me. You have that crazy aura on your bodies. I can't do that. I don't think I'd be much help. I couldn't even beat Electro. I don't know what happened between now and whenever you guys came to be, but I'm no hero. All I care about is finding the men responsible for killing my mom. The Phantom Spider was still brand new to being a hero. In fact, he still didn't even consider himself that. The thought of saving timelines was something far beyond anything he could imagine himself doing. You were going to beat Electro. We all did right at this very moment, Eren. I know it's scary, and I know it's intimidating, but we are all warriors. We are all heroes. Without you, without all of us, we won't be able to win. This won't be your first time fighting against all odds, and it won't be your last. Please help us. The Spider-Man in the Wakandan suit tried his best to convince his younger self, and it seemed to be working. Think about Cindy. Think about Mom and Dad. You wished you could have saved them, right? You want to protect Cindy, right? Well, if you help us, you can protect her. You can make Mom and Dad proud. They already are so proud of you, Eren. Trust us. We all know. When the time comes, you'll know it too. The red and blue hero spoke gently, trying to reach that softer side of his younger self that he knew existed. We can't save everyone, but we can save an infinite amount of lives through time if we take these guys down together, the Fantastic Spider told him, remembering what he learned on the night of the lizard invasion. If you don't help us, your timeline is next, the all-black Spider-Man said plainly. They'll kill everyone and everything you love, and there will be no way you can stop it by yourself, the eldest Spider-Man told him. All 4 Spider-Men looked at the 2 symbiotic spiders with frowns visible from their lenses squinting and beneath the Phantom Spider's goggles. What? We're just being honest, the all-black spider told them all, shrugging his arms. Well, what do you say, Eren? Will you help us or will you doom time itself? The oldest spider asked him frankly, causing the young hero's heart to jolt. Well, I don't really have a choice, do I? I'll do it. It was clear that his words immediately brought a sense of relief to the 5 other spiders. But I have one question and I want an honest answer. Sure, the eldest said. What happens to Mom's killer? Do we ever catch him? As he said this, all 5 other spiders looked at each other. Should we even tell him? The red and blue spider asked. We do find him. What happens when you find him is up to you, Eren. That's all we can say. Your timeline is already going to be the one that is changed the most. I'm sorry we can't tell you more, the eldest told him. I see. I just wanted to know if I'd find him. Thanks for being honest. The Phantom Spider was clearly horrified by this knowledge. The men in front of him weren't who he thought he was. He wondered if they actually went through with it. He could see the 2 oldest taking a life, but not the others. The oldest spider nodded, completely understanding him. It was himself after all. Wanting to have a plan before they get back, the leader spoke to all of them, giving them a rundown of what they'll see. Since we have the neurogenic decombinator, let's take out the lizard first. Once he loses his lizard body, he'll be practically useless. Then we need to get rid of Mysterio. He's going to be a big guy with a fishbowl helmet on his head. After that, I need you to take care of Electro and then the guy with the 4 tentacles. That will leave us with 2 guys, the strongest ones. The 2 biggest ones. There will be one with fire and horns, focus on him first because he is slightly weaker. Once he's gone, we take out their leader, Venom. This whole time, I'll distract Venom since I'm strong enough to fight him one-on-one. How exactly do we beat them? The red and blue hero asked, reminding the 2 eldest that they once had a no-kill rule. We have to kill them. Kill the men beneath the symbiote, it's the only way. If it helps, all of these guys died fighting us regardless, whether it be on purpose or by accident. It's their fate. This was a lie since not every single villain was destined to die by Spider-Man's hand. I know you 3 are against killing, but it must be done. We abandoned that idea long ago. We have to cross that line to save everyone. 6 lives in exchange for. It was at this moment that the leader remembered what he was saying. It wasn't just 6 lives, but his best friend was under the symbiote. To save everyone, Harry Osborn was going to have to die by his hand. We have to kill them to save an infinite amount of human lives through time. That's how it has to go. No matter how much we might care about the men beneath the symbiotes. Hey, I have a question, the Phantom Spider asked with his hand raised. What exactly is a symbiote? Like, I know what a symbiote is, but it sounds like you named something very, very dangerous that. Yeah, I don't know what that is either. Me neither. Oh, right. It's this alien from another planet that enhances its user's strength. Me and this guy are wearing one right now, see? So basically, all of your villains are super buffed, the all-white spider explained. Ah, great. The Fantastic Spider said. Very great. Why don't we just bring Franklin? Who the hell is Franklin? He can't control his powers, remember? Oh, right. Who is Franklin? Reed Richards' son. He can bend reality. Yeah, if he could control his powers he could probably just snap his fingers and solve all our problems. Why not go to the future and bring him here? He's lost in his own pocket dimension. We also can't go past a point in time where Eren Parker doesn't exist, so assuming he does come back one day, we cannot access that timeline. How do you know that's a rule? Have you tried it? A different Eren Parker tried it. How many were there? I don't know, hundreds. Maybe thousands so far. Wait, but wouldn't there be infinite? Since technically, at any second, our timelines could diverge and create new ones. Well. I mean before me, there are hundreds. I don't know. This time stuff makes no sense. Hold on, so will all of us have to come back and fight the Sinister Six again once we reach each point in time? I don't know, guess we'll find out. Guys, the eldest spider interrupted everyone as they were all beginning to change the topic. Let's focus, yeah. My bad, they all said simultaneously. We're going to need to communicate with each other out there. We'll need temporary names. You don't need to change your name, the leader said, pointing at the Phantom Spider. Wait, why? The Phantom Spider asked. We all go by Spider-Man now, the Wakandan Spider said. With a hyphen, at least, the Phantom Spider cringed. He thought the costumes were silly, but the idea that he eventually went so far as to change his name to be a hero was even sillier. With a hyphen, the red and blue hero told him. Oh, thank God, as the Phantom Spider said this, the eldest looked at both him and the red and blue Spider-Man with an unamused glare. You're the red spider, the leader said. Let me guess, you're white and he's black, the Wakandan Spider quipped, looking at both the symbiote-wearing spiders. You have any better ideas? Did you want to do Eren 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, the white spider retorted. Yeah, that's worse, the Phantom Spider added. Way worse, the Fantastic Spider added on top of that. You, black and blue. You're the Fantastic Spider. You're Wakandan Spider, the white spider told them both. Simple enough, I guess, the Wakandan Spider said. Alright, let's go save time itself, the white spider said, looking at all the others. Here, you should be able to track me once I give you my energy. I'll see you guys then, the white spider's afterimage ran itself into the black spider, allowing him to absorb his energy. Immediately, the black spider was able to hone in on the exact time that he needed to travel to. Everyone grab on, the black spider instructed them all, compelling them all to do just that. Once everyone was ready, all 5 spiders ran to the future, prepared to fight. Can't forget to keep the silly cycle going, can we, Parker? Venom teased, knowing exactly what sending an afterimage back in time meant. However, Spider-Man's laughter was telling a different story. The Sinister Six thought the atom gas was making him lose his mind, however, this was far from the case. Not this time. Spider-Man whispered before a blue streak of electricity flashed by Venom's face and led up to a nearby building. The Sinister Six looked up to see 6 familiar silhouettes standing high above them, looking down at them as their bodies all shone brightly with blue electricity, all but one who was surrounded by an aura of pure darkness. The White Spider. The Black Spider. The Red Spider. The Fantastic Spider. The Wakandan Spider. The Phantom Spider. All 6 of them glared down at their old and new villains with pure determination shown through their lenses. No more games, Venom. This time, I will kill you. All 6 of us will win, the White Spider shouted from the top of the building. 7 of us. Silk added before web-zipping and landing right next to her lover wearing the synthetic symbiote that Harry made for her. He didn't just create one, he made one for both of them. She looked nearly identical to how she usually did, however, her color scheme was swapped. Her chest was now all black while her limbs were white. The symbol on her chest was now a tiny white spider and her red mask was covered with what looked like black veins. Took you long enough, the White Spider said sarcastically. I had to make sure the odds were in our favor before I got myself killed. Silk spoke sarcastically back. Of course, this wasn't true. She said her goodbyes to her family and went to receive the symbiote that Harry made for her. Everything happened so fast, by the time she was ready to fight, all of the other errands were already there. Holy shit, is that Cindy? The Phantom Spider whispered. All of the spiders, including Silk, looked at him with blank expressions. Sorry, he said quietly. Silk and I will deal with Venom. The rest of you, stick to the plan. Spider-Man grabbed Cindy's hand, sharing his Godspeed aura with her. He figured, since he could transfer Godspeed energy to people's minds, he should be able to do the same with the rest of their body as long as they maintain physical contact. His theory would be correct, as her eyes shone white and her hair became darker than black. Chapter 122, Sinister Six vs. the 7 Spiders. In a flash, the White Spider and Silk blasted off toward Venom while the others focused their attention on the lizard as they had planned since he'd be the easiest to deal with. They all blasted off in an instant as well, aside from the Phantom Spider who was unable to enter the ultimate Godspeed form yet. He instead charged his feet with Godspeed energy and blasted downward to follow them. From inside Oscorp, Lily was still crying on the ground while Liz and Felicia comforted her. They didn't know what to say. They had faith in the fact that the 6 Spider-Men could save everyone along with Silk, but they knew that there was one person he may not be able to save. He couldn't save Harry Osborn. The rest of the people in Oscorp were cheering Spider-Man on from the inside, all 6 versions of him. They couldn't tell what was happening, but all they knew was that there was now a chance for him to save them just like he always did. It was quick, but 4 of the 5 Spider-Men from other timelines surrounded the lizard, developing a circle of energy around him with their speed. They then began shooting webs at him, tying him up to the point where he was immobile. Their synergy was incredible, acting with no words needed. Godspeed was in fact connected through time and space, so perhaps this connection allowed them to move as one. The Fantastic Spider in his blue and black costume, holding the neogenic decombinator gun, fired a green beam at the lizard before all 4 of the spiders zipped away in an instant to attack the next target. The lizard's massive, hulking body began to shrink down and his tail started to disappear as all that was left beneath the symbiote was a weakened Dr. Connors. We got him. The Red Spider shouted before directing his attention toward Mysterio. Focus on the next target. Fishbowl, the Black Spider yelled before zipping toward Mysterio while the others followed suit. Mysterio began throwing his sorcery at all of the spiders, though they were able to dodge these green, smoky blasts fairly easily. Electro and the Green Goblin were also firing electric blasts and fireballs respectively, but just like Mysterio, their ranged attacks were far too slow. Mysterio didn't realize it because the spiders were all moving so fast, but there was one missing, the only one who couldn't use the ultimate Godspeed state. The Phantom Spider, shrouding his fist in Godspeed energy, struck Mysterio with his fist right in the back of the fishbowl, cracking it and sending him spiraling down toward the earth. Pay attention, glowed head, the Phantom Spider shouted, as Mysterio flew directly toward the Red Spider. Red, he shouted, though the seasoned hero was already prepared. The Red Spider shot 2 webs at Mysterio and yanked him forward before kneeing him in the chest. Mysterio let out a breathless gasp before the Black Spider charged his fist with Godspeed energy and delivered a full-powered punch to Dr. Beck's face. A shockwave mixed with electricity surrounded the point of impact and knocked Mysterio's head clean off, causing his body to drop to the ground lifelessly. At this point, the Eren beneath the symbiote didn't care about the life of any of these villains. He'd do whatever it takes to protect his timeline and the countless others out there. Everything happened so fast and the other Spider-Men didn't have time to form any thoughts about the brutality of their future self. The hero in black knew that no one else would have the guts to do it, so he took it upon himself to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, Silk and the White Spider, hand in hand, were delivering high-speed punches and kicks to Venom using Eren's Godspeed energy. This wasn't something they'd practiced, but they did however practice combo attacks with each other without Godspeed. The only difference at this point was how fast they were moving. Almost as if he were using silk as a weapon, Spider-Man swung her in a circle and launched her at Venom like a bullet. Due to Venom's speed and ability to use Godspeed, he was able to catch her foot in the air. However, Spider-Man was quick to duck inward and deliver a straight punch to Venom's face. If Venom didn't move a few inches backward, this would have been a devastating blow. The punch did still send him backward until he smashed into an already broken car. Before Venom could recover, Silk grabbed Spider-Man by the shoulder, regaining his Godspeed aura before launching herself forward at Venom, delivering a full-powered electric punch to his face. It seemed that she was able to control the aura she'd gained from coming into contact with Eren for just a second even if their contact was broken, allowing her to do attacks on her own. Neither of them knew how this was possible since his aura never transferred to her before, but they guessed it was due to the artificial symbiote having traces of a real symbiote within it, one that was the offspring of the prime symbiote, Venom, which was able to use Godspeed itself. As the two fought Venom side by side, the rest of the spiders moved on to fight the rest of the Sinister Six. Electro is next, the Red Spider announced before zipping up a building with the rest of the spiders following behind him. "Oh, no you don't." Electro yelled before throwing electric bolts at the trails of electricity. However, his aim wasn't true enough to land a hit. Again, the Green Goblin attempted to support with ranged attacks of his own but to no avail. Simultaneously, 2 of the 4 spiders then leapt from the building, pouncing at Electro. He tried dodging out of the way, only to be webbed down by 2 of the spiders who were still holding onto the building. "Let go of me," he shouted as his arms were being yanked in separate directions and he was rendered immobile, suspended high in the air. The Phantom Spider, being dragged along by the Black Spider, was then launched toward Electro with one single order. "Overcharge is his vest," he shouted, and the Phantom Spider did just that. He latched onto Electro as the others held him suspended in the air and began pouring everything he had into the vest just as all the other Phantom Spiders of the past did. Electro screamed as his body began to fry from the inside out. It wasn't long before Electro was completely fried as he was in every other timeline. Wanting to finish him off, the Black Spider yanked Electro toward him, overpowering the other 2 spiders that were holding him with their webs due to how strong the symbiote made him. He then gave Electro an exceptionally powerful punch to the chest that obliterated Electro's body, discharging him permanently. "I'll focus on the goblin, the rest of you, get Dr. Octopus." Without missing a beat, the Black Spider screamed to his other selves and zipped down toward the Green Goblin to buy enough time for the others to destroy Octavius. Silk and the White Spider continued to fight Venom, double-teaming him and keeping him away from the rest of his offspring. As they fought, Venom began spewing words from his mouth to get under their skin, using Harry Osborn's voice. Even though it was Harry's voice speaking, it sounded almost artificial as if it were generated by an AI. "Don't you guys remember who's under here? It's me, Harry." This taunting did nothing more than anger Spider-Man, compelling him to begin throwing even harder punches at Venom, each punch generating enough force to cut through the air and leave behind a trail of black electricity. "Shut up," he shouted, furious that Venom would even have the nerve to taunt him in such a way. "You guys aren't going to kill me, are you?" Venom asked in Harry's voice. The 2 spiders continued fighting, ignoring the voice that was speaking to them. At the moment, there was no way to get Venom off of Harry's body without killing him unless the symbiote willingly wanted to switch hosts. Despite each of them having a power boost, Venom had grown so powerful that their attacks might as well have been tickling them. Venom was loving this, feeling as if he were invincible. Meanwhile, the Black Spider was seen taking the Green Goblin on in a one-on-one, holding his own despite the Green Goblin having a symbiote of its own. It was a complete stalemate. However, Spider-Man only needed to continue to hold his own for a bit longer while the others fought Dr. Octopus. "We have to remove the contraption from his spine. It's the only way to defeat him," the Red Spider told the rest since he was the only one out of the 4 who had beaten him already. "Tie the arms," the Wakandan Spider directed, and the spiders did just that. Each spider took it upon themselves to grab one of Dr. Octavius's arms and began pulling hard enough to lock him in place, but not enough to yank the arms out. "All right, Wakanda. You're up. Give me your web," the Red Spider told him. The hero in gold passed his web to his future self before shooting another web onto Dr. Octavius's spine. Using all of his strength, he boosted forward and yanked the metal from Dr. Octavius's back, removing the arms from his body permanently. Seeing the tendrils from Dr. Octavius's body beginning to reach out for the metallic tentacles to reattach them, Spider-Man webbed them and flung them out of reach. Having his spine ripped to shreds, Dr. Octavius fell to the ground and perished on the spot. The 4 spiders turned their attention toward the Black Spider and the Green Goblin. The Spider-Man in black was still holding his own in a one-on-one, but it was time for the tide to turn in the spider's favor. The Wakandan Spider stuck the Green Goblin in the face with his fist, catching the goblin off guard. The Red Spider followed right behind him, kicking the Green Goblin's head while managing to actually do damage to him, unlike in their last bout due to the Black Spider already having weakened him. The Phantom Spider blindsided the Green Goblin, punching him in the jaw with a Godspeed-infused punch. The Fantastic Spider dashed by and kneed the Green Goblin in the side of his mouth, nearly causing him to topple over. Die! The black spider, still filled with rage as their last battle was rudely interrupted, shouted and delivered a powerful punch aimed at the green goblin's already weak spine. He punched him with so much strength, his back folded in on itself just as it did before the green goblin was taken from this timeline. Remember what I told you? I'll show you what happens when the boy who plays the hero. With his arm halfway inside the green goblin's back, Spider-Man grabbed his spine and pulled it out with his bare hands. Instantly, the green goblin's body collapsed in on itself as he lay paralyzed on the ground while dying slowly. Jesus Christ! The other Spider-Men all muttered in unison, shocked at what might become of them in the future. And I thought what you did was brutal. The Phantom Spider whispered to the Wakandan Spider. The Black Spider threw the spine to the ground and looked at them all before directing his gaze toward the other Spider-Man and Silk. Let's go. Kill Venom and this is all over, he told them, zipping over to lend a hand. Once the Black Spider punched Venom in the chest, his arm suddenly got stuck inside the monstrosity. Suddenly, the symbiote started removing itself from his body and began becoming one with the Venom of this timeline. The symbiote on his body was one and the same, both being Venom, the prime symbiote, from different timelines. As for why Venom didn't just take over Spider-Man's body at that moment, it was because it was afraid that Spider-Man wouldn't relinquish any control of his body over to it. Venom figured that doubling down on Harry's body would be the key to victory. The Black Spider, now appearing in his red and blue costume, pulled his arm back but the symbiote had already fully detached itself from his body. Venom started to transform, growing in size and becoming far more sinister by the moment. Each spider was frozen in place, feeling just how powerful the two prime symbiotes combining into one was becoming. All of the 7 spiders were dumbfounded, watching Venom continue to grow in size. Does this mean we're fucked? The Phantom Spider asked, looking to his older selves for confirmation, though none of them said a word. Venom then suddenly stopped growing in size and began wriggling as if he were fighting himself, which was precisely what was happening. Venom didn't think its actions through, therefore, it failed to realize that it and the Venom from a different timeline had conflicting interests. Both wanted to be in control of the body. Both wanted to be the leader of their symbiote army. They were both alphas fighting to be the one in control of it all. The red spider began to chuckle, being the first to realize what was happening. Co-infection, he said under his breath. That's when 2 parasites are inside the same host, right? The Fantastic Spider added. They usually work together, causing double the amount of issues for the host. The Wakandan Spider added his piece as well. Or sometimes. The Phantom Spider started saying his piece, but the rest of them all began speaking in unison. The parasites feed on each other. Just as they all came to the same conclusion, so did Harry, who was beneath the symbiote. Due to both Venoms fighting for control, Harry was able to momentarily allow himself to regain just a fraction of control of his own body due to his own incredible willpower, something he learned during his training with Kraven the Hunter. He climbed mountains without gear while his body ached. He ate raw plants for weeks when he wasn't skilled enough to hunt for his own meat. He fought Kraven on an empty stomach many times over. Taking control of his body for a few moments was something he could handle. Eren. Do it now. Without the host, it can't break through the barrier or travel through time. Do it while they're distracted. Harry yelled from beneath the symbiote, using everything he had in his mind and body to take control for enough time so that way Eren could deal the killing blow. He didn't have time to think or mourn, all he could do was listen to Harry and do exactly as he said. Pouring everything he had into his fist, the Eren Parker of that timeline shrouded his fist with a massive, crackling aura of black electricity. It was so enormous, the onlookers from within Oscorp could see nothing more than a ball of light resonating from where they were once able to see him standing. No, Eren, don't. Lily screamed from the other side of the glass inside Oscorp, letting her selfishness get the best of her. She knew this was the only way, but she still couldn't stand to see it happen. Dashing forward, Eren sent a full-powered punch aimed directly at Venom's chest, impaling it and striking Harry Osborn right through the heart. Due to its immense pressure, part of the symbiote was blown back, allowing Harry and Eren to look at each other face-to-face one final time, and the world around them began to slow down. Chapter 123, Goodbye, My Dearest Friend. Suddenly, Eren Parker and Harry Osborn found themselves inside one of Eren's memories in the same way that Cindy and Eren did all those years prior. The two were sitting inside a diner together after having won the grand prize for their school drone project. Since Cindy helped them, they invited her and she'd arrive soon. However, at that point, it was just the two of them. Time was moving normally inside the memory, but in the outside world, not even a second would pass. You see how impressed Lily was? She for sure wants me, bro. Harry said confidently, having that cheeky smile he almost always had on his face. Yeah. Lily Hollister. Eren laughed. She is pretty cute, you should go for it. I just might, I do love blondes. Harry responded with his hand on his chin. However, him saying this was only meant to be a smooth transition to the next topic. Enough about me, what about you? Harry spoke to Eren with a smirk as he leaned in toward him. Any girls you're into? He knew the answer, but he wanted to hear Eren say it himself. Yeah. There's one. I don't know if she's into me or not. Eren rubbed the back of his head while confessing he still wasn't comfortable being open about that aspect of his life. However, Harry would pry the information out of him, even if it was the last thing he did. Does her name start with a C and end in Indy? Harry teased with a semi-serious expression. He wanted to know more than anything else. No. Eren lied, but he could tell Harry wasn't buying it by the expression on his face. Come on bro, we're buds, I won't tell her, I swear. Harry told him with sincerity as he put his hand over his chest, crossing his heart. Okay, fine. I do like Cindy. Before Eren could continue, he was interrupted by Harry celebrating. I knew it. Harry proclaimed as he slammed the table, causing a few of the patrons to glare at them with confused looks. TCH, high schoolers, one of the patrons whispered to their partner as the two boys continued their discussion. I've liked her since I first moved here when I was around 9 or 10 years old, so about 8 years ago. We've been friends I guess, but we haven't really been close until recently. I always get awkward around her and mess things up. Bro. I even had her in my room once but I fumbled. Eren buried his face in his hands in frustration. Harry held back his laughter before getting serious. Bro, you didn't fumble, not completely. Have you not noticed how she looks at you? Especially when you start being a nerd and getting all hyper-focused. She does this thing where she bites her pen and stares up at you with puppy eyes. I gotta say, I'm jealous. Harry told him as he bit down on a straw, mimicking Cindy's innocent stare. The two boys laughed before their expressions turned serious. They both became aware that they were experiencing a memory together. Cindy told Harry about it once, so he was able to quickly figure out what it was. I told you didn't fumble. Harry said with glassy eyes and a solemn grin on his face. I guess we both got the girls in the end, huh? Yeah, I guess we both did. Eren said quietly. Harry looked around the diner, amazed at how detailed the memory was. It was as if they were truly transported back to that moment in time. So why here? Cindy told me about how you brought her back to the moment you fell for her. Is this the moment you fell for me? Harry was speaking jokingly despite the sad expression on his face. Humor always had been his coping mechanism. Close. Eren said with a bitter smile of his own. This was the day I realized that you were my dearest friend. Harry laughed at Eren's words, finding it so funny to see him say something so corny to him. However, he felt the same way. Yeah, I think it was around the same time that I came to the same realization. You were my first real friend. None of that fake bullshit that most of the other kids gave me. That's why I like being around you so much, you were so honest with yourself. I wanted to be like you, Eren. Like me. Why? Eren asked. He didn't quite understand where Harry was coming from. Back when they first met, Harry was rich, a ladies' man, smart, and overall had everything going for him. However, he still wasn't happy. The way my dad talked about you like you were some kind of genius made me sort of jealous. I never heard him talk about me like that, I only ever heard him call me things like slacker or lazy. I thought maybe if we became friends, some of that genius would rub off on me, you know. And, well, it did. You and Cindy always studied in the library so I came along too. Studying wasn't really my thing, but it really did make my grades and stuff go up. I guess it was true that I wasn't really applying myself. I thought that was just something stupid kids told themselves to feel better. It wasn't just that, though. You were always so true to yourself. I always tried to be someone I wasn't. We didn't really know each other before, but I was sort of a dick. I flaunted my money around, I took girls I had zero interest in romantically on dates just because that's what cool guys do. I realized that pretending to be someone you aren't will never make you happy. So I changed. And of course, I wanted to be a hero, like you. That's why I became the new goblin. That's why I started using my money for good. It was all because of you, Eren. You changed the entire trajectory of my life. You did. Harry saying this caused Eren to shake his head. But it's because of me, you're going to die here. I shouldn't have left you alone at Oscorp. I thought keeping watch from a distance while giving myself my own space to think would have been enough to protect you, but I was wrong. If I stayed, all I would have had to do was look out the window and I'd have been there for you. Dude, you couldn't have guessed that Venom would have brought Electro back from being a burnt crisp and used him to jam the power. If that didn't happen, we'd have called you and we know you would have come running. Besides, if I were alive inside Venom right now, he'd be able to time travel and bust out the Sinister 75 or something. And you have a plan by now, don't you? I do. Eren couldn't even look at Harry as he mumbled his words. He had a plan, but no way of being able to do it. He needed a battery, a Godspeed battery, and they didn't sell those at AutoZone. Then it wasn't for nothing. I know what it's like to have so many things going on to the point where you need isolation in order to think straight. I was locked up in my office the whole time. Cindy was the only one actually being a hero and trying to save people. Really, my death was my own fault. I mean, seriously, what was I doing fighting Venom all alone? If I would have waited, you would have been there and I'd be out there fighting with you. I just wanted to be a hero. That's why I fought him on my own. So I guess I never did learn. I wanted to be something I wasn't and it cost me my life. No, Harry. You were being true to yourself. Winning or losing isn't what makes someone a hero, I'd know. I've lost hundreds of times in different timelines. Those Eren Parkers who fell are still heroes in my eyes. Being a hero isn't about beating the bad guy, Harry. It's about protecting people. That's what you did, right? You were just thinking about protecting Lily, your sister, our friends, and everyone inside that building. Harry nodded his head and looked back up at Eren with a smile on his face. You're right. And you know what? I'm glad I went out like this. Thank you, Eren. Thank you for changing me for the better. I'd rather die as a 20-year-old who contributed to saving the lives of billions than a no-good billionaire like my father. I wish I could have done more, like finishing reforming the police and building more schools for underprivileged kids, but I'm sure Liz can do that for me. I already made it to where if I die, Oscorp is hers. I even left her little notes on things I wanted to get done. Bernard can help her too. I trust she'll do the right thing. I'm sure she will, Harry. Eren told him. Make sure to look out for her and Cindy now that I'm gone, all right? Harry was still smiling as if these weren't his last moments of consciousness. Yeah, I'll make sure they're safe. Eren told him as tears were streaming down his face. He knew Harry would hate it if he saw him breaking down and crying, so he stayed strong. Harry glanced over Eren's shoulder and noticed Cindy walking into the diner. Oh, look, there's your girlfriend right there. Harry waved Cindy over as she walked into the building. Eren turned around, and sure enough, Cindy Moon was approaching him with a smile on her face. She sat down right next to him, as she always did. As she sat down, Eren looked over at the other side of the booth and noticed that Harry was gone. The dream then started to fade and Eren then found himself back in the real world. Quickly, he backed up before the symbiote could attach itself to him as a new host. The mess of two Venoms started to wriggle around inside of each other, still fighting each other despite there not being any host for them to fight over anymore. Lily was heartbroken, seeing the love of her life dead at his own best friend's hand. Liz had tears pouring from her eyes as she watched her only family she had left die such a horrific death. Neither of them knew that his death was actually peaceful, due to Eren's powers. Felicia barely even knew him, but even she was teary to see him go like that. Cindy was devastated as well, but she was able to spot Harry's smile on his face and was able to figure out what happened. Besides, it wasn't the time to mourn and cry just yet, there was much that needed to be done. Everyone, go to the top of Oscorp, the White Spider instructed before grabbing Cindy's hand and zipping to the top of the building. Once at the top, he waited for everyone to arrive at their own speed. The ones still capable of using ultimate Godspeed arrived quickly, the only two being left behind were the Phantom Spider and the Black Spider, who were then wearing a red and blue costume at that point. Since he couldn't use Godspeed at all anymore, the Phantom Spider pulled him over using quick steps like in the days of old for all of the Spider-Men. Once everyone was on top, Spider-Man removed his mask and looked at Cindy with tears in his eyes and a soft smile on his face. It's gonna finally be over, he told her, still holding onto her tightly. All right, guys. Give me all of your energy, he instructed his other selves before putting both hands on the machine that was putting out the barrier that surrounded New York City. All of the spiders put their hands on his back and began pouring Godspeed energy into him like 5 batteries. Immediately, he could feel his body being overwhelmed by Godspeed energy which he funneled and poured into the machine in front of him. After a few seconds, there was a bright flash and the barrier around New York imploded in on itself. From the outside in, every single symbiote began to disintegrate and remove itself from its victim while Godspeed's warmth brought comfort to those who finally regained their humanity. Things weren't all sunshine and rainbows as a lot of the people who were being paraded around by symbiotes were so drained of all of their nutrients, they might as well be a corpse without the symbiote. It was grim, but it was better than endless suffering. Eventually, the implosion hit the 7 spiders, removing any and all traces of symbiotes, synthetic or not. Once the implosion was finished, Eren started to fall to his knees, however, his other selves caught him and held him up. You did it, man, the Phantom Spider told him. Yeah, we did. Thank you. All of you. Eren spoke breathlessly. Cindy then rushed over and grabbed Eren by the face, pulling him in close to lock lips with him. The other spiders smiled beneath their masks, though the Phantom Spider was still shocked. Holy shit, it is Cindy. We're dating Cindy. When, he looked over at the other spiders and got nothing but a shrug from a few of them. No spoilers, the Eren of that timeline told him. I don't want to be that guy, but how are we all going to get home? The Spider-Man who used to wear the black symbiote asked. Oh, yeah. Let's do that first, the Eren of this timeline said with a smile on his face. For the first time after hundreds of attempts, Eren Parker had won. After a month, things in New York City were back to as normal as things could get. There were no more symbiotes, not even a trace of any. The streets were somewhat filled with people, however, the concrete jungle was nowhere near as booming with civilians as it once was. The population was cut down to about 30% of what it used to be due to many people having died from being eaten or being unable to survive without the symbiote that once bonded with them. This number also accounted for the people who chose to take their lives after returning to being human. Many who survived also moved out of the city, wanting to leave the place where so much trauma was built up by many. Those who chose to stay chose to do so because of their love for their hometown. Of course, Harry had his own funeral, giving his friends a chance to mourn his death. His corpse still had a smile on his face by the time the funeral came. For closure, Eren explained to Lily what happened and it helped her be able to continue pushing forward. The 7 spiders found themselves on top of Oscorp once again, the ones from different timelines wearing backpacks with Godspeed batteries, something all 7 of the spiders invented together. Cindy stood next to her Eren and smiled at the others as they stood in a line with their backpacks on. They all had blueprints on how to recreate the implosion that wiped out all of the symbiotes to use for their own timelines. Thank you all again for helping me. I really appreciate it. Eren told them. No problem, they all said simultaneously. One by one, the Spider-Men transformed into their ultimate Godspeed forms, even the Phantom Spider due to the battery powering him up, and took off, leaving Cindy and Eren by themselves. Chapter 124, The Ideal. Eren Parker and Cindy Moon stood across from each other, holding hands as a pastor officiated their wedding. Eren wore an all-black suit, finally having grown facial hair on his face as his dreadlocks were tied in a ponytail behind his head. He had this soft smile on his face as he looked at his future wife in front of him, Cindy Moon, who was wearing an all-white, puffy wedding dress. Her beautiful face was dolled up for the occasion, having her hair up soft. Elegant-looking makeup. She looked ethereal as her perfect white smile formed between her 2 soft pink lips. She wore a blush on her face that was even further exaggerated as her cheeks began to naturally turn pink upon seeing her lover's affectionate gaze looking down at her. This was a moment that the 2 of them had been longing for the longest time, something they dreamt about and fantasized about with each other for years. All of their friends were in attendance. Felicia Hardy. Lily Hollister. The Future Foundation, including Franklin, who had returned to their dimension. He was all grown up, along with his sister who was crying tears of joy upon seeing her uncle finally tie the knot. King Chala. Princess Shuri. There were even members of the Avengers who they met through their superhero antics over the last 7 years, including Tony Stark, Thor, Steve Rogers, and many more. Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Moon were also in attendance, sitting next to Cindy and Eren's son and daughter. The eldest, the son, was named Albert Parker, named after Cindy's brother. Their daughter, the youngest, was named Mary Parker, after Eren's mother. They almost looked like twins, both having curly hair and caramel-colored skin. They shared many of their mother's upper facial features, but their father's lower facial features and less rounded head shape. And lastly, both Eren and Cindy knew the ones they lost along the way were watching them as well. Ben Grimm. Harry Osborn. And Albert Moon. Before we move on to the vows, is there anything the 2 of you would like to say to each other? Starting with the groom, the pastor spoke, looking directly at Eren who still had that smile on his face. Eren, without even skipping a beat, stared into his lover's eyes and spoke to her softly from the heart. When I was 10 years old, I fell in love with you, Cindy Moon. It's a silly story, one that I've already revealed to you. For our audience who aren't in the know, I fell in love with this beautiful girl because she shared her pudding cup with me. A few people chuckled at the silliness of it, while others smiled as they thought about how sweet and innocent he once was. She was the first person outside of my mother to show me compassion after what had happened to my father. I was a loner, I was afraid to love anyone else after I lose my father. I was scared to feel that pain of loss once again. When I found myself falling in love with her, I was happy, but at the same time, I was horrified. I thought to myself, would I lose her too? From that day on, I distanced myself. We'd pass each other by and she'd say hi to me and I'd wave back. It wasn't until our final year of high school, my final chance to really tell her how I felt about her. I was still afraid at this point, my mother passing only made that fear increase even further. I almost ran away, in fact, I did run away. I ran away for months until I returned to school and saw the same beautiful woman as the one in front of me. She smiled at me and enveloped me in her warm embrace. I was still so scared, I was still so afraid of loving someone. Then I spoke to my greatest mentor, Dr. Kurt Connors. He's passed on now, but I'll never forget when he told me a phrase that I'll always pass on whenever I get the chance. Everything you do is a risk. Not doing anything is also a risk. Which risk will you choose? I didn't get it at first, but I went home and thought about it for the longest time until it really hit me. I was afraid of losing Cindy Moon. I was afraid of losing Harry Osborn too, our best friend who passed away 7 years ago. I was afraid of the risk of feeling immeasurable heartbreak once again after losing someone I loved. But I realized that if I were to do nothing, if I were to not tell Cindy how much I loved her, if I were to push away my best friend, I'd never be able to experience the thousands of things I wanted to experience with them, even if it were cut short. My best friend Harry Osborn is no longer with us. Every single day of my life I think about him. I think about how much it hurts knowing that he is gone forever. However, I am so glad I took that risk. I am so glad that I called him my best friend. When I look at you, Cindy Moon, I am so happy to know that I made that risk. You taught me what it really meant to live, Cindy Moon. You taught me that accepting what the future may hold is the first step to truly finding happiness. You made my life worth living. Both Eren and Cindy had tears in their eyes as Eren continued on. Many of their friends and family in the crowd were crying too, being moved by his words. Thank you, Cindy Moon. Thank you for sharing that pudding cup with me. The crowd applauded him for his words, as Cindy wiped tears from her eyes due to how emotionally touched she was. The pastor then looked at her with a smile on his face before speaking once more. And now you, bride. Cindy pulled out a piece of paper before clearing her throat and reading to her lover. Eren Parker, over the last 10 years, you've taught me so many things that I couldn't even possibly list them all, or else we'd be here all day. When I wrote this, I knew you'd bring up the pudding cup. I'm sorry that I forgot about that day, not understanding how significant it was until you showed it to me yourself using your powers. But what I can say is that you have shared many pudding cups with me in different ways. I was afraid at a point in my life too. I was afraid of never being strong enough. When I first got my powers and you left to go protect Wakanda, I was so afraid that I wouldn't be strong enough to protect everyone. But then I remembered your words. You told me those same words that Dr. Connors told you, what he told you about risks. You told me that you would do anything it takes to save everyone, even if it killed you. Remembering those words, I became a hero just like you and protected everyone while you were gone with the help of our friend Felicia. When you came back, we started protecting everyone together. Until we didn't. When I lost you, Eren Parker, I lost my everything. I loved you more than I loved life itself. It felt as if 1 minute, you were always there for me, we were happy, we were smiling, and then the next minute you were gone forever. It was a rough 2 years, it was so hard on me, but I lived on because I remembered what you told me. I remembered that you taught me to be strong. Then one day, you came back and I was so happy, only for the world to turn into chaos just after. I was afraid I'd lose you again. Cindy wiped a couple of tears from her face with a tissue before continuing. But I stayed strong and we fought together despite the odds being against us. Now here we are. 7 years later. Now, I can confidently say that I am the happiest girl on the planet. I have a beautiful husband and a beautiful family. To think that all of this started because of a pudding cup my parents packed for me. I'll always be thankful to them both for that. Cindy ended her speech with a smile and everyone applauded her. Even the priest was smiling between them, ready to seal the deal for the two of them. Very beautiful vows from both of you. Eren Parker, do you take this woman to be your wife, to live together in matrimony, to love her, to honor her, to comfort her, and to keep her in sickness and in health, forsaking all others, for as long as you both shall live? I do. Eren said with a smile. Cindy Moon, do you take this man to be your husband, to live together in holy matrimony, to love him, to honor him, to comfort him, and to keep him in sickness and in health, forsaking all others, for as long as you both shall live? I do. Cindy answered, smiling back up at her future husband. Repeat after me, said the priest as he looked toward the groom. I, Eren Parker, take you, Cindy Moon, to be my wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part. I, Eren Parker, take you, Cindy Moon, to be my wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part. Eren repeated. And now you, Cindy, repeat after me. I, Cindy Moon, take you, Eren Parker, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part. And now you, Cindy, repeat after me. I, Cindy Moon, take you, Eren Parker, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part, she repeated. All right, Mr. Parker, the priest then handed Eren the wedding ring that was meant for Cindy Moon. Repeat after me. I give you this ring as a token and pledge of our constant faith and abiding love. I give you this ring as a token and pledge of our constant faith and abiding love. Eren then placed the ring on Cindy's finger as practiced. By virtue of the authority vested in me under the laws of the state of New York, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride. As instructed, the two lovers locked lips and the crowd erupted. The two were kissing for a little bit longer than necessary, making things a little bit awkward for their two kids, but for the rest of the audience, it was heartwarming. With that done, Dr. Cindy Moon was finally Dr. Cindy Moon Parker, the name she'd been waiting years to call her own. Chapter 125, The Ideal 2. Spider-Man and Silk were swinging through New York City together. However, they found themselves being followed by two younger versions of themselves, their daughter and their son, who were also heroes of their own. Their son, Albert, was the hero known as the Crimson Spider, wearing an all-red costume that was similar to his father's in looks. However, he had a blue sleeveless jacket covering it with a black spider at the front of it. Next to him, their daughter, Mary, was known as the hero Spindel. She had a similar color scheme to her mother, but she wore modern American clothes over her costume, rather than the traditional Korean geoggery as her mother did. It was the kids' first day being superheroes, though the two kids would occasionally sneak out and do heroics without their parents knowing. At least, they thought that their parents didn't know. Neither Eren nor Cindy gave them any punishment upon finding out how badly their children wanted to help people. In fact, it made them speed up the process of allowing them out on the field. All right kids, once we arrive, let's stick to the plan, all right? No deviating. Spider-Man spoke sternly, speaking in a way that was far off from the way the hero used to sound. He was nearing his 40s and was a father. It was only a matter of time before he started speaking like one. Ugh. Your plan is super lame, Dad. Both kids didn't agree with his way of doing things. They wanted to go in and start punching without a plan of any kind. Albert and Mary Parker, listen to your father. Silk scolded them, sounding like a mother as she too was nearing her 40s. Fee and both kids mumbled simultaneously as they continued to swing side by side with their parents. It wasn't long before the Spider family arrived at the location they were headed, finding themselves on the rooftop of one of the largest crime syndicate's secret bases. Inside, Hammerhead was likely counting his cash and plotting his next move. Informants spoke with Yuri Watanabe about his plans of moving illegal substances on that exact night. If they wanted Hammerhead to get put away for a long time, the heroes had to do this by the books. And so, while on the rooftop, Spider-Man called the one officer in the world he could trust. All right, Yuri, we're here. What's next? Yuri could be heard through all four members of the family's comms as she spoke. Find whatever it is that he's planning on moving and record evidence of it. Excuse me, Ms. Watanabe, the Crimson Spider asked. Yes. Yuri didn't expect to hear a kid's voice. She didn't even know Spider-Man had kids. Can we punch the bad guys after we get the evidence? As Albert said this, Spider-Man could be seen in the background with his hand on his forehead, shaking his head. Yuri laughed, remembering the younger Spider-Man from almost 20 years prior. Yes, kid. You can punch the bad guys. Yuri told him. Yes, both siblings cheered and pumped their fists silently. Let's go. Silk and I will enter through the north, you two enter through the south. All right. Spider-Man said sternly. Yes, boss, both kids said sarcastically before web-zipping over to the other side of the building. Spider-Man sighed, shaking his head as he could sense the kids were going to somehow mess this up. They'll be fine, honey. I trust them. We saved the world when we weren't that much older, remember? Yeah. I know. At least they're excited about doing the right thing, right? Spider-Man told his wife, smiling beneath his mask. They did learn from the best. You did raise them with your mantra, with great power. Silk raised her eyebrows playfully, saying half of the phrase that Eren's father passed on to him, which he passed on to his own wife and children. Comes great responsibility, of course. Spider-Man finished the sentence for her. She was right. Their kids just wanted to do what they were raised to do. They were raised to be selfless and to help others with the gifts they were given. It excited them to be able to finally be like their parents. They were also just kids, so they wanted to do the cool stuff that a hero does. Let's go. Spider-Man told his wife as he zipped away on a web, allowing her to follow right behind him. On the north side of the building, both of the young spiders were crawling on the ceiling, looking down at the thugs working under Hammerhead beneath them. They all wore suits and were armed with rifles. The spiders weren't bulletproof, so this was a sight that made the two new heroes nervous. I see why Dad wanted us to do this quietly. Albert whispered to his sister. Yeah. Mary whispered back. Hey, Al, look over there. Do you see that power box? Mary pointed over to what looked like some sort of generator that powered the entire building. If they took that out, being stealthy wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I see it. Shoot a web and I'll fry it. Albert told her. She was always better with the whole web shooting thing in comparison to him, taking after their mother. On it. Spindel then fired 5 webs from each of her fingertips across the room, all connecting to the generator across the room. The thugs beneath them failed to notice the webs shooting across the room above them. Once the webs connected, the Crimson Spider grabbed the webs and sent his bioelectricity through them. Both he and his sister had the ability to manipulate their own body's electricity, but he had more control over it than she did. This power was not Godspeed. Perhaps due to Godspeed not necessarily being part of Eren Parker's biology, only his basic electricity abilities that he had before Godspeed were passed on. The electricity from Albert's hand slowly rode across the webbing, generating a little bit of light that attracted the eyes of the goons beneath them. They began looking around frantically until they spotted the 2 spiders on the ceiling. "Oh, shit," the Crimson Spider mumbled. "It's the spiders." "Kill 'em," one of the goons shouted. However, before anyone could fire a bullet, the power went out. The goons hesitated for a second before firing the bullets where the spiders were last seen. However, the goons' muzzle flashes showed that the spiders were gone. On the other side, Spider-Man and Silk looked at each other upon hearing all of the commotion. They both shook their heads humorously and diverted their attention down to the now unguarded cargo trucks beneath them. Using their webs, the 2 slowly descended down and looked into the trucks while hanging upside down. Over the years, the 2 of them had plenty of gadgets at their disposal. Having night vision lenses that could record what Spider-Man sees was one of the early things they created. Using his eyes, Spider-Man recorded the illegal substances and sent them to Yuri instantly. "What's going on in there?" Yuri asked, hearing the gunshots from outside the building. "The kids." Spider-Man started to speak, but Spindel interrupted through her comms. Crimson Spider is getting us shot at." "What? It was your idea." "My idea. I just said there's a box over there. You are the one that wanted to do the electrical wire thing. You insinuated that idea when you pointed to the box." "No." "Yes." "No." "Yes." Spider-Man then muted the 2 kids so the adults could talk, though the 2 still bickered back and forth while fighting enemies on the other side of the building. "And, muted. There's your answer. Anyway, I sent the goods to you. Let me know when you see it, Yuri." "I see it." "Yeah, this is proof enough to warrant his arrest. Take him down, we'll be right behind you." Yuri told him, continuing the dynamic they'd had for nearly 20 years. "Let's go, boys," she was then heard calling out to the officers behind her, leading them toward the building. It wasn't long before Hammerhead himself made an appearance. "The hell's going on?" Hammerhead walked out of his office to see the 2 young spiders dodging bullets through the darkness and taking out his goons between muzzle flashes. "Who the hell are these kids?" he shouted before pulling out a gun of his own and aiming it directly at Spindel, who failed to notice him. "Not so fast, Shark Boy." Spider-Man quipped before yanking the gun out of his hand and catching it on his own. Using his strength, he crushed the gun. "We won't be needing this. I see you've met our kids. They loved your movie growing up." Silk snickered at her husband's joke, but Hammerhead was confused. "What the hell are you talking about?" Hammerhead asked, frowning at the 2 heroes. Spider-Man web zipped forward. "I guess now wouldn't be appropriate to ask for an autograph, maybe when we drop you off in prison." Spider-Man punched Hammerhead in the face, causing a loud metallic sound to resonate off the walls of the room. "Ow." Talk about hard dash. Hammerhead tried throwing a punch at Spider-Man to shut him up, but it didn't seem to work. "Headed." Spider-Man finished his sentence before punching Hammerhead in the jaw. This still didn't do much damage, but it didn't hurt Spider-Man's fist this time. Silk joined in, sending punches of her own to Hammerhead's body. This time, the attack did full damage to him and he showed pain for the first time. His body is a weak point. "Attack the body," she told her husband. Yeah. I knew that. "I just wanted to check my other options," he told her while he too began attacking his body, dodging any attack that Hammerhead threw out due to his many years of experience making this an easy fight. "Checking your options. His name is Hammerhead. What did you think his abilities were?" Silk asked as she too dodged any attack with ease. "Well, a hammerhead is a shark, right? I thought maybe he could talk to fish with his mind or something." Spider-Man figured out why he was named Hammerhead. He just had a lapse in judgment when he attacked the face. At this point, he was just trying to get on his nerves. Why would a guy who can talk to fish call himself Hammerhead? That makes no sense. Aquaman would be a better name. "Look out below," the Crimson Spider shouted before throwing one of Hammerhead's own thugs at him. Hammerhead put his hands up to catch the men being thrown at him, only to have his hands tied up by Spindel. "It worked," she said before throwing a kick at Hammerhead's face. "Ow. Talk about hard-headed," she said, word for word repeating what her father said earlier. Hammerhead was in disbelief. Not only were Spider-Man and Silk in his secret base, but there were 2 of each of them. With his hands tied, Hammerhead could do nothing as Silk kicked him backward and the 4 spiders all began webbing him to a wall. It wasn't long before Yuri Watanabe showed up with her crew, walking in to find everyone unconscious besides Hammerhead himself. "Oh, you guys are done already?" she asked, looking at her 2 vigilante partners before looking at their kids. "Huh, so these are your kids?" "Name's Crimson Spider," Albert said, extending his arm toward her. "And I'm Spindel," Mary said with a peace sign. "Nice to meet you both. I guess we'll take it from here." "Thanks again, you too," Yuri said with a slight smile. Spider-Man realized at this moment that she was really getting old, yet she was still out there doing her job. "Thank you, Yuri, for everything. Come on guys." Spider-Man and his family zipped away with their webs before walking out together. Yuri watched with a smile on her face. He's really all grown up, that kid, she thought to herself, really putting into perspective how long it had been since they'd met. "I guess it's about time I hang up the cuffs, maybe after one more bust." Chapter 126, The Real Memories of You. 40 years later. It had been nearly 50 years since Spider-Man and Silk had become heroes loved by millions worldwide. However, despite their symbols being immortal and living on through their children who were having children of their own, the heroes themselves did not share that same luxury. Cindy Parker had been diagnosed with cancer at the age of 78 years old, something she didn't see coming. It was quick, blindsiding everyone in the family. Cindy Parker, aged and withering, was seen surrounded by family and friends inside her hospital room, laying in her deathbed. It was her final day to live, so everyone was there to see her off. Of course, Eren Parker was there, holding her hand while sitting on her bedside while their 2 kids stood beside him with their hands on his shoulders. Eren was always emotional, even as a child. The pain resonated from his body like an aura, that pain in his eyes spoke volumes to everyone in the room. The love of his life would soon be taken from him and the dream would end. On the other side of the bed, their 3 grandchildren, who were adults at that point, knelt down at her bedside and held her other hand. Her friends Liz and Lily were in attendance as well, along with their kids and grandkids who were considered to be her nephews and nieces due to how close they were. Felicia had long passed, having already reached her 80s before everyone in the room, but her son was there with his daughter, who looked just like a mini version of Felicia. "Everyone's here to see you off, my love," Eren told her with his old, weak voice. "Are you ready to go home?" he asked her. "Yes. I'm ready," she told him, figuring he meant going home to the afterlife. "Everyone, say goodbye to her." Eren told everyone in the room before everyone said their heartfelt goodbyes. "Bye, Mom. We love you," Albert told her. "We love you so much. You're the best mom anyone could have ever asked for," Mary added. Everyone in the room added on, saying their goodbyes to her before all that was left was Eren Parker. He grabbed her hand tightly and said his final words to her. "Goodbye, Cindy. I'll see you soon." As those words left his lips, Cindy's eyes began to shut slowly. Just a few minutes later, they opened again. She found herself back on the roof of Oscorp, all those years ago with Eren Parker and his doppelgangers. "Hey," Eren told her. "What, but we. Cindy was confused. For her, she just lived an entire lifetime, yet she was back where the beginning of their life together started. "I know you said to me that when Mysterio offered to give you a dream of your ideal life, you declined it. You said that you didn't want to live in a world that I wasn't experiencing alongside you. Well, I was there the whole time. I know it's selfish, but I wanted to live a full life with you, one where we could be together and be happy because, well, we aren't getting that. I'm sorry." Eren felt incredibly guilty lying to her in the way that he did, but he wanted that reality of theirs to at least feel authentic for her. "So none of it was real," she muttered. "I'm sorry, but no. It felt real, and I guess it was real in our heads. But in terms of it being real in the sense of the space-time continuum, no. It was not." "I'm sorry." Despite Eren feeling as if he did something wrong, Cindy hugged him tightly. "Thank you," she whispered. "It was all so beautiful. The wedding, our kids, growing old with you, it was everything I always wanted. Thank you for letting me experience it, even if it wasn't real in terms of the space-time continuum or by the laws of nature, it was real enough to me. The memories of you are all still here. In terms of me, Cindy Moon, it was real. Thank you." Eren felt relieved to hear that she didn't hate him after all of that. "Thank you for letting me live a life with you." "So does that mean you aren't going to be here anymore?" Cindy asked him. There was a reason why he didn't just simply live a real life with her. "Yeah, my plan ends in 2 ways. I live and everything is fine, or my body completely dematerializes and I become pure Godspeed energy. Based on my calculations anyway. If the latter happens, well, I wanted to make sure I got to live a life with you first. My plan required a Godspeed battery of some sort, but I don't have the means to make that. I realize now that I have a few batteries right behind me. With these guys, I can build up enough energy to make this thing implode, but if I do that, as I said, there are two possible outcomes. Now that Venom has no host to get through the barrier, he's completely locked out and he also can't run. That was the big issue with this plan before. As you know, he can jump through time and I only have one shot at this. Without a host, he doesn't have access to my abilities, he's just a sludge monster. Now he's stuck here. Harry knew this when he sacrificed himself. Now it's my turn. As Eren explained it, tears started falling from Cindy's eyes uncontrollably. Don't go. She muttered, knowing that her words were meaningless. It didn't matter what she said, he was going to sacrifice himself. Ah, guys. The Phantom Spider said, pointing to the symbiote outside. The two Venom symbiotes were starting to absorb the other minion symbiotes into its body, forming one massive kaiju-like being with two heads. We don't have much time. Spider-Man lightly pulled Cindy off of him before looking at his past selves. Listen to me carefully. There are blueprints inside Oscorp that can tell you all how to make this machine. When you get back to your timelines, make this machine when you have the time. It was originally created to create two barriers, one that protects Oscorp and one that protects the outside world from the city. We are going to overload it and cause it to implode, wiping out every last symbiote. Of course, in your timelines, you won't have the means to have 5 guys sending their energy to you, but I have a solution. Once I'm gone, if I die, you guys will need to create Godspeed batteries for yourselves to give you enough power to bring yourselves back to your timelines. Once there, you will use that battery to override the machine when the time comes. The massive symbiote kaiju began approaching Oscorp, prompting Eren to end his instructions there. He looked at Cindy one last time and pulled her in close before kissing her one last time. I love you, Cindy. I love you too, Eren. So much. She tried her best to hold back her tears but they kept flowing despite her efforts. Unlike the first time he died, she wasn't going to give up this time. She was determined to continue living, even if it meant doing so all alone. All right guys, let's get this done. Spider-Man said before placing both hands on the machine. One by one, the other Spider-Man approached him and placed their hands on his back. They began expelling their energy into him, causing a bright aura of blue mixed with black to surround his body. With the 6 Spider-Men's energy going into him, Spider-Man poured it into the machine and caused the barrier around the city to implode. Just like in his shared dream with Cindy, every single symbiote began to disintegrate and remove itself from all of its victims, its warmth bringing comfort to those who finally regained their humanity. Things weren't all sunshine and rainbows as a lot of the people who were being paraded around by symbiotes were so drained of all of their nutrients, they might as well be a corpse without the symbiote. It was grim, but it was better than endless suffering. Eventually, the implosion hit the 7 spiders, removing any and all traces of symbiotes, synthetic or not. Once the implosion was finished, Eren started to fall to his knees, however, Cindy caught him in her arms. He couldn't stand, so Cindy got down on the ground and sat on her knees, resting his head on her lap. As Eren lay on her lap, vibrating abruptly every few seconds, he tried his best to look her in the eyes. I understand now. Eren told her, though it was so vague, she didn't get what he meant. Understand what? She asked him. I finally understand the meaning of life, he confessed. All this time, I'd been searching for an answer. I stood over my parents' graves and cried because I couldn't find the answer. I was afraid to love anyone because again, I couldn't find the answer. But as my life flashed before my eyes, both lives, I found the answer. Eren was crying, but he had a soft smile on his face despite his tears. I understand why it was so hard for me to want to live. I didn't give myself a reason to. Once I started saving people, I gave myself a reason. I wanted to protect people, that was my goal. The first time I saved a life was the first time I truly felt alive after so many years of feeling like an empty husk. I had a purpose. But there is something I wanted more than anything. It was to protect you and Harry of all people. I failed to protect Harry, and I'm so sorry. When I'm gone, tell Lily that I am sorry to her most of all. No. Tell her yourself. Cindy spoke through her tears. I can't do that. My spider sense is going crazy. It's like an alarm bell going off with no end. I'm dying, Cindy. I can feel it, and I'm so scared. I'm so scared. They say dying is peaceful, but I am terrified. It's okay, Eren. It's okay, relax. Cindy tried speaking with a comforting voice and started rubbing his cheek softly, which seemed to be working. Emotions were a way to bypass one's spider sense, and that weakness would be the one thing Eren appreciated the most about his powers at that exact moment. Calming down, Eren began to continue what he wanted to say. I failed to protect him, but when I spoke to him, I realized that we both had the same goal. Harry wanted to protect us too. Wanted to protect everyone, but we both failed to protect ourselves, and that is the one downside to being a protector. But I don't care. I don't care if protecting people cost me my life because I saved many more lives than mine is worth. I told you, I'd save as many people as I could. Simultaneously, Eren and Cindy finished his sentence. Even if it kills you. Even if it kills me. Yeah, you remembered. Eren said softly. Of course I did. Cindy spoke through her never-ending tears. Outside of protecting people, I realized most of all what the meaning of life is. Or at least, what my meaning was. My meaning in life is to be there for the ones I love for as long as I live, to have memories of them, memories of you, and die happily with those memories. Living a life away from the people you love, running away because you're afraid to lose them is no way to live. Thank you for waking me up all those years ago. From his toes, Eren's body began to dissipate and turn into Godspeed energy. Having things to say of her own, Cindy Moon spoke through her tears. I won't forget you. I'll always remember your laugh. Your smile. Your anger. Your tears. I will remember everything. Tomorrow, even when you're gone, I know you'll still be there with me. Even though I can only reflect on our memories together as nothing more than fond memories now, I will embrace them as such and never forget how precious they are to me. You gave me so much courage, so much strength. I'll never forget that. I'll always remember everything, even until my final breath. Thank you, my love. Please, let go. You can sleep now, Eren. I love you. By that point, Eren's entire body below his neck had turned into Godspeed energy. Slowly, he shut his eyes, and his face began to slowly dissipate and fade into nothingness. With no physical body left, Eren Parker as a physical being was no more. He had become absolute Godspeed. Chapter 127, Eren Parker, Final Chapter. Parker. A muffled voice could be heard through a young man's dreams as he lay face down on his desk, fast asleep. Parker. The voice yelled once again, this time sounding much clearer and interrupting the high schooler's slumber. Eren Parker jolted awake. I'm up, he shouted as he found himself in his anatomy class, having accidentally fallen asleep once again. A few students laughed, while others glared at the boy as he rubbed his forehead. Once his vision cleared, the young man glared back at his peers, rubbing the back of his head nervously with an embarrassed look on his face. His teacher stood behind his desk with one hand on his hip as he prompted the young man with a question. This is the third time this week, Parker, enough with the class clownery. It's amazing to me that you somehow managed to keep an A in this class. Answer this question for me, what type of muscle relationship refers to two muscles that can never move in the same direction? This should be an easy one. The young man smiled, already knowing the answer. Antagonistic, right, he said, bringing a smile to the teacher's face. Great job, Parker. The teacher commended him, grinning at his lazy star student. Let's try staying awake, shall we, Parker? Eren nodded and tried his best to stay awake for the rest of class. Due to his hobby after school, he was always tired, but he knew school was too important to skip, especially if he wanted to avoid being scolded by his mother. The bell rang, compelling the eager students to jump out of their seats immediately. Their bags were already packed due to watching the clock. Eren, still with his empty notebook and pencil on his desk, began to pack while everyone else was leaving. He didn't need to take notes, as he usually just remembered everything with no problem when it was a subject he cared about, like any type of science class. After haphazardly dumping everything into his bag, he began heading out of the classroom. His teacher was looking directly at him with the intent of speaking, and Eren knew it. He tried to ignore his teacher's glare, but it did not stop him from lecturing him. Eren. Can I talk to you for a sec? Eren, knowing he had no choice, nodded his head and approached the teacher's desk. You have a lot of promise, Parker. You sleep almost every day in my class, your notebook is always empty, and yet you somehow have a grade higher than any student I have ever had. I told you I have a photographic memory, I don't need to take notes. Eren replied, viewing this conversation as pointless. Eren, that's not my point. It's discourteous. I know you probably got a lot going on after school, which is probably why you're tired all the time, but you ought to try and work on getting a good night's sleep. This type of behavior isn't going to fly in college. His teacher was worried about the boy. He knew that Eren was incredibly gifted, and he didn't want to see it go to waste. All right. I'll try to get some extra snoozes in. I gotta go, see you later. Without saying anything else, Eren hastily exited the classroom and began heading toward his locker to retrieve his belongings. Once at his locker, Eren began to exchange his notebooks and textbooks for the ones he'd need to do his homework later. Once he was all packed and ready to go, Eren closed his locker, only to be met by his best friend, Harry Osborn. Aye, what's up, bro? Harry said, holding up his arm before the two boys dapped each other up. What's up? Eren said in response, smiling at his closest friend. You got time to work on our after-school stuff today? I wish. My mom has been hassling me about learning how to run Oscorp since my 18th birthday will be coming up. It was part of my father's dying wish, so I'm all booked today. Harry seemed a bit bummed in saying this. He wasn't very interested in running a business, he'd rather just hang out with Eren after class as they always did. Damn, alright bro. Well, I'm gonna head out then. See you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be free. See you, man. The boys dapped each other up once more before Eren Parker walked away toward the school entrance. As Eren walked, he received a text message from his mother, prompting the young man to roll his eyes in annoyance. Ugh, it's always something with this woman. He whispered before opening the message. Can you pick up some kimchi from the store on your way home please, smiley face. Eren sighed as he read his mom's message. Yeah, I got you. I'll be home in about 5 minutes. Tai, love you. Love you too, Mom. As Eren typed that last message, he ran into a girl who was carrying a stack of books out of the library. As the books fell, Eren quickly grabbed all of them with some very remarkable reflexes before they could hit the ground, impressing the girl as he handed them back to her. Watch what you're doing, Mr. Eren Parker. The girl teased him in a somewhat flirtatious and playful manner, smiling at the boy while pushing aside some of the curly black hair that was covering her beautiful, brown-skinned face. You watch it, Ms. Riri Williams. Eren teased her back before walking away with a smile on his face. The two had a thing for each other, it was very obvious to everyone at the school. Despite them both being incredibly outgoing, they were too shy to make the move to become more than friends. Eventually, Eren Parker found himself behind the school near some dumpsters and New York rats, the perfect place for him to transform into his alternate self. Removing his costume from his backpack, Eren put on his red and blue Spider-Man costume, followed by a jean jacket with a spider symbol on the back of it. This was a secret that only a handful of people knew about, but Eren Parker was one of many of Earth's mightiest heroes. He was the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Using the web shooters that he made himself, he swung across the city, waving and showing a rock-on symbol to his fans who would give the symbol back to him. He truly was a neighborhood hero. Spider-Man eventually found himself inside a corner store, waving to the shop owner before walking toward where the kimchi was. Spider-Man grabbed a jar of it for his mother before playfully walking over to the counter and placing it in front of the shop owner. Good afternoon, Mr. Kim. Spider-Man spoke with his energetic, kind voice. Good afternoon, Spider-Man. How's your mother doing? The shop owner asked as he scanned the kimchi. She's doing great. Always hassling me, but she's great. I'll tell her you said what's up. Spider-Man pulled out a $5 bill and handed it to the shop owner. Mr. Kim grabbed it and began counting out the change for the hero. Good, good. Here's your change. Mr. Kim said, handing Spider-Man a few dollars and some coins back. Thank you, Mr. Kim. See ya. Spider-Man jogged out of the room and web-zipped into the air, leaving Mr. Kim to smile by himself. Spider-Man was a regular at the shop, as was his mother, so Mr. Kim knew them fairly well. It wasn't long before Spider-Man was home, climbing through the skylight of their apartment before landing aggressively with the kimchi in hand. His mother, who was reading something on the couch, looked up at him and frowned. You know we have neighbors downstairs, right? She said as she stood up and approached her son. Sorry. Here's your kimchi, Mom. Eren said as he placed the jar of kimchi on the table. As soon as the jar touched down, Eren's mother hugged him tightly. Thank you, son. Mom. Eren muttered, feeling tired of being treated like a baby by his mother all the time. She couldn't help it, she loved her son dearly and was very expressive of that fact. You know I'm almost 18, right? Eren said quietly as his mother continued to hug him. Yeah, I know you are, but even old men hug their mothers. His mother told him. Yeah. Eren muttered. Though it was hidden by his mask, he was smiling as he was embraced by his mother. Despite the act he put on, he loved his mother more than anything else in the world, so her hugs were always welcome. Suddenly, both Eren's and his mother's phones began to chime. His mother was quick to pull her phone out first, looking at the so-called Spider app on her phone that was used to track all crime in the city. Well, I guess dinner will have to wait. His mother said before a costume of her own appeared over her body, a black and white costume similar to his, along with a red mask that covered half of her face. His mother was also beloved by many, she had been for almost the last 2 decades of being the hero Silk, and after saving the world with her lover, the first Spider-Man. Their son, Eren Albert Parker, grew up to take up the mantle that his father left behind when he sacrificed himself to save the world 18 years ago. He never got to meet the men, but carrying on his legacy was important to him. And so, Spider-Man and Silk climbed out of their apartment's skylight together before shooting webs from their fingertips and swinging away side by side, continuing to live by the saying that was passed down the Parker family for generations. With great power, comes great responsibility. Chapter 128, Thank You. Hello everyone. I just wanted to say thank you all so much for reading and making it this far. Words cannot describe how important Eren Parker as a character is to me. This story took a year to write, and it also took me restarting the book from scratch to really get it right. This book was the reason why I fell in love with writing. I took a class in my senior year of college for creative writing and I wrote a story. It was fun and I got 100% on it. Shortly after, my friend started writing here. He is the author of the book DC, Celestial Light Human. You should read it. Since I had fun writing for my class, I thought that maybe I should try writing myself, so I started brainstorming ideas. It wasn't until Spider-Man: No Way Home that I realized what I wanted to write. When Peter 3 said, I stopped pulling my punches. I wondered what would become of a story where I wrote about Spider-Man doing just that. I wanted to write a story about a boy who killed but stopped once he realized that wasn't the way to go. However, people didn't like that. I was review bombed, called an idiot, was told to kill myself, and it all really got to me. All of those hateful comments still get to me to this day. I always feel anxious whenever I see that I got a new comment or especially a review because of all the hate I used to get. I dropped the original version of this book and went on to write other things. I sold out and wrote a reincarnation Ghost Rider book, even though I hate that genre because I knew it would get popular and I thought that popularity was what I was seeking. However, after a handful of chapters and endless positivity, I realized that it wasn't what I wanted. I considered restarting my book, Spider-Man Godspeed, but I didn't have the motivation. That was until I read my friend's first few chapters of a story they are working on, my friend Violet, and it made me realize what I wanted again. My friend Violet showed me their story where a hero was so dedicated to saving people, they burned themselves alive despite knowing they weren't strong enough. I can't do the story justice by only describing it, but the hero named Strive was born at that moment and they saved everyone. It was amazing and it inspired me to change who Eren Parker was slightly and how I would write my story. No longer was the aim to please people. No longer was the aim to become the #1 Spider-Man book. My goal was to write a story about a boy who did whatever it took to be a hero, even if it killed him, and so I did just that while keeping the not pulling punches thing for a single scene. This time around, I luckily only received one negative review, so far, and hardly any negative comments, and I truly appreciate that. You don't know how much I appreciate every positive comment. One positive comment or review literally makes my day, and there are a handful of you guys who are always so kind to me, and I am very thankful to you all. You guys are the reason why I was able to complete this story. Again, thank you to everyone who read and liked my book, it means a lot. Thank you Swaystar, I won't use his real name since he is an author here, for showing me the joys of writing. Thank you Violet for inspiring me every single time you show me your work. Please check out any of my original stories if you are a fan of my work. Again, thank you, everyone. I truly am thankful.